Section 24 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bruce Peary. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5, Section 24. Selected Poems and Excerpts by Friedrich Martin von Bodenstedt, 1819 to 1892. Bodenstedt was born at Peine, Hanover, April 22, 1819. From his earliest years, his poetic nature broke through the barriers of his prosaic surroundings, but in spite of these significant manifestations, the young poet was educated to be a merchant. He was sent to a commercial school in Brunswick, and then put to serve an apprenticeship in business. His inclinations, however, were not to be repressed, and he devoted all of his holidays and many hours of the night to study and writing. At last he conquered his adverse fate, and at the age of 21 entered the university. He studied at Göttingen, Munich, and Berlin, and then through a fortunate chance went to Moscow as tutor in the family of Prince Galitzin. Here he remained 3 years, during which time he diligently studied the Slavonic languages and literature. The first fruits of these studies were translations from the poems of Kaslow, Pushkin, and Lermontov, 1843, which were considered equal to the originals in poetic merit. In Stuttgart, 2 years later, appeared his Poetische Ukraine, Poetical Ukraine. He went to Tiflis in 1842 as instructor in Latin and French in the gymnasium. Here he studied the Tartar and Persian languages under the direction of the wise man Mirza Schaffy, Scribe Schaffy, and began to translate Persian poems. It was inevitable, he afterwards said, that with such occupations and influences many Persian strains crept into my own poetry. Here he wrote his first poems in praise of wine. Later he became an extensive traveler and made long tours through the Caucasus and the East. The fruit of these journeys was the book Die Völker des Kaukasus und ihre Freiheitskämpfe gegen die Russen, The People of the Caucasus and Their Struggle for Freedom Against the Russians, published in 1848. After his return to Germany, he settled in Munich to study political economy in the university. 2 years later, in 1850, appeared his delightful book in prose and poetry, 1001 Tag im Orient, 1001 Days in the East, a reminiscence of his Eastern wanderings and his sojourn at Tiflis. The central figure is his Oriental friend Mirza Schaffy. It occurred to me, he says, to portray with poetic freedom the Caucasian philosopher as he lived in my memory, with all his idiosyncrasies, and at the same time have him stand as the type of an Eastern scholar and poet. In other words, to have him appear more important than he really was. For he never was a true poet, and of all the songs which he read to me as being his own, I could use only a single one, the little rollicking song, Mulla, pure is the wine, and it's sin to despise it. For his other verse I substituted poems of my own, which were in keeping with his character and the situations in which he appeared. The poems by themselves, together with others written at different times and places, Bodenstedt published in 1856 under the title Lieder des Mirza Schaffy, Songs of Mirza Schaffy. Quite unintentionally, they have occasioned one of the most amusing of literary mystifications. For a long time they were supposed to be real translations, and even today, despite the poet's own words, the sage of Tiflis is considered by some a very great poet. A Tartar by birth, who had absorbed Persian culture, he was a skilful versifier, and could with facility translate simple songs from the Persian into the Tartar language. Bodenstedt put into Mirza Schaffy's mouth the songs which were written during his intercourse with the Eastern sage, to give vividness to the picture of an Eastern divan of wisdom. They portray Oriental life on its more sensuous, alluring side. In most musical, caressing verse they sing of wine and love, of the charms of Zuleika and Hafisa, of earthly bliss and the delights of living. Yet with all their warm Eastern imagery and rich foreign dress, they are essentially German in spirit, and their prevailing note of joyousness is now and again tempered by more serious strains. The book was received with universal applause, and on it Bodenstedt's fame as poet rests. It has been translated into all the European languages, even into Hebrew and Tartar, and is now in its 143rd German edition. 24 years later, Bodenstedt followed it with a similar collection, Aus dem Nachlass des Mirza Schaffy, from the posthumous works of Mirza Schaffy, 1874, where he shows the more serious philosophic aspect of Eastern life. Bodenstedt's poems and his translations of Persian poetry are the culmination of the movement begun by the Romantic school to bring Eastern thought and imagery home to the Western world. Other well-known examples are Goethe's West Eastern Divan and the poems and paraphrases of Ruchert and others, but the songs of Mirza Schaffy are the only poems produced under exotic influences which have been thoroughly acclimatized on German soil. Bodenstedt was for a time director of the court theatre at Meiningen, and though he held this difficult position for only a short time, he did much to lay the foundation of the success which the Meininger, as the best German stock company of actors, achieved later on their starring tours through the country. He was ennobled in 1867 while in this position. He spent the last year of his life at Wiesbaden, where he died in 1892. Bodenstedt was a voluminous writer. His work includes poems, romances, novels, and dramas. Vom Atlantischen zum stillen Ozean, From the Atlantic to the Pacific Ocean, 1882, is a description of his lecturing tour to the United States the year before. His autobiography, Erinnerungen aus meinem Leben, Recollections of My Life, gives interesting glimpses into his eventful career. His mind was more receptive than creative, and this, combined with his great technical skill and his quick intuition, fitted him peculiarly to be a translator and adapter. His translation of Shakespeare's works, in conjunction with Paul Heyse, Kurtz, and others, 5th edition, Leipzig, 1890, is especially noteworthy, as also his rendering of Shakespeare's sonnets. But he will live in German literature as the poet Mirza Schaffy. 2. To one exalted aim we both are tending, I and thou. To one captivity we both are bending, I and thou. In my heart thee I close, thou me in thine. In twofold life yet one we both are blending, I and thou. Thee my wit draws, and me thine eye of beauty. Two fishes from one bait we are depending, I and thou. Yet, unlike fishes, through the air of heaven, like two brave eagles, we are both ascending, I and thou. Wine. In the goblet's magic measure, in the wine's all-powerful spirit, lieth poison and delight, lieth purest, basest pleasure, e'en according to the merit of the drinker ye invite. Lo, the fool in baseness sunken, having drunk till he is tired, when he drinks, behold him drunken. When we drink, we are inspired. Song. Down on the vast deep ocean the sun his beams doth throw, till every wavelet trembles beneath their ruddy glow. How like thou to those sunbeams upon my song's wild sea? They tremble all and glitter, reflecting only thee. Unchanging. In early days methought that all must last. Then I beheld all changing, dying, fleeting. But though my soul now grieves for much that's past, and changeful fortunes set my heart oft beating, I yet believe in mind that all will last, because the old in new I still am meeting. The poetry of Mirza Schaffy, from The 1001 Days in the East. Abbas Kuli Khan was one of those gifted ambiguous natures who, without inspiring confidence, always know how to work an imposing effect, inasmuch as they hold to the principle of displeasing no one as a first rule of prudence. It so happened, then, that even Mirza Schaffy, bribed by the flattery which the Khan of Baku, when he once surprised us in the Divan of Wisdom, lavished upon him, declared him to be a great wise man. The mutual praise, so overflowing in its abundance, which they bestowed on one another, put them both in a very happy humour. From the Koran, from Sadi, Hafiz, and Fizuli, each authenticated the other to be the moving embodiment of all the wisdom of earth. A formal emulation in old and original songs took place between them, for every piece of flattery was overlaid with a tuneful quotation. Unfortunately, however, the entertainment flowed so swiftly that I was unable to note down any coherent account of it. Nevertheless, being unwilling to let the long session go by without any gain on my part, I requested the Khan to write for me one of his artistic songs in remembrance. He nodded with an approving look, and promised to write the most beautiful song that ever the mouth of man had uttered, a song in praise of his Fatima, playing on her stringed instrument. Whilst Mirza Schaffy raised a questioning look on hearing the praise which the Khan expended on himself, the latter took the kalem, reed pen, and wrote what follows. Fatima playing on her stringed instrument. O'er the strings thy fingers are straying, o'er my heart stray the tones, and it wanders obeying, far away from the zones, up tending, round thee bending, round thy heart to be growing and clinging, round thee flinging its glad mirth overflowing. O thou spirit from me springing, life on me bestowing, dazzled, blinded, confounded, I see in thy glances the whole world, and its rounded, unbounded expanses, and round us it dances in drunken confusion, like floating illusion. Around thee I'm reeling, all round me is wheeling, and heaven and ocean in flashing commotion round us both as thou singest, roll reeling and rushing, thou joy to me that wingest, thou soul from me outgushing. On the following evening, said Mirza Schaffy, I appeared at the appointed hour. During the day I had written a love song which none of womankind could resist. I had sung it over about 20 times to myself in order to be sure of success. Then I had been into the bath, and had had my head shaved so perfectly that it might have vied in whiteness with the lilies of the vale of Sengi. The evening was calm and clear. From the garden side where I stood, I could distinctly see my Zuleika. She was alone with Fatima on the roof, and had her veil put a little back as a sign of her favour. I took courage, and pushed my cap down behind to show my white head, just fresh shaved, to the maiden's eyes. Thou canst comprehend what an impression that would make on a woman's heart. Alas, my head was much whiter then than it is now, but that is more than 10 years since, he said sorrowfully, and would have continued in this digression if I had not interposed the words, Thy head is quite white enough now to fascinate the most maidenly heart, but thou hast not yet told me how thou sangest thy love song, and what impression it made upon Zuleika. I had folded the song, said the Mirza, round a double almond kernel, and thrown it on the roof, as a keepsake for the beauty, before I began to sing it. And then I began with clear voice. What is the eye of wild gazelle, the slender pines unfolding, compared with thy delightful eyes, and thine ethereal moulding? What is the scent from Shiraz fields, wind-borne that's hither straying, compared with richer scented breath from thy sweet mouth outplaying? What is gazelle and rubaiyat, as Hafiz air was singing, compared with one word's mellow tone from thy sweet mouth outwinging? What is the rosy chaliced flower where nightingales are quaffing, compared with thy sweet rosy mouth, and thy lips rosy laughing? What is the sun, and what the moon, and all heaven's constellations? Love glancing far for thee, they glow with trembling scintillations. And what am I myself, my heart, my songful celebration, but slaves of royal loveliness, bright beauty's inspiration? Allah, how beautiful! I cried. Mirza Schaffy, thy words sound as sweet as the songs of the Peris in the world of spirits. What is Hafiz to thee? What is a drop to the ocean? Mirza Schaffy, from the 1001 Days in the East. My first object in Georgia was to secure an instructor in Tartar, that I might learn as quickly as possible a language so indispensably necessary in the countries of the Caucasus. Accident favored my choice, for my learned teacher, Mirza Schaffy, the wise man of Gjensha, as he styles himself, is, according to his own opinion, the wisest of men. With the modesty peculiar to his nation, he only calls himself the first wise man of the East. But as, according to his estimation, the children of the West are yet living in darkness and unbelief, it is a matter of course with him that he soars above us in wisdom and knowledge. Moreover, he indulges the hope that, thanks to his endeavors, the illumination and wisdom of the East will also, in the progress of years, actually spread amongst us. I am already the 5th scholar, he tells me, who has made a pilgrimage to him for the purpose of participating in his instructions. He argues from this that the need of traveling to Tiflis and listening to Mirza Schaffy's sayings of wisdom is ever becoming more vividly felt by us. My 4 predecessors, he is further of opinion, have, since their return into the West, promoted to the best of their ability the extension of Oriental civilization amongst their races. But of me he formed quite peculiar hopes, very likely because I paid him a silver rouble for each lesson, which I understand is an unusually high premium for the wise man of Gjensha. It was always most incomprehensible to him how we can call ourselves wise or learned, and travel over the world with these titles, before we even understand the sacred languages. Nevertheless, he very readily excused these pretensions in me, inasmuch as I was at least ardently endeavoring to acquire these languages, but above all because I had made the lucky hit of choosing him for my teacher. The advantages of this lucky hit he had his own peculiar way of making intelligible to me. I, Mirza Schaffy, said he, am the first wise man of the East. Consequently, thou, as my disciple, art the second. But thou must not misunderstand me. I have a friend, Omar Effendi, a very wise man, who is certainly not the third among the learned of the land. If I were not alive, and Omar Effendi were thy teacher, then he would be the first, and thou, as his disciple, the second wise man. After such an effusion, it was always the custom of Mirza Schaffy to point with his forefinger to his forehead, at the same time giving me a sly look, whereupon, according to rule, I nodded knowingly to him in mute reciprocation. That the wise man of Gjensha knew how to render his vast superiority in the highest degree palpable to anyone who might have any misgiving on the point, he once showed me by a striking example. Among the many learned rivals who envied the lessons of Mirza Schaffy, the most conspicuous was Mirza Yusuf, the wise man of Bagdad. He named himself after this city because he had there pursued his studies in Arabic, from which he inferred that he must possess more profound accomplishments than Mirza Schaffy, whom he told me he considered a fyekya, an ass among the bearers of wisdom. The fellow cannot even write decently, Yusuf informed me of my reverend Mirza, and he cannot sing at all. Now, I ask thee, what is knowledge without writing? What is wisdom without song? What is Mirza Schaffy in comparison with me? In this way he was continually plying me with perorations of confounding force, wherein he gave especial prominence to the beauty of his name Yusuf, of which Moses of old had celebrated, and Hafiz sung of in lovely strains. He exerted all his acuteness to evince to me that a name is not an empty sound, but that the significance attached to a great or beautiful name is inherited in more or less distinction by the latest bearers of this name. He, Yusuf, for example, was a perfect model of the Yusuf of the land of Egypt, who walked in chastity before Potiphar and in wisdom before the Lord. The School of Wisdom. From the 1001 Days in the East. Mirza Shafi, I began when we sat again assembled in the Divan of Wisdom, what wilt thou say when I tell thee that the wise men of the West consider you as stupid as you do them? What can I do but be amazed at their folly? He replied. What new thing can I learn from them when they only repeat mine? He ordered a fresh chibuk, mused awhile meditatingly before him, bade us get ready the kalamdan writing stand, and then began to sing. Shall I laughing, shall I weeping go, because men are so brute, always foreign sense repeating, and in self-expression mute? No, the Maker's praise shall rise for the foolish generation, else the wisdom of the wise would be lost from observation. Mirza Shafi, said I, interrupting him again, would it not be a prudent beginning to clothe thy sayings in a Western dress, to the end that they might be a mirror for the foolish, a rule of conduct for the erring, and a source of high enjoyment for our wives and maidens, whose charm is as great as their inclination to wisdom? Women are everywhere wise, replied my reverend teacher, and their power is greater than fools imagine. Their eyes are the original seat of all true devotion and wisdom, and he who inspires from them needs not wait for death to enter upon the joys of paradise. The smallest finger of woman overthrows the mightiest edifice of faith, and the youngest maiden mars the oldest institutions of the church. But thou hast not yet given me an answer to my question, O Mirza. Thou speakest wisely. The seed of my words has taken root in thy heart. Right, I will sing. And now he sang to me a number of wonderful songs, part of which here follow in an English dress. Mirza Shafi's opinion of the Shah of Persia. A learned scribe once came to me from far. Mirza, said he, what thinkest thou of the Shah? Was wisdom really born in him with years, and are his eyes as spacious as his ears? He's just as wise as all who round them bind capuch and gown. He knows what an amount of stupid fear keeps all his people blind, and how to turn it to his own account. Mirza Shafi praises the charms of Zuleika. Looking at thy tender little feet makes me always wonder, sweetest maiden, how they so much beauty can be bearing. Looking at thy lovely little hands makes me always wonder, sweetest maiden, how they so to wound me can be daring. Looking at thy rosy luring lips makes me always wonder, sweetest maiden, how they of a kiss e'er can be sparing. Looking at thy meaningful bright eyes makes me always wonder, sweetest maiden, how for greater love they can be caring than I feel. Oh, look at me and love. Warmer than my heart, thou sweetest maiden, heart in thy love never will be sharing. Listen to this rapture-reaching song. Fairer than my mouth, thou sweetest maiden, mouth thy praise will never be declaring. An excursion into Armenia. From the 1001 Days in the East. Now follow me into that blessed land wherein tradition places paradise, and wherein I also placed it, until I found that it lay in thine eyes, thou mine Edlitam. Follow me to the banks of the Senge and Araxes, rich in bloom, sacred in tradition, where I sought for rest after long wandering in the mazes of the strange land, until I knew that rest is nowhere to be found but in one's own bosom. Follow me into the gardens where Noah once planted the vine for his own enjoyment and heart's delight, and for the gladness of all subsequent races of toiling men. Follow me through the steep mountain paths overhung with glaciers to the arid table-lands of Ararat, where, clad in a garment red as blood, on his steed of nimble thigh, the wild Kurd springs along with flashing lance and sunburnt face, in his broad girdle the sharp dagger and long pistols of Damascus, and in his practised hand the slender death-slinging lance of Baghdad, where the nomad pitches his black tent and with wife and child cowers round the fire that scares away the beasts of the wilderness, where caravans of camels and dromedaries wend their way, laden with the treasures of the Orient, and guided by watchful leaders in wide many-coloured apparel, where the Tartar, eager for spoil, houses in hidden rocks, or in half-subterranean rudely excavated huts, follow me into the fruitful valleys, where the sons of Haik, like the children of Israel, far from the corruption of cities, still live in primeval simplicity, plough their fields and tend their flocks, and practice hospitality in biblical pureness. Follow me to Ararat, which still bears the diluvian ark upon his king-like hoary head. Follow me into the highlands of Armenia. In paradise we will be happy, and refresh our eyes with a glance at the fair daughters of the land, and at the grave of Noah we will sit down, the drinking horn in our hand, a song on our lips, and joyous confidence in our hearts. For the God who once, when the whole world deserved hanging, favored mankind with a watery grave, and suffered only Noah to live, because he cultivated the vine and rejoiced in love and drinking, will also to us, who cherish like desires, be as favorable as to the father of post-diluvian men. Mirza Yusuf. See Mirza Yusuf now, how critical a wight 'tis. The day displeases him, because for him too bright 'tis. He doesn't like the rose, her thorn a sad affront is, and doesn't like mankind, because its nose in front is. On everything he spies, his bitter bane he passes, for naught escapes his eyes, except that he an ass is. Thus evermore at strife with art and nature too, by day and night he wanders through wastes of misty blue. Mirza Schaffy bemocks him with sly and roguish eye, and makes of all his bitterness the sweetest melody. Wisdom and knowledge. Friend, wouldst know why, as a rule, bookish learning marks the fool? 'Tis because, though once befriended, learning's pact with wisdom's ended. No philosophy e'er throve in a nightcap by the stove. Who the world would understand, in the world must bear a hand. If you're not to wisdom wed, like the camel you're bested, which has treasures rich to bear through the desert everywhere, but the use must ever lack of the goods upon his back. End of section 24.
Section 25 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5. Section 25. Johann Jakob Bodmer, 1698 to 1783. In the beginning of the 18th century, the political and intellectual life of Germany showed no signs of its imminent awakening. French supremacy was undisputed. French was spoken by polite society, and only the middle and lower classes consented to use their mother tongue. French literature was alone fashionable, and the few scientific works that appeared were published in Latin. Life was hard and sordid. Thought and imagination languished. Such writings as existed were empty, pompous, and pedantic. Yet from this dreary wasteland was to spring that rich harvest of literature which in a brief half century made the German nation famous. Klopstock, Wieland, Lessing, Herder, Goethe, and Schiller. Those were the great names that were soon to shine like stars in the literary firmament. But the lesser men who broke the ground and opened paths for their brilliant followers are almost forgotten. Toward the middle of the century there lived in Zurich a modest professor of history, Johann Jakob Bodmer by name, born July 19th, 1698, who spoke the first word for a national literature, and who was the first writer to attempt a scientific criticism of contemporary authors. His efforts were rude beginnings of a style that culminated in the polished essays of Lessing. It was Bodmer whose independence of thought and feeling first revolted from the slavish imitation of French culture that enchained the German mind. In his youth he had been sent to Italy to study commerce. This visit aroused his poetic and artistic nature. He forgot his business in listening to street singers, in imitation of whom he wrote Italian lyrics. He read French works on art, and wrote artificial French verses according to French models. With equal versatility he composed German poetry, copying Opitz, whom he esteemed a great poet. Nor did he hesitate to try his skill at Latin hexameters. By chance a copy of Addison's Spectator fell into his hands. He turned at once from French and Italian culture to admire English classics. The first German to appreciate Milton and Shakespeare. The latter he called the English Sophocles. He never wavered in his devotion to the English school. With his faithful friend Johann Jakob Breitinger, a conscientious scholar, he started in Zurich a critical weekly paper on the plan of the Spectator. It was called Diskursen der Maler'n, Discourses of the Painters, and its essays embodied the first literary effort of the Swiss as a nation. A little weekly coterie soon gathered about Bodmer to discuss the conduct of the paper, but much of the spirit and enthusiasm of these councils evaporated in print, the journal being subjected to a rigid censorship. Not alone art and literature came under discussion, but social subjects. All contributions were signed with the names of famous painters, and dealt with mistakes in education, the evils of card playing, the duties of friendship, love and matrimony, logic, morality, pedantry, imagination, self-consciousness, and the fear of death. These discourses were chiefly written by Bodmer and his colleague Breitinger. The earlier papers, awkwardly expressed, often in Swiss dialect, masqueraded as the work of Holbein, Dürer, Raphael, or Michelangelo. Although intended at first for Swiss readers only, the little weekly soon captured a German public. Its purpose was to kindle the imagination and to suggest a parallel between the art of painting and the art of literature. Bodmer only dimly outlined what an infinitely greater mind defined with unerring precision some 20 years later in the Laocoon. But the service of the older man to literature is not therefore to be undervalued. Bodmer created the function of analytic and psychological criticism in Germany. Hitherto no writer had been called to account for any literary offence whatever. Bodmer maintained that the man who demanded a hearing from the public must show good cause for this demand. After 2 years the discourses were discontinued, but Bodmer had gained great influence over the young writers of the time. He increased his reputation by translating Milton's Paradise Lost, which he considered a masterpiece of poetic genius and the leading work of modern times. He deplores, however, the low standard of public taste, which, delighting in inferior poets, cannot at once rise to the greatest works. Already there existed in Leipzig a sort of literary centre, where Gottsched was regarded as a dictator in matters of taste. This literary autocrat praised Bodmer's translation of Paradise Lost, more than the original poem, in which he condemned the rhymeless metre. A sharp controversy soon divided the literary world into two hostile parties, known in German literature as the conflict between Leipzig and Zurich. Gottsched followed Voltaire in considering the English style rude and barbarous, whereas Bodmer, with keener artistic perception and deeper insight, defended Milton and Shakespeare. The quarrel in which Zurich prevailed called the attention of Germany to the English literature, so closely affiliated to the German mind and taste, and hastened its liberation from the French yoke. Besides these services, Bodmer showed untiring zeal in rescuing from oblivion the beautiful poems and epics of the Middle Ages. In his essay, The Excellent Condition of Poetic Production under the Rule of the Swabian Emperors, he directs public attention to the exquisite lyrics of the Minnesänger. It was he who revealed that hidden treasure of German literature, the Nibelungenlied. By his studies and translations of Middle High German, he opened the vast and important field of German philology. To the end of his 85 years he was occupied with preparing selections from the Minnesänger, and his joy was unbounded when his half-century of work was crowned with success, and the first volume of these poems was placed in his hands. Notwithstanding his true appreciation of poetry, he could not write it. He placed the religious above all other poetic productions, and valued the fable highly. His hospitable roof in Zurich had an ever cordial welcome for all writers, and many were the poets who sojourned in the Dichterherberge, Poets' Inn, among them Klopstock, Wieland, and Goethe. He held the esteem of the nation long after his own writings had been crowded into forgetfulness by the new men whose way he had prepared. For the genius of Herder and Lessing may be said to have completed the work that was so courageously begun by Bodmer. End of that section. The Kinship of the Arts, from Rubens. When I consider the close relationship of the arts that are represented by the pen, brush, and chisel, I am inclined to think that the manes of these excellent painters and sculptors, whose names our contributors have assumed, would probably not be displeased by the liberty we have taken. Provided these departed spirits still feel a passionate interest in our worldly affairs, they might wish to instruct these painting writers to follow nature as closely and skilfully with their pens as they themselves had done with delicate brush and chisel. Nature is indeed the one universal teacher of all artists. Painter, sculptor, author, not one can succeed unless he hold counsel with her. The writer who does not respect her is a falsifier, and the painter or sculptor who departs from her is a dabbler. The highest place in art belongs to the writer, for his field comprehends most. With one stroke of the pen he will describe more than a painter can represent in a succession of pictures. On the other hand, the painter appeals more to the imagination and leaves a stronger impression than description can possibly awaken. End of that section. Poetry and Painting, from Holbein. A true poet will try to paint pictures on the imagination, which at a man's birth is devoid of impressions. I hold that the imagination is a vast plain, capable of comprehending all that nature may bring forth, besides innumerable illusions, fancies, and poetic figures. A writer's pen is his brush, and words are his colours, which he must blend, heighten, or tone down, so that each object may assume a natural living form. The best poet will so paint his pictures that his readers will see the originals reflected as in a mirror. If his imagination is vivid, words grow eloquent, he feels all that he sees, he is impelled onward like a madman, and he must follow whither his madness leads. This frenzy need not be inspired by any real object, but it must kindle his imagination to arouse a real emotion. A new conception delights the fancy. The newest is the most marvellous. To this must be given a semblance of probability, and to probability a touch of the marvellous. The poet must portray to the imagination the struggles of passion and the emotions of the human heart. His diction must be splendid and emphatic. Casting aside all earthly love, he must depict the love that springs from the soul, the love felt by him whose thoughts soar towards heaven, where God is the source of eternal beauty. The most artistic ode is that in which art is concealed, and in which the poet, unfettered, is driven by his own ardour. End of that section. A Tribute to Tobacco, from Dürer. Whoever excels in any direction desires to be considered an extraordinary personage. Even the coquettish Phryne, feeling that the arts in which she really excelled might be forgotten, offered to rebuild the walls of Thebes, on condition that the following inscription were cut thereon: "The great Alexander raised these walls, but the hetaira Phryne rebuilt them." Gentlemen, I adore tobacco, and I appeal to the world for recognition. The floor of my room is strewn with tobacco ashes, on which my footsteps fall like those of the priests in the temple of Babylon. Pipes that I have buried in this tobacco desert lift their bowls here and there, like stones in a cemetery. I shall make a pyramid of these relics, yellow, brown, and black, from which I shall reap renown, as others win it with trophies gained on the battlefield. Besides books, which I love best after tobacco, my shelves and walls hold pipes collected from all nations, and grouped as if they were guns or sabres. My favorite pipe I never fill except on birthdays or festivals. A Frenchman who brought this from Canada swore that it was an Iroquois pipe of peace. Certain people take me for an alchemist, and my pipes for retorts with chimneys. But they do me wrong. Not only do I draw smoke, but food from my distilling apparatus. I should be hailed rather as a philosopher, for while I watch the floating smoke I meditate on the vanity of man and his fleeting occupations. The moral of my tale is moderation, for my pipe is food and drink at once. And I know no better example of nature's frugality than the fact that an ounce of tobacco provides me with a meal. Women delight in tea even as men prize tobacco. This difference in taste leads to friction of temper. Drinkers of tea inhale many a disagreeable whiff of tobacco, and lovers of tobacco are driven to accept many an unwelcome cup of tea. I, as a sufferer, would gladly set on foot a formal league which should compel an armed neutrality, and protect the one belligerent from the odour of the delicious pipe, and the other from the complaisance of the tyrannous teacup. Breath is smoke, and reason is but a spark in our hearts. When the spark is extinguished, our body perishes like smouldering ashes, and our breath floats away like the smoke. End of section 25.
Section 26 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bruce Peary. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5, Section 26. Of the Greatest Good, by Boëtius, 475 to 525. Anicius Manlius Severinus Boëtius was born about 475 A.D. His father was Flavius Manlius Boëtius, a patrician of great wealth and influence, who was trusted by the Emperor Odoacer and held the consulship in 487. The father died before his son reached manhood, and the youth was left to the guardianship of his kinsmen Festus and Symmachus, by whom he was carefully educated. He was remarkable early in life for his scholarship, and especially for his mastery of the Greek language, an accomplishment unusual for a Roman of this period. He entered public life when about 30 years of age, but duties of state were not permitted to put an end to his studies. He had married Rusticiana, the daughter of his guardian Symmachus. The Roman world was now ruled by Theodoric the Ostrogoth. This leader had succeeded to the headship of the Ostrogoths on the death of his father, Theodomir, in 474. For a time he was a pensioner of the Byzantine court, with the duty of defending the lower Danube, but in 488 he determined to invade Italy and become a sovereign subordinate to no one. By the defeat of Odoacer in 489 he accomplished that end. And desiring to conciliate the senatorial party at Rome, he called Boëtius from his studious retirement as one who by his position and wealth could reconcile his countrymen to the rule of a barbarian chief. In 510 Boëtius was made consul, and he continued in the public service till after his sons Symmachus and Boëtius were elevated to the consulship in 522. Thus far he had enjoyed the full confidence of Theodoric, but in 523 he was thrown into prison in Pavia and his property confiscated, and the Senate condemned him to death. 2 years later he was executed. Unfortunately, the only account we have of the causes which led to this downfall is Boëtius's own in the Consolations. According to this, he first incurred Theodoric's displeasure by getting the province of Campania excepted from the operation of an edict requiring the provincials to sell their corn to the government, and otherwise championing the people against oppression, was the victim of various false accusations, and finally was held a traitor for defending Albinus, chief of the Senate, from the accusation of holding treasonable correspondence with the Emperor Justin at Constantinople. If Albinus be criminal, I and the whole Senate are equally guilty, Boëtius reports himself to have said. There is no good reason to doubt his truthfulness in any of these matters, but he does not tell the whole truth, except in a sentence he lets slip later. Theodoric's act was no outbreak of barbarian suspicion and ferocity. Boëtius and the whole Senate were really guilty of holding an utterly untenable political position, which no sovereign on earth would endure. They wished to make the emperor at Constantinople a court of appeal from Theodoric, as though the latter were still a subordinate prince. This may not have been technical treason, but it was practical insubordination, and under any other barbarian ruler, or any one of 50 native ones, Rome would have flowed with blood. Theodoric contented himself with executing the ringleader, and the following year put to death Boëtius's father-in-law Symmachus in fear of his plotting revenge. Even so, the executions were a bad political mistake. They must have enraged and thoroughly alienated the senatorial party, that is, the chief Italian families, and made a fusion of the foreign and native elements definitively out of the question. We need not blame Boëtius or the Senate for their very natural aspiration to live under a civilized instead of a barbarian jurisdiction, even though they had their own codes and courts. But the de facto governing power had its rights also. In 996 Boëtius's bones were removed to the church of St. Augustine, where his tomb may still be seen. As time elapsed, his death was considered a martyrdom, and he was canonized as Saint Severinus. Boëtius was a thorough student of Greek philosophy, and formed the plan of translating all of Plato and Aristotle and reconciling their philosophies. This work he never completed. He wrote a treatise on music, which was used as a textbook as late as the present century, and he translated the works of Ptolemy on astronomy, of Nicomachus on arithmetic, of Euclid on geometry, and of Archimedes on mechanics. His great work in this line was a translation of Aristotle, which he supplemented by a commentary in 30 books. Among his writings are a number of works on logic and a commentary on the Topica of Cicero. In addition to these, 5 theological tracts are ascribed to him, the most important being a discussion of the doctrine of the Trinity. The work which has done most to perpetuate his name is The Consolations of Philosophy, in 5 books, written during his imprisonment at Pavia, which has been called the last work of Roman literature. It is written in alternate prose and verse, and treats of his efforts to find solace in his misfortune. The first book opens with a vision of a woman holding a book and scepter, who comes to him with promises of comfort. She is his lifelong companion, Philosophy. He tells her the story of his troubles. In the second book, Philosophy tells him that Fortune has the right to take away what she has bestowed, and that he still has wife and children, the most precious of her gifts. His ambition to shine as statesman and philosopher is foolish, as no greatness is enduring. The third book takes up the discussion of the supreme good, showing that it consists not in riches, power, nor pleasure, but only in God. In the fourth book, the problems of the existence of evil in the world and the freedom of the will are examined, and the latter subject continues through the fifth book. During the Middle Ages this work was highly esteemed, and numerous translations appeared. In the 9th century Alfred the Great gave to his subjects an Anglo-Saxon version, and in the 14th century Chaucer made an English translation, which was published by Caxton in 1480. Before the 16th century it was translated into German, French, Italian, Spanish, and Greek. It is now perhaps best known for the place it occupies in the spiritual development of Dante. He turned to it for comfort after the death of his Beatrice in 1291. Inspired by its teachings, he gave himself up for a time to the study of philosophy, with the result of his writing the Convito, a book in which he often refers to his favorite author. In his Divine Comedy he places Boëtius in the heaven of the sun, together with the Fathers of the Church and the schoolmen. Of the greatest good, from the Consolations of Philosophy. Every mortal is troubled with many and various anxieties, and yet all desire, through various paths, to arrive at one goal. That is, they strive by different means to attain one happiness, in a word, God. He is the beginning and the end of every good, and he is the highest happiness. Then said the mind, this methinks must be the highest good, so that men should neither need nor moreover be solicitous about any other good besides it, since he possesses that which is the roof of all other good, inasmuch as it includes all other good, and has all other kinds within it. It would not be the highest good if any good were external to it, because it would then have to desire some good which itself had not. Then answered reason, and said, it is very evident that this is the highest happiness, for it is both the roof and the floor of all good. What is that then but the best happiness, which gathers the other felicities all within it, and includes and holds them within it? And to it there is a deficiency of none, neither has it need of any, but they come all from it, and again all to it, as all waters come from the sea, and again all come to the sea. There is none in the little fountain which does not seek the sea, and again from the sea it returns into the earth, and so it flows gradually through the earth, till it again comes to the same fountain that it before flowed from, and so again to the sea. Now this is an example of the true good, which all mortal men desire to obtain, though they by various ways think to arrive at it. For every man has a natural good in himself, because every mind desires to obtain the true good. But it is hindered by the transitory good, because it is more prone thereto. For some men think that it is the best happiness that a man be so rich that he have need of nothing more, and they choose their life accordingly. Some men think that this is the highest good, that he be among his fellows the most honorable of his fellows, and they with all diligence seek this. Some think that the supreme good is in the highest power. These strive either themselves to rule, or else to associate themselves to the friendship of rulers. Some persuade themselves that it is best that a man be illustrious and celebrated, and have good fame. They therefore seek this, both in peace and in war. Many reckon it for the greatest good and for the greatest happiness that a man be always blithe in this present life, and follow all his lusts. Some indeed who desire these riches are desirous thereof because they would have the greater power, that they may the more securely enjoy these worldly lusts, and also the riches. Many there are who desire power because they would gather money, or again, they are desirous to spread their name. On account of such and other like frail and perishing advantages, the thought of every human mind is troubled with anxiety and with care. It then imagines that it has obtained some exalted good when it has won the flattery of the people. And to me it seems that it has bought a very false greatness. Some with much anxiety seek wives, that thereby they may above all things have children, and also live happily. True friends, then, I say, are the most precious things of all these worldly felicities. They are not indeed to be reckoned as worldly goods, but as divine. For deceitful fortune does not produce them, but God, who naturally formed them as relations. For of every other thing in this world man is desirous, either that he may through it obtain power, or else some worldly lust, except of the true friend, whom he loves sometimes for affection and for fidelity, though he expect to himself no other rewards. Nature joins and cements friends together with inseparable love. But with these worldly goods, and with this present wealth, men make oftener enemies than friends. From these, and from many such proofs, it may be evident to all men that all the bodily goods are inferior to the faculties of the soul. We indeed think that a man is the stronger because he is great in his body. The fairness, moreover, and the strength of the body rejoices and invigorates the man, and health makes him cheerful. In all these bodily felicities men seek one single happiness, as it seems to them. For whatsoever every man chiefly loves above all other things, that, he persuades himself, is best for him, and that is his highest good. When, therefore, he has acquired that, he imagines that he may be very happy. I do not deny that these goods and this happiness are the highest good of this present life. For every man considers that thing best which he chiefly loves above other things, and therefore he deems himself very happy if he can obtain what he then most desires. Is not now clearly enough shown to thee the form of the false goods, namely, riches and dignity and power and glory and pleasure? Concerning pleasure, Epicurus the philosopher said, when he inquired concerning all those other goods which we before mentioned, then said he, that pleasure was the highest good, because all the other goods which we before mentioned gratify the mind and delight it, but pleasure chiefly gratifies the body. But we will still speak concerning the nature of men, and concerning their pursuits. Though, then, their mind and their nature be now obscured, and they are by that descent fallen to evil and inclined thither, yet they are desirous, so far as they can and may, of the highest good. As the drunken man knows that he should go to his house and to his rest, and yet is not able to find the way thither, so is it also with the mind when it is weighed down by the anxieties of this world. It is sometimes intoxicated and misled by them, so far that it cannot rightly find out good. Nor yet does it appear to those men that they ought mistake who are desirous to obtain this, namely, that they need labor after nothing more. But they think that they are able to collect together all these goods, so that none may be excluded from the number. Two things may dignity and power do, if they come to the unwise. It may make him honorable and respectable to other unwise persons. But when he quits the power, or the power him, then is he to the unwise neither honorable nor respectable. Has power, then, the custom of exterminating and rooting out vices from the minds of great men, and planting therein virtues? I know, however, that earthly power never sows the virtues, but collects and gathers vices, and when it has gathered them, then it nevertheless shows and does not conceal them. For the vices of great men many men see, because many know them, and many are with them. Therefore we always lament concerning power, and also despise it, when we see that it comes to the worst, and to those who are, to us, most unworthy. Every virtue has its proper excellence, and the excellence and the dignity which it has, it imparts immediately to every one who loves it. Thus, wisdom is the highest virtue, and it has in it 4 other virtues, of which one is prudence, another temperance, the third is fortitude, the fourth justice. Wisdom makes its lovers wise and prudent and moderate and patient and just, and it fills him who loves it with every good quality. This they who possess the power of this world cannot do. They cannot impart any virtue to those who love them through their wealth, if they have it not in their nature. Hence it is very evident that the rich in worldly wealth have no proper dignity, but the wealth is come to them from without, and they cannot from without have aught of their own. Consider now whether any man is the less honorable because many men despise him. But if any man be the less honorable, then is every foolish man the less honorable, the more authority he has to every wise man. Hence it is sufficiently clear that power and wealth cannot make its possessor the more honorable, but it makes him the less honorable when it comes to him if he were not before virtuous. So is also wealth and power the worse, if he who possesses it be not virtuous. Each of them is the more worthless when they meet with each other. But I can easily instruct you by an example, so that you may clearly enough perceive that this present life is very like a shadow, and in that shadow no man can attain the true good. If any very great man is driven from his country, or goes on his lord's errand, and so comes to a foreign people, where no man knows him, nor he any man, nor even knows the language, do you think his greatness can make him honorable in that land? Of course it cannot. But if dignity were natural to wealth and were its own, or again, if wealth were the rich man's own, then it could not forsake him. Let the man who possessed them be in whatsoever land he might, then his wealth and his dignity would be with him. But because the wealth and the power are not his own, they forsake him. And because they have no natural good in themselves, they go away like a shadow or smoke. Yet the mistaken opinion and fancy of unwise men judge that power is the highest good. It is entirely otherwise. When a great man is either among foreigners or among wise men in his own country, his wealth counts nothing to either one when they learn that he was exalted for no virtue, but through the applause of the ignorant. But if his power arose from any personal merit, he would keep that, even if he lost the power. He would not lose the good that came from nature. that would always follow him and always make him honorable, whatever land he was in. Worthless and very false is the glory of this world. Concerning this a certain poet formerly sung. When he condemned this present life, he said, O glory of this world, wherefore do erring men call thee with false voice glory, when thou art none? For man more frequently has great renown and great glory and great honor through the opinion of the unwise, than he has through his deserts. But tell me now, what is more unmeet than this, or why men may not rather be ashamed of themselves than rejoice, when they hear that any one belies them? Though men even rightly praise any one of the good, he ought not the sooner to rejoice immoderately at the people's words. But at this he ought to rejoice, that they speak truth of him. Though he rejoice at this, that they spread his name, it is not the sooner so extensively spread as he persuades himself, for they cannot spread it over all the earth, though they may in some land. For though it be to one known, yet it is to another unknown. Though he in this land be celebrated, yet is he in another not celebrated. Therefore is the people's favor to be held by every man for nothing, since it comes not to every man according to his deserts, nor indeed remains always to any one. Consider first concerning noble birth. If any one boast of it, how vain and how useless is the boast! For every one knows that all men come from one father and from one mother. Or again, concerning the people's favor and concerning their applause, I know not why we rejoice at it. Though they whom the vulgar applaud be illustrious, yet are they more illustrious and more rightly to be applauded who are dignified by virtues. For no man is really the greater or the more praiseworthy for the excellence of another, or for his virtues, if he himself has it not. Are you ever the fairer for another man's beauty? A man is little the better, though he have a good father, if he himself is incapable of anything. Therefore I advise that you rejoice in other men's good and their nobility, but so far only that you ascribe it not to yourself as your own, because every man's good and his nobility is more in the mind than in the flesh. This only indeed I know of good in nobility, that it shames many a man if he is worse than his ancestors were, and he therefore endeavors with all his power to imitate the manners of some one of the best, and his virtues. End of section 26.
Section 27 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marianne. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5. Section 27. Selected Poems by Nicolas Boileau d'Espaillou, 1636 to 1711. The name of Louis XIV suggests ultra-lavishness in life and taste. A time when French society, surfeited with pleasure, demanded a stimulus of continual novelty in current literature. The natural result was prosodite, hyperbole, falsetto sentiment, which ranked the unusual above the natural, clever conceit above careful workmanship. It was tainted with artificiality, and now seems mawkish and superficial. But Boileau changed all that. Perhaps no author, unendowed with genius, has ever so influenced literature. Aside from his work, the man and his life seem essentially commonplace. Nicolas Boileau, who, adding another name to his own, quite a fashion then, was usually called d'Espaillou by his contemporaries, was born in Paris, in the Palace Court, nearly opposite the Royal Sainte-Chapelle. He rarely went farther from the city than to the little house of Auteuil, where he spent 20 summers. So he knew his Paris very intimately, and was limited too by knowing only her life and thought. To his repressed youth, guarded by a strict father and a cross servant, for his mother died in his babyhood, is sometimes attributed his lack of emotional quality. But his was not an intense nature, and probably no training could have made the didactic poet lyric or passionate. Sincerity and common sense were his predominating qualities, and he had the rare faculty of obedience to his own instincts. He first studied for the priesthood, but anything like mysticism was too repellent to his matter-of-fact mind. Then, as many of his family had been lawyers, he naturally turned toward that career. But the practice as taught him seemed senseless and arbitrary. Its rational basis upon a logical theory only dawned upon him later. In spite of his literary tastes, there was something extremely mundane about the pleasure-loving bachelor, so fond of good eating and jovial café revels with Racine, Furetière, Ninon de l'Enclos, and other witty bohemians. With them he was much happier than in the more fastidious society of the Hôtel Rambouillet, from which he retired after reading aloud a satiric poem not favourably received. Neither was he happy at court, in spite of the favour of Louis XIV., who, entertained by his rough honesty, gave him a pension of 2,000 francs. Later, when appointed with Racine to write a history of the reign, that unfortunate history which was accidentally burned, we find him an unwilling follower on royal expeditions, his ungainly horsemanship the mock of high-bred courtiers. In fact, he was bourgeois through and through, and not at ease with the aristocrats. He was thrifty bourgeois too, so often called miserly as well as malicious that it is pleasant to remember certain illustrations of his nobler side. The man who offered to resign his own pension if that of an old disfavoured Corneille might be continued, and when the latter was forced to sell his library, paid him its full value and then left him in lifelong possession, was generous if he did love to save sous. His was a fine independence, which felt his art too lofty for purchase, and would accept nothing from the booksellers. He had always wished to be a poet. Feeble of body, asthmatic, and, in later life, deaf and almost deprived of voice, he found in writing all the charm of a brilliant and ingenious game. Then, too, he had something definite to say, as all his work consistently testifies. Neither rich nor poor, without family cares, he could give himself unreservedly to authorship. In 1660 he published a satire upon the vices of Paris, which inaugurated his great success. 7 satires appeared in 1666, and he afterward added 5 others. Their malicious wit, their novel form, the harmonious swing of the couplet rhyme, forced immediate attention. They held up contemporary literary weaknesses to scorn, and indulged in the most merciless personalities, sparing not even his own brother, the poet Gilles Boileau. All retorts upon himself the author bore with complacent superiority which forced his adversaries to feel worsted. From 1666 to 1774 most of the Epistles were written, and also his best-known work, L'Art Poétique, The Art of Poetry. In the satires he had been destructive, but he was too practical to be negative. The Art of Poetry, modelled after Horace's work of that name, offers the theory of poetic composition. It is a work in 4 cantos of couplets, the first setting forth general rules of metrical composition, the second a dissertation upon different forms, ode, sonnet, pastoral, and others, the third treating tragedy, comedy, and epic poetry, and the last consisting of general reflections and advice to authors. Briefly stated, Boileau's desire was to establish literature upon a foundation of unchanging laws. Why did some works speedily die while others endure through the centuries? Because works akin to the eternal classics did not, like much contemporary writing, reflect the trivial and evanescent. They contained what is perennially true of humanity, and stated this in a simple, interesting, and reasonable way. Above all, Boileau demands truth in subject, and the conscientious workmanship which finds the most suitable form of expression. To see a word at the end of a couplet only because it rhymes with the word above it, he finds inexcusable. Without a method resulting in unity, clearness, and proportion, writing is not literature. Later, in his Reflections upon Longinus, Boileau repeated and emphasized these views. His mock heroic poem, Les Luttrins, The Reading Desk, ridiculing clerical pettiness, was strong in realistic descriptions, and was perhaps his most popular work. A modern poet's definition of poetry as the heat and height of sane emotion would have been unintelligible to Boileau. Deficient in imagination, he always saw life on its material side, and was irritated by any display of emotion not reducible to logic. So his poetry is sensible, clear argument in exquisitely careful metre. His great strength lay in a taste which recognized harmony and fitness instinctively. To us his quality is best translated by the dainty, perfect couplets of his imitator Pope. His talent, essentially French in its love of effect and classification, has strewn the language with clever saws, and his works have been studied as authoritative models by generation after generation of students. But after all, it is less as a poet than as a critic, the lawgiver of the French Parnassus, that the world has always known Boileau. Before him the art of criticism had hardly existed. Authors have received indiscriminate praise or blame, usually founded upon interested motives or personal bias. But there had been little comparison with an acknowledged standard. This slashing reviewer in verse, as Saintsbury calls him, was a severe pedagogue, but his public did learn their lesson. He made mistakes, was neither broad-minded nor profound in attainments, was occasionally unjust. But he showed readers why they should praise or blame, taught them appreciation of his greater friends, Molière and Racine, and pointed out to authors what their purpose should be. With greater creative power seeking self-expression, he might have accomplished less in literary reform. Advice to Authors from The Art of Poetry. There is a kind of writer pleased with sound, whose fustian head with clouds is compassed round. No reason can disperse them with its light. Learn then to think ere you pretend to write. As your ideas clear, or else obscure, the expression follows, perfect or impure. What we conceive with ease we can express. Words to the notions flow with readiness. Observe the language well in all you write, and swerve not from it in your loftiest flight. The smoothest verse and the exactest sense displease, if uncouth language give offence. A barbarous phrase no reader can approve, nor bombast, noise, or affectation love. In short, without pure language, what you write can never yield us profit or delight. Take time for thinking, never work in haste, and value not yourself for writing fast. A rapid poem, with such fury writ, shows want of judgment, not abounding wit. More pleased we are to see a river lead his gentle streams along a flowery mead, than from high banks to hear loud torrents roar, with foamy waters on a muddy shore. Gently make haste, of labor not afraid. 100 times consider what you've said. Polish, repolish, every color lay, and sometimes add, but oftener take away. 'Tis not enough when swarming faults are writ, that here and there are scattered sparks of wit. Each object must be fixed in the true place, and differing parts have corresponding grace. Till, by a curious art disposed, we find one perfect whole of all the pieces joined. Keep to your subject close in all you say, nor for a sounding sentence ever stray. The public censure for your writings fear, and to yourself be critic most severe. Fantastic wits their darling follies love, but find you faithful friends that will reprove. that on your works may look with careful eyes, and of your faults be zealous enemies. Lay by an author's pride and vanity, and from a friend a flatterer descry, who seems to like, but means not what he says. Embrace true counsel, but suspect false praise. A sycophant will everything admire, each verse, each sentence sets his soul on fire. All is divine, there's not a word amiss. He shakes with joy and weeps with tenderness. He overpowers you with his mighty praise. Truth never moves in these impetuous ways. A faithful friend is careful of your fame, and freely will your heedless errors blame. He cannot pardon a neglected line, but verse to rule and order will confine. Reprove of words the too affected sound. Here the sense flags, and your expressions bound. Your fancy tires, and your discourse grows vain. Your terms improper, make it just and plain. Thus 'tis a faithful friend will freedom use, but authors partial to their darling muse think to protect it they have just pretence, and at your friendly counsel take offence. Said you of this, that the expression's flat, your servant, sir, you must excuse me that. He answers you, this word has here no grace. Pray leave it out. That, sir, is the properest place. This term I like not. 'Tis approved by all. Thus, resolute not from one fault to fall. If there's a symbol as to which you doubt, 'tis a sure reason not to blot it out. Yet still he says you may his faults confute, and over him your power is absolute. But of his feigned humility take heed, 'tis bait to make you hear him read. And when he leaves you, happy in his muse, restless he runs some other to abuse. And often finds, for in our scribbling times no fool can lack a fool to praise his rhymes. The flattest work has here within the court met with some zealous ass for its support, and in all times a forward scribbling fop has found some greater fool to cry him up. The Pastoral, the Elegy, the Ode, and the Epigram, from The Art of Poetry. As a fair nymph, when rising from her bed, with sparkling diamonds dresses not her head, but without gold, or pearl, or costly scents, gathers from neighboring fields her ornaments; such, lovely in its dress, but plain withal, ought to appear a perfect pastoral. Its humble method nothing has of fierce, but hates the rattling of lofty verse. There native beauty pleases and excites, and never with harsh sounds the ear affrights. But in this style a poet, often spent in rage, throws by his rural instrument, and vainly, when disordered thoughts abound, amidst the eclogue makes the trumpet sound. Pan flies alarmed into the neighboring woods, and frighted nymphs dive down into the floods. Opposed to this, another, low in style, makes shepherds speak a language low and vile. His writings, flat and heavy, without sound, kissing the earth and creeping on the ground. You'd swear that Randall, in his rustic strains, again was quavering to the country swains, and changing, without care of sound or dress, Strephon and Phyllis into Tom and Bess. 'Twixt these extremities 'tis hard to keep the right, for guides like Virgil read Theocrite. But their just writings, by the gods inspired, your constant pattern, practised and admired. By them alone you'll easily comprehend how poets without shame may condescend to sing of gardens, fields, of flowers and fruit, to stir up shepherds and to tune the flute. Of love's rewards to tell the happy hour, Daphne a tree, Narcissus made a flower, and by what means the eclogue yet has power to make the woods worthy a conqueror. This of their writings is the grace and flight, their risings lofty, yet out of sight. The elegy, that loves a mournful style, with unbounded hair weeps at a funeral pile. It paints the lover's torments and delights, a mistress flatters, threatens, and invites. But well these raptures if you'll make us see, you must know love as well as poetry. I hate those lukewarm authors, whose forced fire in a cold style describes a hot desire, that sigh by rule, and raging in cold blood, their sluggish muse whip to an amorous mood. Their transports feigned appear but flat and vain, they always sigh, and always hug their chain, adore their prisons and their sufferings bless, make sense and reason quarrel as they please. 'Twas not of old in this affected tone that smooth Tibullus made his amorous moan, nor Ovid, when, instructed from above, by nature's rule, he taught the art of love. The heart in elegies forms the discourse. The ode is bolder and has greater force, mounting to heaven in her ambitious flight, amongst the gods and heroes takes delight. Of Pisa's wrestlers tells the sinewy force, and sings the lusty conqueror's glorious course. To Simois' streams does fierce Achilles bring, and makes the Ganges bow to Britain's king. Sometimes she flies like an industrious bee, and robs the flowers by nature's chemistry, describes the shepherds' dances, feasts, and bliss, and boasts from Phyllis to surprise a kiss. When gently she resists with feigned remorse, that what she grants may seem to be by force. Her generous style at random oft will part, and by a brave disorder shows her art. Unlike those fearful poets whose cold rhyme in all their raptures keeps exactest time, that sing the illustrious hero's mighty praise, lean writers by the terms of weeks and days, and dare not from the least circumstances part, but take all towns by strictest rules of art. Apollo drives these fops from his abode, and some have said that once the humorous god, resolving all such scribblers to confound, for the short sonnet ordered this strict bound: set rules for the just measurement and time, the easy running and alternate rhyme, but above all, those licenses denied which in these writings the lame sense supplied, forbade a useless line should find a place, or a repeated word appear with grace. A faultless sonnet, finished thus, would be worth tedious volumes of loose poetry. 100 scribbling authors, without ground, believe they have this only phoenix found. Yet when the exactest scarce have 2 or 3, among whole tomes, from faults and censure free. The rest, but little read, regarded less, are shovelled to the pastry from the press. Closing the sense within the measured time, 'tis hard to find the reason to the rhyme. The epigram, with little art composed, is one good sentence in a distich closed. These points, that by Italians first were prized, our ancient authors knew not, or despised. The vulgar, dazzled with their glaring light, to their false pleasures quickly they invite. But public favor so increased their pride, they overwhelmed Parnassus with their tide. The madrigal at first was overcome, and the proud sonnet fell by the same doom. With these grave tragedy adorned her flights, and mournful elegy her funeral rites. A hero never failed them on the stage, without his point a lover durst not rage. The amorous shepherds took more care to prove true to his point, than faithful to their love. Each word, like Janus, had a double face, and prose, as well as verse, allowed it place. The lawyer with conceits adorned his speech, the parson without quibbling could not preach. At last affronted reason looked about, and from all serious matters shut them out; declared that none should use them without shame, except a scattering in the epigram; provided that by art, and in due time, they turned upon the thought, and not the rhyme. Thus in all parts disorders did abate, yet quibblers in the court have leave to prate, insipid jesters and unpleasant fools, a corporation of dull, punning drolls. 'Tis not but that sometimes a dexterous muse may with advantage a turned sense abuse, and on a word may trifle with address. But above all, avoid the fond excess, and think not, when your verse and sense are lame, with a dull point to tag your epigram. To Molière, from the Satires. Unequalled genius, whose warm fancy knows no rhyming labor, no poetic throes; to whom Apollo has unlocked his store, whose coin is struck from pure Parnassian ore. Thou, dexterous master, teach thy skill to me, and tell me, Molière, how to rhyme like thee. You never falter when the close comes round, or leave the substance to preserve the sound. You never wander after words that fly, for all the words you need before you lie. But I, who, smarting for my sins of late, with itch of rhyme am visited by fate, expend on air my unavailing force, and, hunting sounds, am sweated like a horse. In vain I often muse from dawn till night; when I mean black, my stubborn verse says white. If I should paint a coxcomb's flippant mien, I scarcely can forbear to name the Dean. If asked to tell the strains that purest flow, my heart says Virgil, but my pen Quinault. In short, whatever I attempt to say, mischance conducts me quite the other way. At times fatigued and fretted with the pain, when every effort for relief is vain, the fruitless chase I peevishly give o'er, and swear 1,000 times to write no more. But, after 1,000 vows, perhaps by chance, before my careless eyes the couplet stands. Then, with new force my flame bursts out again; pleased I resume the paper and the pen, and, all my anger and my oaths forgot, I calmly muse and resolutely blot. Yet, if my eager hand, in haste to rhyme, should tack an empty couplet at a time, great names who do the same I might adduce; nay, some who keep such hirelings for their use. Need blooming Phyllis be described in prose by any lover who has seen a rose? Who can forget Heaven's masterpiece, her eye, wherein, within call, the loves and graces lie? Who can forget her smile, devoid of art, her heavenly sweetness, and her frozen heart? How easy thus forever to compound, and ring new changes on recurring sound! How easy, with a reasonable store of useful epithets repeated o'er, verb, substantive, and pronoun to transpose, and in tinkling meter hitch dull prose! But I, who tremble o'er each word I use, and all that do not aid the sense refuse, who cannot bear those phrases out of place which rhymers stuff into a vacant space, ponder my scrupulous verses o'er and o'er, and when I write 5 words, oft blot out 4. Plague on the fool who taught us to confine the swelling thought within a measured line; who first in narrow thraldom fancy pent, and chained in rhyme each pinioned sentiment. Without this toil, contentment's soothing balm might lull my languid soul in listless calm. Like the smooth prebend how I might recline, and loiter life in mirth and song and wine. Roused by no labor, with no care oppressed, pass all my nights in sleep, my days in rest. My passions and desires obey the rein; no mad ambition fires my temperate vein. The schemes of busy greatness I decline, nor kneel in palaces at Fortune's shrine. In short, My life had been supremely blest, If envious rhyme had not disturbed my rest. But since this freakish fiend began to roll His idle vapors o'er my troubled soul, Since first I longed in polished verse to please, And wrote with labor, to be read with ease, Nailed to my chair, day after day I pore On what I write and what I wrote before, Retouch each line, each epithet review, Or burn the paper and begin anew. While thus my labors lengthen into years, I envy all the race of sonneteers. Hail, happy Scudra, whose prolific brain Brings forth a monthly volume without pain! What thought thy works, offending every rule, Proclaim their author an insipid fool? Still have they found, whate'er the critic says, Traders to buy, and emptier fools to praise. And, truly, if in rhymes the couplets close, What should it matter that the rest is prose? Who stickles now for antiquated saws, Or cramps his verse with pedantic laws? The fool can welcome every word he meets, With placid joy contemplating his feats. And while each stanza swells his wondering breast Admires them all, yet thinks the last the best. But towering genius, hopeless to attain That unknown summit which he pants to gain, Displeased himself, enchanting all beside, Scorns each past effort that his strength supplied, And filling every reader with delight, Repents the hour when he began to write. To you, who know how justly I complain, To you I turn for medicine to my pain. Grant me your talent, impart your store, Or teach me, Molière, how to rhyme no more. Section 28
of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bruce Peary. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5, Section 28. Selected excerpts by Gaston Boissier, born 1823. Marie-Louis Gaston Boissier is known in Paris as one of the most prominent professors of the Collège de France, and to the outside world as the author of a number of scholarly books of essays, most of them on Roman subjects. Born at Nîmes in 1823, his life has been devoted entirely to literature. Soon after his graduation from the École Normale, he was made professor of rhetoric at Angoulême, and later held the same position at Nîmes. He has received the degree of doctor and occupied a number of high positions, culminating in that of Professor of Latin Poetry in the Collège de France, which he still holds. His works have a high value in the world of scholars and have won him the red ribbon of the Legion of Honor, as well as a seat in the Académie Française, which he entered in 1876. His best-known works, Cicero et ses amis, Cicero and his friends, was crowned by the Académie, and Promenade archéologique Rome et Naples, written in 1880, has been translated into English, as has also his Life of Madame de Sévigné, which contains many charming bits of comment on the 17th century. As a biographer, and also as a historian, he is quiet and accurate, never dry. He has great charm of style, and writes with elegance, correctness, clearness, and originality. He contributes largely also to the Revue des Deux Mondes and to scientific publications. Madame de Sévigné as a letter writer. From the Life of Madame de Sévigné. The passages just cited appear so simple, and utter so naturally what we all experience, that they are read the first time without surprise. There seems nothing remarkable about them except this very simplicity and naturalness. Now, these are not the qualities which attract attention. It is difficult to appreciate them in works where they occur, and it is only by reading works where they are lacking that we realize all their importance. But here, as soon as we reflect, we are astonished to perceive that this great emotion is expressed in language strong, confident, and correct, with no hesitation and no bungling. The lively sequence of these complaints implies that they were poured forth all at once, in a single outburst, and yet the perfection of the style seems impossible of attainment without some study and some retouching. It is sometimes said that a strong passion at once creates the language to express it. I greatly doubt this. On the contrary, it seems to me that when the soul is violently agitated, the words by which we try to express our feelings always appear dull and cold. We are tempted to make use of exaggerated and far-fetched expressions in order to rise to the level of our sorrow or joy. Hence come sometimes excessive terms, discordant metaphors. We might be inclined to regard these as thought out at leisure and in cold blood, while on the contrary they are the product of the first impulse of the effort we instinctively make to find an expression corresponding to the intensity of our passion. There is nothing of this kind in Madame de Sévigné's letters, and however violent her grief may be, it always speaks in accurate and fitting language. This is a valuable quality, and one extremely rare. That we may not be surprised at finding it so highly developed in her, we need only remember what has just been said of the way in which she was unconsciously prepared to become a great writer. Another characteristic of Madame de Sévigné's letters, not less remarkable, is that generally her most loving messages are cleverly expressed. I do not refer merely to certain isolated phrases that have sometimes appeared rather affected. "The north wind bound for Grignon makes me ache for your chest." "My dear, how the burden within you weighs me down." "I dare not read your letters for fear of having read them." These are only occasional flashes, but almost always, when on the point of giving way to all her emotion, she gives her phrase an ingenious turn, she makes witty observations, is bright, pleasing, elegant. All this seems to some readers to proceed from a mind quite self-possessed, and not so far affected by passion as to be inattentive to elegant diction. Just now I placed naturalness among Madame de Sévigné's leading qualities. There are those who are not of this opinion, and contend that naturalness is just the merit she most lacks, but we must define our meaning. Naturalness, for each one, is what is conformable to his nature. And as each one of us has a nature of his own, very different from that of his neighbors, naturalness cannot be exactly the same in every instance. Moreover, education and habit give us each a second nature, which often has more control over us than the original one. In the society in which Madame de Sévigné lived, people made a point of speaking wittily. The first few times one appeared in this society, it required a little study and effort to assume the same tone as the rest. One had to be on the watch for those pleasant repartees that, among the frequenters of the Rambouillet and Richelieu houses, gave the newcomer a good reputation. But after a while these happy sayings came unsought. To persons trained in such a school, what might at first sight appear subtle and refined is ordinary and natural. Whether they speak or write, their ideas take a certain form which is not the usual one, and bright, witty, and dainty phrases, which would require labor from others, occur to them spontaneously. To be sure, I do not mean that Madame de Sévigné wrote well without knowing it. This is a thing of which a witty woman always has an inkling, and besides, her friends did not permit her to be ignorant of it. "Your letters are delightful," they told her, "and you are like your letters." It was all the easier to believe this, because she paid to herself, in a whisper, such compliments as others addressed to her aloud. One day, when she had recently written to her friend Dr. Bourdelot, she said to her daughter, "Brava! What a good answer I sent him! That is a foolish thing to say, but I had a good wide-awake pen that day." It is very delightful to feel that one has wit, and we can understand how Madame de Sévigné might sometimes have yielded to this feeling with some satisfaction. In her most private correspondence, that in which she least thought of the public, we might note certain passages in which she takes pleasure in elaborating and decorating her thought, and in adding to it new details more and more dainty and ingenious. This she does without effort, to satisfy her own taste, and to give herself the pleasure of expressing her thought agreeably. It has been remarked that good talkers are not sensitive to the praises of others only. They also wish to please themselves, independently of the public around them, and like to hear themselves talk. It might be said in the same sense that Madame de Sévigné sometimes likes to see herself right. This is one of those pretty artifices which in women do not exclude sincerity, and which may be united with naturalness. Copyrighted by A.C. McClurg and Company, Chicago. French Society in the 17th Century. From the Life of Madame de Sévigné. Studying the 17th century in the histories is one thing, and seeking to become acquainted with it by reading contemporary letters is another, and a far different thing. The two procedures give rise to conflicting impressions. Historians, taking a bird's-eye view of their subject, portray its most general characteristics. They bring out only the prominent features, and, sacrificing all the rest, draw pictures whose precision and simplicity captivate our minds. We finally get into the habit of seeing an epoch as they have painted it, and cannot imagine there was anything in it besides the qualities they specify. But when we read letters relating, without alteration or selection, events as they took place, the opinions of men and things we have drawn from the historians are greatly modified. We then perceive that good and evil are at all times mingled, and even that the proportions of the mixture vary less than one would think. Cousin says somewhere, "In a great age all is great." It is just the contrary that is true. There is no age so great that there is not much littleness about it. And if we undertake to study history, we should expect this, so as not to reckon without our host. No epoch has been more celebrated, more admired, than the reign of Louis XIV. There is danger lest the correspondence of Madame de Sévigné may much abate the warmth of our admiration. She is constantly telling strange stories that compel us to pause and reflect. When, in a society represented as so noble, so delicate, so regular, we meet with so many shameful disorders, so many ill-assorted households, so many persons whose fortunes are sustained only by dishonest expedients, with great lords buying and not paying, promising and not keeping their word, borrowing and never returning, kneeling before ministers and ministers' mistresses, cheating at play like M. de Sessac, living like Caderousse at the expense of a great lady, surrendering, like Soubise, a wife to the king, or like Villarceau, a niece, or insisting with Bussy that the chariest of their honor should be delighted when such a good fortune befalls their family, it seems to me we have a right to conclude that people then were hardly our superiors, that perhaps in some points we are better than they were, and that in any case it is not worth while to set them up as models to the disparagement of our own times. In one respect, however, they were unlike us. In those days there were certain subjects on which people were generally agreed, and these were precisely the subjects that now give rise to the greatest divisions: religion and politics. Not that all were pious then, far from it, but almost all were believers, and almost none contested the principle of royal authority. To-day, religious belief and belief in monarchy are well nigh extinct, and there are hardly any left of those commonly received opinions, escaped by none, impregnating all, breathed in like the air, and always found at the bottom of the heart on occasions of grave need, despite all the inward changes that experience has wrought. Is this a good or an evil? Should we rejoice at it or regret it? each one will answer according to his character and inclinations. Daring minds that feel strong enough to form their own convictions are glad to be delivered from prejudices interfering with independence of opinion, glad to have free scope. But the rest, who form the vast majority, who are without such high aims, and whose life is moreover taken up with other cares, are troubled, uncertain, ill at ease, when they have to settle these great problems independently. They regret that they can no longer find the solutions all worked out, and sadly repeat with Jocelyn, "Ah, why was I born in days stormy and dread, when the pilgrim of life hath no rest for his head, when the way disappears, when the spent human mind, groping, doubting, still strives some new pathway to find, unable to trust in the hopes of the old, or to strike out anew from its perishing mould." This sort of anguish of spirit was unknown in the 17th century, as Madame de Sévigné's letters clearly show. How Horace lived at his country house. From the Country of Horace and Virgil. It is very annoying that Horace, who has described with so many details the employment of his days while he remained in Rome, should not have thought it necessary to tell us as clearly how he spent his life in the country. The only thing we know with certainty is that he was very happy there. He for the first time tasted the pleasure of being a proprietor. "I take my meals," said he, "before household gods that are mine own." Antillarum proprium vescor. To have a hearth and domestic gods, to fix his life in a dwelling of which he was the master, was the greatest happiness that could befall a Roman. To enjoy it, Horace had waited until he was more than 30 years of age. We have seen that his domain, when he took possession of it, was very much neglected, and that the house was falling into ruins. He first had to build and plant. Do not let us pity him. These cares have their charms. One loves one's house when one has built or repaired it, and the very trouble our land costs us attaches us to it. He came to it as often as he could, and always with pleasure. Everything served him as a pretext to leave Rome. It was too hot there, or too cold. The Saturnalia were approaching, an unbearable time of the year, when all the town was out of doors. It was the moment to finish a work which Maecenas had pressingly required. Well, how could anything good be done at Rome, where the noises of the street, the bustle of intercourse, the troublesome people one has to visit or receive, the bad verses one has to listen to, take up the best part of your time? So he put Plato with Menander into his portmanteau, took with him the work he had begun, promising to do wonders, and started for Tibur. But when he was at home, his good resolutions did not hold out. He had something to do quite different from shutting himself up in his study. He had to chat with his farmer and superintend his laborers. He went to see them at work, and sometimes lent a hand himself. He dug the spade into the field, took out the stones, etc., to the great amusement of the neighbors, who marveled both at his ardor and his clumsiness. Rident vicini glebis et saxa moventem. In the evening he received at his table a few of the neighboring proprietors. They were honest folk who did not speak ill of their neighbors, and who, unlike the fops of Rome, had not for sole topic of conversation the races or the theatre. They handled most serious questions, and their rustic wisdom found ready expression in proverbs and apologues. What pleased Horace above all at these country dinners was that etiquette was laughed at, that everything was simple and frugal, that one did not feel constrained to obey those silly laws which Varro had drawn up, and which had become the code of good company. Nobody thought of electing a king of the feast, to fix for the guests the number of cups that must be drained. Every one ate according to his hunger, and drank according to his thirst. They were, said Horace, divine repasts, o noctes canaeque deum. Yet he did not always stay at home, however great the pleasure he felt in being there. This steady-going, regular man thought it right, from time to time, to put a little irregularity into one's life. Does not a Grecian sage, Aristotle, I think, recommend that one excess per month be indulged in the interest of health? It serves at least to break the round of habit. Such also was the opinion of Horace. Although the most moderate of men, he found it pleasant to commit an occasional wildness, dulce est desipere in loco. With age these outbursts had become less frequent, yet he still loved to break the sage uniformity of his existence by some pleasure jaunt. Then he returned to Praeneste, to Baiae, or to Tarentum, which he had loved so much in his youth. Once he was unfaithful to these old affections, and chose for the goal of his journey spots that were new to him. The occasion of the change was this. Antonius Musa, a Greek physician, had just cured Augustus of a dangerous illness, which it had been thought must prove fatal, by means of cold water. Hydrotherapeutics at once became fashionable. People deserted the thermal springs, formerly so much sought after, to go off to Clusium, to Gabii, into the mountains, where springs of icy water were found. Horace did like the rest. In the winter of the year 730, instead of going as usual towards Baiae, he turned his little steed towards Salerno and Velia. This was the affair of a season. Next year, Marullus, the emperor's son-in-law and heir, falling very ill, Antonius Musa was hastily sent for and applied his usual remedy, but the remedy no longer healed, and hydrotherapeutics, which had saved Augustus, did not prevent Marullus from dying. They were at once forsaken, and the sick again began following the road to Baiae. When Horace started on these extraordinary journeys, he took a change of diet. "At home," said he, "I can put up with anything. My Sabine table wine seems to me delicious, and I regale myself with vegetables from my garden seasoned with a slice of bacon. But when I have once left my house, I become more particular, and beans, beloved though they be of Pythagoras, no longer suffice me." So before starting in the direction of Salerno, where he did not often go, he takes the precaution to question one of his friends as to the resources of the country, whether one can get fish, hares, and venison there, that he may come back home again as fat as a Phaeacian. Above all, he is anxious to know what is drunk in those parts. He wants a generous wine to make him eloquent, and which will give him strength and rejuvenate him in the eyes of his young Lucanian sweetheart. We see he pushes precaution a considerable length. He was not rich enough to possess a house of his own at Baiae, Praeneste, or Salerno, the spots frequented by all the Roman fashionable world. But he had his wonted lodgings, Deversoria Nota, where he used to put up. When Seneca was at Baiae, he lived above a public bath, and he has furnished us a very amusing account of the sounds of all kinds that troubled his rest. Horace, who liked his ease and wished to be quiet, could not make a very long stay in those noisy places. His whim gratified, he returned as soon as possible to his peaceful house amid the fields, and I can well imagine that those few fatiguing weeks made it seem more pleasant and more sweet to him. One cannot read his works carefully without noticing that his affection for his country estate goes on constantly increasing. At first, when he had passed a few weeks there, the memory of Rome used to reawaken in his thoughts. Those large towns, which we hate when we are forced to live in them, have only to be left in order to be regretted. When Horace's slave, taking an unfair advantage of the liberty of the Saturnalia, tells his master so many unpleasant things, he reproaches him with never being pleased where he is. Romae rus optus absentem villicus urbem, tolleth ad astra levis. He was himself very much vexed at his inconstancy, and accused himself of only loving Rome when he was at Tibur, and only thinking of Tibur from the moment he found himself in Rome. However, he cured himself at last of this levity, which annoyed him so much. To this he bears witness in his own favor in the letter addressed to his farmer, where he strives to convince him that one may be happy without having a public house next door. "As for me," he tells him, "thou knowest that I am self-consistent, and that each time hated business recalls me to Rome, I leave this spot with sadness." He doubtless arranged matters so as to live more and more at his country house. He looked forward to a time when it would be possible for him scarcely ever to leave it, and counted upon it to enable him to bear more lightly the weight of his closing years. They are heavy, whatever one may do, and age never comes without bringing many griefs. Firstly, the long-lived must needs leave many friends upon the way. Horace lost some to whom he was very tenderly attached. He had the misfortune to survive Virgil and Tibullus 10 years. What regrets he must have felt on the death of the great poet, of whom he said he knew no soul more bright and had no better friend. The great success of Virgil's posthumous work could only have half consoled him for his loss, for he regretted in him the man as well as the poet. He had also great cause to grieve for Maecenas, whom he so dearly loved. This favorite of the emperor, this king of fashion, whose fortune all men envied, finished by being very unhappy. It is all very well to take every kind of precaution in order to insure one's happiness, to fly from business, to seek pleasure, to amass wealth, to gather clever men about one, to surround one's self with all the charms of existence. However one may try to shut the door on them, troubles and sorrows find a way in. The saddest of it all is that Maecenas was first unhappy through his own fault. Somewhat late in life this prudent, wise man had been foolish enough to marry a coquette, and to fall deeply in love with her. He had rivals, and among them the emperor himself, of whom he dared not be jealous. He who had laughed so much at others, afforded the Romans a comedy at his own expense. His time was passed in leaving Terentia and taking her back again. "He has been married more than 100 times," said Seneca, "although he has had but one wife." To these domestic troubles illness was added. His health had never been good, and age and sorrows made it worse. Pliny tells us that he passed 3 whole years without being able to sleep. Enduring pain badly, he grieved his friends beyond measure by his groans. Horace, with whom he continually conversed about his approaching end, answered him in beautiful verses: "Thou, Maecenas, die first. Thou, stay of my fortune, adornment of my life, the gods will not allow it, and I will not consent. Ah, if fate, hastening its blows, should tear from me part of myself in thee, what would betide the other? What should I henceforth do, hateful unto myself, and but half of myself surviving?" In the midst of these sorrows, Horace himself felt that he was growing old. The hour when one finds one's self face to face with age is a serious one. Cicero, when approaching it, tried to give himself courage in advance, and being accustomed to console himself for everything by writing, he composed his De Senectute, a charming book in which he tries to deck the closing years of life with certain beauties. He had not to make use of the consolations which he prepared for himself, so we do not know whether he would have found them sufficient when the moment came. That spirit, so young, so full of life, would, I fear, have resigned itself with difficulty to the inevitable decadences of age. Nor did Horace love old age, and in his Ars Poetica he has drawn a somewhat gloomy picture of it. He had all the more reason to detest it because it came to him rather early. In one of those passages where he so willingly gives us the description of his person, he tells us that his hair whitened quickly. As a climax of misfortune he had grown very fat, and, being short, his corpulence was very unbecoming to him. Augustus, in a letter, compares him to one of those measures of liquids which are broader than they are high. If, in spite of these two evident signs which warned him of his age, he had tried to deceive himself, there was no lack of persons to disabuse him. There was the porter of Neaera, who no longer allowed his slave to enter, an affront which Horace was obliged to put up with without complaining. "My hair whitening," said he, "warns me not to quarrel. I should not have been so patient in the time of my boiling youth, when Plancus was consul." Then it was Neaera herself who declined to come when he summoned her, and, again resigning himself with a good enough grace, the poor poet found that after all she was right, and that it was natural love should prefer youth to ripened age. Ahi, quo blanda juvenem te revocant preces. Fortunately, he was not of a melancholy disposition, like his friends Tibullus and Virgil. He even had opinions on the subject of melancholy which differ widely from ours. Whereas, since Lamartine, we have assumed the habit of regarding sadness as one of the essential elements of poetry, he thought, on the contrary, that poetry has the privilege of preventing us from being sad. "A man protected by the Muses," said he, "flings cares and sorrows to the winds to bear away." His philosophy had taught him not to revolt against inevitable ills. However painful they be, one makes them lighter by bearing them. So he accepted old age because it cannot be eluded, and because no means have yet been found of living long without growing old. Death itself did not frighten him. He was not of those who reconcile themselves to it as well as they can by never thinking about it. On the contrary, he counsels us to have it always in mind. Think that the day which lights you is the last you have to live. The morrow will have more charm for you if you have not hoped to see it. Omnem crede diem tibi deluxisse supremum, grata superveniet quae non sperabitur hora. This is not, as might be supposed, one of those bravadoes of the timid who shout before death in order to deaden the sound of his footsteps. Horace was never more calm, more energetic, more master of his mind and of his soul than in the works of his ripe age. The last lines of his that remain to us are the firmest and most serene he ever wrote. Then, more than ever, must he have loved the little Sabine valley. When we visit these beautiful tranquil spots, we tell ourselves that they appear made to shelter the declining years of a sage. It seems as if, with old servants, a few faithful friends, and a stock of well-chosen books, the time must pass there without sadness. But I must stop. Since Horace has not taken us into his confidence respecting his last years, and nobody after him has told us of them, we are reduced to form conjectures, and we should put as few of them as possible into the life of a man who loved truth so well. Copyrighted by G. P. Putnam's Sons, New York. End of section 28.
Section 29 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Giordano. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5, Section 29. Selected Poems by George H. Boker. George H. Boker, 1823 to 1890. Mr. Boker was a man of leisure by inheritance, and a scholar and author by training and choice. His work is usually deliberate, careful, and polished, the work of a man of solid culture, of much experience and knowledge of the world, of a man of dignity and social position, not a bohemian. It is thoughtfully planned and carefully executed, but not written through inspiration or prompted by passion. Yet it does not lack vigor, nor are his puppets merely automata. His plays have life and force, and they are moreover good acting dramas. Francesca di Rimini, especially, with Lawrence Barrett in the role of Lanciotto, was decidedly successful on the stage. In keeping with the character of his work, the scenes of his plays are all laid in foreign countries and in other times. Portugal, England, Spain, and Italy are the fields in which his characters play their parts. His personages have an individuality of their own, and are consistently drawn. The action is lively, the humor is natural, and a needful foil to the tragedy. Mr. Boker was fond of the sonnet, as poets are apt to be who have once yielded to its attraction, and he used it with much effect. But chiefly his poems of the Civil War will make his name remembered. His lyre responded sympathetically to the heroic deeds which characterized that conflict, not always with the smoothness and polish of his more studied work, but worthily, and in the spirit of the time. He was born in Philadelphia, October 6, 1823, and died there January 2, 1890. He was graduated from Princeton in 1842, and after studying law and traveling for a number of years in Europe, settled down in his native city, where most of his life was spent. He was minister to Turkey from 1871 to 1875, and minister to Russia from 1875 to 1879. His first volume, The Lesson of Life and Other Poems, was published in 1847, and was followed by various plays, Calianos, Anne Boleyn, The Betrothal, Leonard de Guzman, Francesca di Rimini, etc., which, with some shorter pieces, were collected in Plays and Poems, published in 1856. His Poems of War appeared in 1864, and still later a number of other volumes, Street Lyrics, Our Heroic Themes, 1865, Königsmarck, 1869, The Book of the Dead, 1882, a very close imitation of In Memoriam in both matter and form, and Sonnets, 1886. The Black Regiment, from Plays and Poems, Port Hudson, May 27, 1863. Dark as the clouds of even, ranked in the western heaven, waited the breath that lifts all the dread mass and drifts, tempest and falling brand, over a ruined land. So still and orderly, arm to arm, knee to knee, waiting the great event, stands the Black Regiment. Down the long dusky line, teeth gleam and eyeballs shine, and the bright bayonet, bristling and firmly set, flashed with a purpose grand, long ere the sharp command of the fierce rolling drum told them their time had come, told them what work was sent for the Black Regiment. "Now," the flag sergeant cried, "though death and hell betide, let the whole nation see we are fit to be free in this land, or bound down like the whining hound, bound with red stripes of pain in our old chains again." Oh, what a shout there went from the Black Regiment! Charge! Trump and drum awoke, onward the bondmen broke, bayonet and sabre stroke vainly opposed their rush, though the wild battles crush, with but one thought aflush, driving their lords like chaff, in the guns' mouths they laugh, or at the slippery brands, leaping with open hands, down they tear man and horse, down in their awful course, trampling with bloody heel over the crashing steel, all their eyes forward bent, rushed the Black Regiment. "Freedom!" their battle cry, "Freedom, or leave to die!" Ah, and they meant the word, not as with us 'tis heard, not a mere party shout. They gave their spirits out, trusted the end to God, and on the glory sod rolled in triumphant blood, glad to strike one free blow, whether for weal or woe, glad to breathe one free breath, though on the lips of death, praying, alas, in vain, that they might fall again, so they could once more see that bust to liberty. That was what freedom lent to the Black Regiment. Hundreds on hundreds fell, but they are resting well, scourges and shackles strong, never shall do them wrong. Oh, to the living few, soldiers, be just and true. Hail them as comrades tried, fight with them side by side. Never in field or tent scorn the black regiment. Copyright, permission of George Boker, Esquire. The Sword Bearer, from Poems of the War, March 8th, 1862. Brave Morris saw the day was lost, for nothing now remained on the wrecked and sinking Cumberland but to save the flag unstained. So he swore an oath in the sight of heaven, if he kept it the world can tell, before I strike to a rebel flag, I'll sink to the gates of hell. Here, take my sword, 'tis in my way, I shall trip o'er the useless steel, for I'll meet the lot that falls to all, with my shoulder at the wheel. So the little negro took the sword, and oh, with what reverent care, following his master step by step, he bore it here and there. A thought had crept through his sluggish brain, and shone in his dusky face, that somehow, he could not tell just how, 'twas the sword of his trampled race. And as Morris, great with his lion heart, rushed onward from gun to gun, the little negro slid after him, like a shadow in the sun. But something of pomp and of curious pride the sable creature wore, which at any time but a time like that would have made the ship's crew roar. Over the wounded, dying, and dead, like an usher of the rod, the black page, full of his mighty trust, with dainty caution trod. No heed he gave to the flying ball, no heed to the bursting shell. His duty was something more than life, and he strove to do it well. Down with our starry flag apeak, in the whirling sea we sank, and captain and crew and the sword bearer were washed from the bloody plank. They picked us up from the hungry waves. Alas, not all! And where? Where is the faithful negro lad? Back oars, avast, look there! We looked, and, as heaven may save my soul, I pledge you a sailor's word, there, fathoms deep in the sea, he lay, still grasping the master's sword. We drew him out, and many an hour we wrought with his rigid form, ere the almost smothered spark of life by slow degrees grew warm. The first dull glance that his eyeballs rolled was down towards his shrunken hand, and he smiled and closed his eyes again, and they fell on the rescued brand. And no one touched the sacred sword, till at length, when Morris came, the little negro stretched it out, with his eager eyes aflame. And if Morris wrung the poor boy's hand, and his words seemed hard to speak, and tears ran down his manly cheeks, what tongue shall call him weak? This and the sonnets on next page are copyrighted and used by permission of George Boker, Esquire. Sonnets. Either the sum of this sweet mutiny amongst thy features argues me some harm, or else they practise wicked treachery against themselves, thy heart, and hapless me. For as I start aside with blank alarm, dreading the glitter which begins to arm thy clouded brows, lo, from thy lips I see a smile come stealing like a loaded bee, heavy with sweets and perfumes, all ablaze with soft reflections from the flowery wall, whereon it pauses. Yet I will not raise one question more, let smile or frown befall, taxing thy love where I should only praise, and asking changes that might change thee all. Oh, for some spirit, some magnetic spark, that used nor word, nor rhyme, nor balanced pause, of doubtful phrase which so supinely draws my barren verse, and blurs love's shining mark with misty fancies. Oh, to burst the dark of smothered feeling with some new-found laws hidden in nature that might bridge the flaws between two beings, end this endless cark, and make hearts know what lips have never said. Oh, for some spell by which one soul might move with echoes from another, and dispread contagious music through its chords above, the touch of mimic art, that thou mightst tread beneath thy feet this wordy show of love. Here let the motions of the world be still, here let time's fleet and tireless pinions stay their endless flight, or to the present day bind my love's life and mine. I have my fill of earthly bliss, to move is to meet ill. Though lavish fortune in my path might lay fame, power, and wealth, the toys that make the play of earth's grown children. I would rather till the stubborn furrows of an arid land, toil with the brute, bear famine and disease, drink bitter bondage to the very lees, than break our union by love's tender band, or drop its glittering shackles from my hand, to grasp at empty glories such as these. End of section 29. Recording by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida.
Section 30 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5, Section 30. Saint Bonaventura, 1221-1274, by Thomas Davidson. Saint Bonaventura, whose original name was Giovanni di Fidenza, was born at Bagnera in Tuscany in 1221. At the age of 4 he was attacked by a severe illness, during which his mother appealed to St. Francis for his prayers, promising that if the child recovered he should be devoted to God and become one of Francis's followers. When the child did recover, the saint, seeing him, exclaimed, "O Bonaventura," a name which clung to the boy ever afterwards, and under which he entered religion and the order of St. Francis in 1243. Soon after, he went to the then world-renowned University of Paris, where he had for his teacher an Englishman, Alexander of Hales, the first of the schoolmen who studied the whole of Aristotle's works, and attempted to construct a Christian theology on the basis of them. Even at this time the young Italian's life was so saintly that his master, so it is reported, said of him that he seemed to have been born without the taint of original sin. He graduated in the same year as Thomas Aquinas, and immediately afterward began his career as a public teacher under the auspices of the Franciscan order, while Thomas did the same under those of the Dominican. These two men, the greatest of the schoolmen and the sweetest and sanest of the mystics, were bosom friends, and one can hardly imagine a loftier friendship. At 1256, at the early age of 35, he became general of his order, a post which he held till his death. He did much to ennoble and purify the order, and to bring it back to orthodoxy, from which then, as nearly always, it was strongly inclined to swerve. In 1265, Clement V nominated him to the see of York, but Bonaventura, unwilling probably to face so rude a climate and people, persuaded the Pope to withdraw the nomination. A few years later, under Gregory X, he was raised to the cardinalate and appointed Bishop of Albano. In 1274 he attended the Council of Lyons, and must have been deeply affected when he learned that Thomas Aquinas had died on his way thither. The success of the efforts of the council to come to terms with the Greeks was mainly due to him. This was Bonaventura's last work on earth. He died before the council was over, and was honored with a funeral whose solemnity and magnificence have seldom been equaled. It was attended by the Pope, the Eastern Emperor, the King of Aragon, the Patriarchs of Antioch and Constantinople, and a large number of bishops and priests. His relics were preserved with much reverence by the Lyonnese until the 16th century, when the Huguenots threw them into the Saône. In 1482 he was canonized by Sixtus IV, and in 1588 declared a doctor of the Church by Sixtus V. Dante places him in the heaven of the sun. Bonaventura is the sweetest and tenderest of all the mediaeval saints. His mode of teaching was so inspiring that even in his lifetime he was known as the Seraphic Doctor. He was a voluminous writer, his works in the Lyons edition of 1688 filling 7 folio volumes. They consist largely of sermons and commentaries on the Scriptures and the sentences of Peter the Lombard. Besides these, there is a number of opuscula, mostly of a mystic or disciplinary tendency. Most famous among these are the Breviloquium, perhaps the best compend of mediaeval Christian theology in existence, and the Itinerarium Mentis Indium, a complete manual of mysticism, such as was aspired to by the noblest of the mystics, a work worthy to be placed beside the Imitation of Christ, though of a different sort. Bonaventura was above all things a mystic; that is, he belonged to that class of men, numerous in many ages, who, setting small store by the world of appearance open to science, and even by science itself, seek by asceticism, meditation, and contemplation to attain a vision of the world of reality, and finally of the supreme reality, God himself. Such mysticism is almost certainly derived from the Far East, but so far as Europe is concerned, it owes its origin mainly to Plato and his notion of a world of ideas distinct from the real world, lying outside of all mind, and attainable only by strict mental discipline. This notion, simplified by Aristotle into the notion of a transcendent God, eternally thinking himself, was developed into a hierarchic system of being by the Neoplatonists, Plotinus, Porphyry, etc., and from them passed into the Christian Church, partly through Augustine and the pseudo-Dionysius Areopagita, and partly through the Moslem and Jewish thinkers of later times. Though at first regarded with suspicion by the Western Church, it was too closely interwoven with Latin Christianity and too germane to the spirit of monasticism not to become popular. Its influence was greatly strengthened by the mighty personality of that prince of mystics, Saint Bernard, 1091 to 1153, from whom it passed on to the monastery school of Saint Victor in Paris, where it was worthily represented by the two great names of Hugo, 1096 to 1141, and Richard, 1100 to 1173. From the writings of these, and from such works as the Liber de Causis, recently introduced into Europe through the Moslem, Bonaventura derived that mystical system which he elaborated in his Itinerarium and other works. A magnificent edition of his works is now being edited by the fathers of the College of St. Bonaventura at Quaracchi, near Florence, 1882. There is a small, very handy edition of the Breviloquium and Itinerarium together by Hefele Tubington, 1861, on the beholding of God in his footsteps in this sensible world. But since, as regards the mirror of sensible things, we may contemplate God not only through them, as through footprints, but also in them, in so far as he is in them by essence, power, and presence, and this consideration is loftier than the preceding. Therefore this kind of consideration occupies the second place, as the second grade of contemplation, whereby we must be guided to the contemplation of God in all created things which enter our minds through the bodily senses. We must observe, therefore, that this sensible world, which is called the macrocosm, that is, the long world, enters into our soul, which is called the microcosm, that is, the little world, through the gates of the five senses, as regards the apprehension, delectation, and distinction of these sensible things, which is manifest in this way. In the sensible world some things are generant, others are generated, and others direct both these. Generant are the simple bodies, that is, the celestial bodies and the four elements. For out of the elements, through the power of light, reconciling the contrariety of elements in things mixed, are generated and produced whatever things are generated and produced by the operation of natural power. Generated are the bodies composed of the elements, as minerals, vegetables, sensible things, and human bodies. Directing both these and those are the spiritual substances, whether altogether conjunct, like the souls of the brutes, or separately conjunct, like rational souls, or altogether separate, like the celestial spirits, which the philosophers call intelligences, we angels. On these, according to the philosophers, it devolves to move the heavenly bodies, and for this reason the administration of the universe is ascribed to them as receiving from the first cause, that is, God, that inflow of virtue which they pour forth again in relation to the work of government, which has reference to the natural consistence of things. But according to the theologians, the direction of the universe is ascribed to these same beings as regards the works of redemption, with respect to which they are called ministering spirits, sent forth to do service for the sake of them that shall inherit salvation. Man, therefore, who is called the lesser world, has 5 senses, like 5 gates, through which the knowledge of all the things that are in the sensible world enters into his soul. For through sight there enter the sublime and luminous bodies and all other colored things; through touch, solid and terrestrial bodies; through the 3 intermediate senses, the intermediate bodies; through taste, the aqueous; through hearing, the aerial; through smell, the vaporable, which have something of the humid, something of the aerial, and something of the fiery or hot, as is clear from the fumes that are liberated from spices. There enter, therefore, through these doors, not only the simple bodies, but also the mixed bodies, compounded of these. Seeing then that with sense we perceive not only these particular sensibles, light, sound, odor, savor, and the 4 primary qualities which touch apprehends, but also the common sensibles, number, magnitude, figure, rest, and motion; and seeing that everything which moves is moved by something else, and certain things move and rest of themselves, as do the animals; in apprehending through these 5 senses the motions of bodies, we are guided to the knowledge of spiritual motions, as by an effect to the knowledge of causes. In the 3 classes of things, therefore, the whole of this sensible world enters the human soul through apprehension. These external sensible things are those which first enter into the soul through the gate of the 5 senses. They enter, I say, not through their substances, but through their similitudes, generated first in the medium, and from the medium in the external organ, and from the external organ in the internal organ, and from this in the apprehensive power, and thus generation in the medium, and from the medium in the organ, and the direction of the apprehensive power upon it, produce the apprehension of all those things which the soul apprehends externally. This apprehension, if it is directed to a proper object, is followed by delight. The sense delights in the object perceived through its abstract similitude, either by reason of its beauty, as in vision, or by reason of its sweetness, as in smell and hearing, or by reason of its healthfulness, as in taste and touch, properly speaking. But all delight is by reason of proportion. But since species is the ground of form, power, and action, according as it has reference to the principle from which it emanates, the medium into which it passes, or the term upon which it acts, therefore proportion is observed in 3 things. It is observed in similitude, inasmuch as it forms the ground of species or form, and so is called speciosity, because beauty is nothing but numerical equality, or a certain disposition of parts accompanied with sweetness of color. It is observed in so far as it forms the ground of power or virtue, and thus is called sweetness, when the active virtue does not disproportionately exceed the recipient virtue, because the sense is depressed by extremes and delighted by means. It is observed in so far as it forms the ground of efficacy and impression. which is proportional when the agent in impressing satisfies the need of the patient, and this is to preserve and nourish it, as appears chiefly in taste and touch. And thus we see how by pleasure external delightful things enter through similitude into the soul, according to the threefold method of delectation. After this apprehension and delight there comes discernment, by which we not only discern whether this thing be white or black, because this alone belongs to the outer sense, and whether this thing be wholesome or hurtful, because this belongs to the inner sense, but also discern why this delights, and gives a reason therefore. And in this act we inquire into the reason of the delight, which is derived by the sense from the object. This happens when we inquire into the reason of the beautiful, the sweet, and the wholesome, and discover that it is a proportion of equality. But a ratio of equality is the same in great things and in small. It is not extended by dimensions. It does not enter into succession, or pass with passing things. It is not altered by motions. It abstracts, therefore, from place, time, and motion, and for this reason it is immutable, uncircumscribable, interminable, and altogether spiritual. Discernment, then, is an action which, by purifying and abstracting, makes the sensible species, sensibly received through the senses, enter into the intellective power, and thus the whole of this world enters into the human soul by the gates of the five senses, according to the three aforesaid activities. All these things are footprints in which we may behold our God. For since an apprehended species is a similitude generated in a medium, and then impressed upon the organ, and through that impression leads to the knowledge of its principle, that is, of its object, it manifestly implies that that eternal light generates from itself a similitude or splendor co-equal, co-substantial, and co-eternal, and that he who is the image and similitude of the invisible God, and the splendor of the glory, and the figure of the substance which is everywhere, generates by his first generation of himself his own similitude in the form of an object in the entire medium, unites himself by the grace of union to the individual of rational nature as a species to a bodily organ, so that by this union he may lead us back to the Father as the fontal principle and object. If, therefore, all cognizable things generate species of themselves, they clearly proclaim that in them, as in mirrors, may be seen the eternal generation of the Word, the image and the Son eternally emanating from God the Father. Since, therefore, all things are beautiful, and in a certain way delightful, and since beauty and delight are inseparable from proportion, and proportion is primarily in numbers, all things must of necessity be full of number. For this reason, number is the chief exemplar in the mind of the artificer, and in things the chief footprint leading to wisdom. Since this is most manifest to all, and most close to God, it leads us most closely and by seven differences to God, and makes him known in all things corporeal and sensible. And while we apprehend numerical things, we delight in numerical proportions, and judge irrefragably by the laws of these. For every creature is by nature an effigy and similitude of that eternal wisdom. But especially so is that creature which in the book of Scriptures was assumed by the spirit of prophecy for the prefiguration of spiritual things. More especially those creatures in whose effigy God was willing to appear for the angelic ministry, and most especially that creature which he was willing to set forth as a sign, and which plays the part not only of a sign, as that word is commonly used, but also of a sacrament. End of section 30.
Section 31 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bruce Peary. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5, Section 31. Essay on George Borrow by Julian Hawthorne. George Borrow, 1803 to 1881. George Borrow lived 78 years and published 10 books. In his veins was mingled the blood of Cornwall and of Normandy, but though proud of this strain, he valued still more that personal independence which, together with his love of strange tongues and his passion for outdoor life, molded his career. His nature was mystical and eccentric, and he sometimes approached, though he never crossed, the confines of insanity. Yet his instincts were robust and plain. He was an apostle of English ale and a master of the art of self-defense. He was an uncompromising champion of the Church of England and the savage foe of papistry. He despised kid-glove gentility in life and literature, and delighted to make his spear ring against the hollow shield of social convention. A nature so complicated and individual, so outspoken and aggressive, could not slip smoothly along the grooves of civilized existence. He was soundly loved and hated, but seldom or never understood. And the obstinate pride which gave projection to most of his virtues was also at the bottom of his faults. He better liked to perplex than to open himself to his associates. He wilfully repelled where he might have captivated. Some human element was wanting in him. He was strong, masculine, subtle, persistent, of a lofty and austere spirit, too proud even to be personally ambitious, gifted with humor and insight, fearless and faithful, but no tenderness, no gentleness, no inviting human warmth ever appears in him. And though he could reverence women and admire them and appreciate them also from the standpoint of the senses, they had no determining sway over his life or thought. If there be any man in English history whom such a summary of traits as this recalls, it is Dean Swift. Nevertheless, Borrow's differences from him are far greater than the resemblances between them. Giant force was in both of them. Both were enigmas. But the deeper we penetrate into Borrow, the more we like him. Not so with the blue-eyed Dean. Borrow's depths are dark and tortuous, but never miasmic, and as we grope our way through them, we may stumble upon treasures, but never upon rottenness. A man who can be assigned to no recognized type, who flocks by himself, as the saying is, cannot easily be portrayed. We lose the main design in our struggle with the details. Indeed, no two portraits of such a man can be alike. They will vary according to the temperament and limitations of the painter. It is safe to assert, however, that insatiable curiosity was at the base both of his character and of his achievements. Instincts he doubtless had in plenty, but no intuitions. Everything must be construed to him categorically. But his capacity keeps pace with his curiosity. He promptly assimilates all he learns, and he can forget nothing. Probably this investigating passion had its cause in his own unlikeness to the rest of us. He was as a visitor from another planet, pledged to send home reports of all he saw here. His success in finding strange things is prodigious. His strange eye detects oddities and beauties to which we, to the manner born, were strange. Adventures attend him everywhere, as the powers of earth and air on Prospero. Here comes the king of the vipers, the dry stubble crackling beneath his outrageous belly. Yonder the foredoomed sailor promptly fulfills his own prediction, falling from the yard-arm into the Bay of Biscay. Anon the ghastly visage of Mrs. Hearn of the hairy ones glares for a moment out of the midnight hedge. Again a mysterious infatuation drives the wealthy idler from his bed, out into the inclement darkness, and up to the topmost bough of the tree, which he must touch ere he can rest. And now, in the gloom of the memorable dingle, the horror of fear falls upon the amateur tinker. The evil one grapples terribly with his soul. Blots of foam fly from his lips, and he is dashed against the trees and stones. An adventure, truly, fit to stand with any of mediaeval legend, and compared with which the tremendous combat with blazing Bosville, the flaming Tin Man, is almost a relief. But in what perilous fairyland forlorn do all these and 1,000 more strange and moving incidents take place? Why, in the quiet lanes and byways of 19th century England, or perchance in priest-ridden Spain, where the ordinary traveller can for the life of him discover nothing more startling than beef and beer, garlic and crucifixes. Adventures are in the adventurer. Man and nature were Borrow's study, but England was his love. In him exalted patriotism touches its apogee. How nobly and uncompromisingly is he jealous of her honor, her glory, and her independence! In what eloquent apostrophes does he urge her to be true to her lofty traditions, to trample on base expediency, and cleave to the brave and true! In what resounding jeremiads does he denounce woe upon her traitors and seducers! With what savage sarcasm and scorn does he dissect the soul of the man in black! No other writing more powerful, picturesque, and idiomatic has been done in this century. He will advocate no policy less austere than purity, courage, and truth. There is in his zeal a narrowness that augments its strength, yet lessens its effect so far as practical issues are concerned. He is an idealist, but surely no young man can read his stern, throbbing pages without a kindling of the soul, and a resolve to be high in deed and aim, and there is no gauging the final influence of such spiritual stimulus. England and mankind must be better for this lonely, indignant voice. England and England's religion, and the Bible in its integrity, these are the controlling strings of Borrow's harp. Yet he had his youthful period of religious doubt and philosophic sophism. Has he not told how walls and ceilings rang with the hey of the man with the face of a lion, when the gray-haired boy intimated his skepticism? But vicissitudes of soul and body, aided by the itinerant Welsh preacher, cleansed him of these errors, and he undertook and carried through the famous crusade recorded in The Bible in Spain, a narrative of adventure and devotion which fascinated and astonished England, and sets its author abreast of the great writers of his time. It is as irresistible today as it was 50 years ago. It stands alone. Only Trelawney's Adventures of a Younger Son can be compared with it as narrative. And Trelawney's book lacks the grand central feature which gives dignity and unity to Borrow's. Being a story of fact, The Bible in Spain lacks much of the literary art and felicity, as well as the imaginative charm of Lavengro, but within its own scope it is great, and nothing can supersede it. Gypsydom, in all its aspects, though logically a side issue with Borrow, was nevertheless the most noticeable thing relating to him. It engaged and colored him on the side of his temperament. And in the picture we form of a man, temperament tells far more than intellect, because it is more individual. Later pundits have called in question the academic accuracy of Borrow's researches in the Romany language, but such frettings are beside the mark. Borrow is the only genuine expounder of gypsiness that ever lived. He laid hold of their vitals, and they of his. His act of brotherhood with Mr. Jasper Petulengro is but a symbol of his mystical alliance with the race. This is not to say that he fathomed the heart of their mystery. The gypsies themselves cannot do that. But he comprehended whatever in them is open to comprehension, and his undying interest in them is due not only to his sympathy with their way of life, but to the fact that his curiosity about them could never be quite satisfied. Other mysteries come and go, but the gypsy mystery stays with us, and was to Borrow a source of endless content. For after sharpening his wits on the ethnological riddle, he could refresh himself with the psychical aspect of the matter, discovering in them the incarnation of one essential human quality incompletely present in all men. They are the perfect vagabonds, but the germ of vagabondage inheres in mankind at large, and is the source of the changes that have resulted in what we call civilization. Borrow's nature comprised the gypsy, but the gypsy by no means comprised him. He wandered like them, but the object of his wanderings was something more than to tell duckery pens, poison pigs, mend kettles, or deal in horseflesh. Therefore he puzzled them more than they did him. The Gypsies of Spain, 1841, was his first book about them. Lavengro came 10 years later, and Romany Rye 6 years after that. In 1874 he returns to the subject in Roman Lavolil, a sort of dictionary and phrase book of the language, but unlike any other dictionary and phrase book ever conceived. It is well worth reading as a piece of entertaining literature. His other books are translations of Norse and Welsh poetry, and a book of travels in wild Wales, published in 1862. All these works are more than readable. The translations, though rugged and unmusical, have about them a frank sensuousness and a primitive force that are amusing and attractive. But, after all, Borrow is never thoroughly himself in literature unless the gypsies are close at hand, and of all his gypsy books, Lavengro is by far the best. Indeed, it is so much the best and broadest thing that he produced, that the reader who would know Borrow need never go beyond these pages. In Lavengro we get the culmination of both the author and the man. It is his book in the full sense, and may afford profitable study to any competent reader for a lifetime. Lavengro, in fact, is like nothing else in either biography or fiction, and it is both fictitious and biographical. It is the gradual revelation of a strange, unique being, but the revelation does not proceed in an orderly and chronological fashion. It is not begun in the first chapter, and still less is it completed in the last. After a careful perusal of the book, you will admit that though it has fascinated and impressed you, you have quite failed to understand it. Why is the author so whimsical? Wherefore these hinted but unconfessed secrets? Why does he stop short on the brink of an important disclosure, and diverge, under cover of a line of asterisks, into another subject? But Borrow in Lavengro is not constructing a book, he is creating one. He has the reserves of a man who respects his own nature, yet he treats the reader fairly. If you are worthy to be his friend, by and by you will see his heart. Look again, and yet again. That passage in a former chapter was incomplete, but look ahead 100 pages, and consider a paragraph there. By itself it seems to say little, but gradually you recognize in it a part of the inwoven strand which disappears in one part of the knot and emerges in another. Though you cannot solve the genial riddle today, you may tomorrow. The only clue is sympathy. This man hides his heart for him who has the mate to it, and beneath the whimsical, indifferent, proud, and cold exterior, how it heaves and fears and loves and wonders. This is a wild, unprecedented, eloquent, mysterious, artistic, yet artless book. It is alive. It tells of an existence apart, yet in contact with the deep things of all human experience. No other man ever lived as Borrow did, and yet his book is an epitome of life. The magic of his personal quality beguiles us on every page, but deeper still lie the large, immutable traits that make all men men, and avouch the unity of mankind. Romany Rye is the continuation of Lavengro, but scarcely repeats its charm. Its most remarkable feature is an appendix, in which Borrow expounds his views upon things in general, including critics and politics. It is a marvellously trenchant piece of writing, and from the literary point of view delightful, but it must have hurt a good many people's feelings at the time it was published, and even now shows the author on his harsh side only. We may agree with all he says, and yet wish he had uttered it in a less rasping tone. Like nearly all great writers, Borrow, in order to get his best effects, must have room for his imagination. Mere fact would not rouse him fully, and abstract argument still less. In Lavengro he hit upon his right vein, and he worked it in the fresh maturity of his power. The style is Borrow's own, peculiar to him, eloquent, rugged, full of liturgical repetitions, shunning all soft assonances and refinements, and yet with remote sea-like cadences and unhackneyed felicities that rejoice the jaded soul. Writing with him was spontaneous, but never heedless or unconsidered. It was always the outcome of deep thought and vehement feeling. Other writers and their books may be twain, but Borrow and his books are one. Perhaps they might be improved in art or arrangement or subject, but we should no longer care for them then, because they would cease to be Borrow. Borrow may not have been a beauty or a saint, but a man he was, and good or bad, we would not alter a hair of him. Nothing like an adequate biography of Borrow has ever been published. A few dates and some more or less intelligent opinions about his character and work are the sum of what we know of him, outside his own books. Some of the dates are probably guesswork, most of the opinions are incompetent. It is time that some adequate mind assembled all available materials and digested them into a satisfactory book. It is hardly worth while to review the few meagre details. Borrow was born in 1803 and died in 1881. His father, a soldier, failed to make a solicitor of him, and the youth, at his father's death, came up to London to live or die by literature. After much hardship, of which the chapters in Lavengro describing the production of Joseph's Cell convey a hint, he set out on a wandering pilgrimage over England, Europe, and the East. As agent for the British and Foreign Bible Society, he traversed Spain and Portugal, sending to the Morning Herald letters descriptive of his adventures, which afterwards were made the substance of his books. He married at 37, and lived at Outen Broad nearly all his life after. His wife died a dozen years before him in 1869. She left no children. His first book, a translation of Klinger's Faust, appeared in 1825. His last, The Gypsy Dictionary, in 1874. A volume called Penquite and Pentyre on Cornwall was announced in 1857, but seems never to have been published. Targum, a collection of translations from 30 languages and dialects, was a tour de force belonging to the year 1835. On the whole, Borrow was not a voluminous writer, but what he wrote tells. End of section 31.
Section number 32 of the Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5, Section 32. At the Horse Fair, from Lavengro, by George Barrow. "What horse is that?" said I to a very old fellow, the counterpart of the old man on the pony, save that the last wore a faded suit of velveteen, and this one was dressed in a white frock. "The best in Mother England," said the very old man, taking a knob stick from his mouth and looking me in the face, at first carelessly, but presently with something like interest. "He is old like myself, but can still trot his 20 miles every hour. You won't live long, my swain. Tall and overgrown ones like thee never do. Yet if you should chance to reach my years, you may boast to thy great-grandboys, thou hast seen marshland shales." Amen. I did for the horse what I would neither do for earl or baron. Doffed my hat. Yes, I doffed my hat to the wondrous horse, the fast trotter, the best in Mother England. And I too drew a deep ah, and repeated the words of the old fellows around. Such a horse as this we shall never see again. A pity that he is so old. Now during all this time I had a kind of consciousness that I had been the object of some person's observation, that eyes were fastened upon me from somewhere in the crowd. Sometimes I thought myself watched from before, sometimes from behind, and occasionally methought that if I just turned my head to the right or left, I should meet a peering and inquiring glance. And indeed once or twice I did turn, expecting to see somebody whom I knew, yet always without success, though it appeared to me that I was but a moment too late, and that someone had just slipped away from the direction to which I turned, like the figure in a magic lantern. Once I was quite sure that there were a pair of eyes glaring over my shoulder. My attention, however, was so fully occupied with the objects which I have attempted to describe, that I thought very little of this coming and going, this flitting and dodging, of I knew not whom or what. It was after all a matter of sheer indifference to me who was looking at me. I could only wish whomsoever it might be to be more profitably employed. So I continued enjoying what I saw. And now there was a change in the scene. The wonderful old horse departed with his aged guardian. Other objects of interest are at hand. 2 or 3 men on horseback are hurrying through the crowd. They are widely different in their appearance from the other people of the fair. Not so much in dress, for they are clad something after the fashion of rustic jockeys, but in their look. No light brown hair have they, no ruddy cheeks, no blue, quiet glances belong to them. Their features are dark, the locks long, black, and shining, and their eyes are wild. They are admirable horsemen, but they do not sit the saddle in the manner of common jockeys. They seem to float or hover upon it like gulls in the waves. 2 of them are mere striplings, but the third is a very tall man with a countenance heroically beautiful, but wild, wild, wild. As they rush along, the crowd gives way on all sides, and now a kind of ring or circus is formed, within which the strange men exhibit their horsemanship, rushing past each other in and out after the manner of a reel, the tall man occasionally balancing himself upon the saddle and standing erect on one foot. He had just regained his seat after the latter feat, and was about to push his horse to a gallop, when a figure started forward close from beside me, and laying his hand on his neck and pulling him gently downward, appeared to whisper something into his ear. Presently the tall man raised his head, and scanning the crowd for a moment in the direction in which I was standing, fixed his eyes full upon me, and anon the countenance of the whisperer was turned, but only in part, and the side glance of another pair of wild eyes was directed towards my face. But the entire visage of the big black man, half stooping as he was turned full upon mine. But now, with a nod to the figure who had stopped him, and with another inquiring glance at myself, the big man once more put his steed into motion, and after riding round the ring a few more times, darted through a lane in the crowd, and followed by his two companions disappeared. Whereupon the figure who had whispered to him, and had subsequently remained in the middle of the space, came towards me, and cracking a whip which he held in his hand so loudly that the report was nearly equal to that of a pocket pistol, he cried in a strange tone, "What! a sap engro? Lor, a sap engro upon the hill!" "I remember that word," said I, "and I almost think I remember you. You can't be—" "Jasper, your pal, truth and no lie, brother." "It is strange that you should have known me," said I. "I am certain, but for the word you used, I should never have recognized you." "Not so strange as you may think, brother. There is something in your face which would prevent people from forgetting you, even though they might wish it, and your face is not much altered since the time you wot of, though you are so much grown. I thought it was you, but to make sure I dodged about, inspecting you. I believe you felt me, though I never touched you, a sign, brother, that we are akin, that we are dui pallor, two relations. Your blood beat when mine was near, as mine always does at the coming of a brother, and we became brothers in that lane." "And where are you staying?" said I. "In this town?" "Not in the town. The like of us don't find it exactly wholesome to stay in towns. We keep abroad. But I have a little to do here. Come with me. I'll show you where we stay." We descended the hill in the direction of the north, and passing along the suburb reached the old Norman bridge, which we crossed. The chalk precipice, with the ruin on its top, was now before us, but turning to the left we walked swiftly along, and presently came to some rising ground, which ascended, we found ourselves upon a wild moor or heath. "You are one of them," said I, "whom people call—" "Just so," said Jasper, "but never mind what people call us." "And that tall, handsome man on the hill whom you whispered, I suppose he's one of ye. What is his name?" "Tawno Chikno," said Jasper, "which means the small one. We call him such because he is the biggest man of all our nation. You say that he is handsome. That is not the word, brother. He is the beauty of the world. Women run wild at the sight of Tawno. The Earl's daughter, near London, a fine young lady with diamonds round her neck, fell in love with Tawno. I have seen that lass on a heath, as this may be, kneel down to Tawno, clasp his feet, begging to be his wife, or anything else, if she might go with him. But Tawno would have nothing to do with her. 'I have a wife of my own,' said he, 'a lawful Romany wife, whom I love better than the whole world, jealous though she sometimes be.'" "And is she very beautiful?" said I. "Why, you know, brother, beauty is frequently a matter of taste. However, as you ask my opinion, I should say not quite so beautiful as himself." We had now arrived at a small valley between two hills or downs, the sides of which were covered with furze. In the midst of the valley were various carts and low tents, forming a rude kind of encampment. Several dark children were playing about, who took no manner of notice of us. As we passed one of the tents, however, a canvas screen was lifted up, and a woman, supported upon a crutch, hobbled out. She was about the middle age, and besides being lame, was bitterly ugly. She was very slovenly dressed, and on her swarthy features ill nature was most visibly stamped. She did not deign me a look, but addressing Jasper in a tongue which I did not understand, appeared to put some eager questions to him. "He's coming," said Jasper, and passed on. "Poor fellow," said he to me, "he has scarcely been gone an hour, and she is jealous already. Well," he continued, "what do you think of her? You have seen her now, and can judge for yourself. That 'ere woman is Tawno Chikno's wife." We went to the farthest of the tents, which stood at a slight distance from the rest, and which exactly resembled the one which I have described on a former occasion. We went in and sat down, one on each side of a small fire which was smouldering on the ground. There was no one else in the tent but a tall, tawny woman of middle age, who was busily knitting. "Brother," said Jasper, "I wish to hold some pleasant discourse with you." "As much as you please," said I, "provided you can find anything pleasant to talk about." "Never fear," said Jasper, "and first of all we will talk of yourself. Where have you been all this long time?" "Here and there," said I, "and far and near, going about with the soldiers. But there is no soldiering now, so we have sat down, father and family, in the town there." "And do you still hunt snakes?" said Jasper. "No," said I have given up that long ago. I do better now, read books and learn languages." "Well, I am sorry you have given up your snake hunting. Many's the strange talk I have had with our people about your snake and yourself, and how you frightened my father and mother in the lane." "And where are your father and mother?" "Where I shall never see them, brother. At least, I hope so." "Not dead?" "No, not dead. They are Bicedi Podel." "What's that?" "Sent across. Banished." "Ah, I understand. I am sorry for them. And so you are here alone?" "Not quite alone, brother." "No, not alone, but with the rest. Don Ochinko takes care of you." "Takes care of me, brother?" "Yes, stands to you in the place of a father, keeps you out of harm's way." "What do you take me for, brother?" "For about 3 years older than myself. Perhaps you are the Gorgios, and I am a Romany Chal." "Don Ochinko take care of Jasper Catalangro?" "Is that your name? Don't you like it?" "Very much, but I never heard a sweeter. Is it something like what you call me?" "The horseshoe master and the snake fellow. I am the first." "Who gave you that name?" "Ask Pharaoh." "I would if he were here, but I do not see him." "I am Pharaoh." "Then you are a king?" "Chachi pen Paul." "I do not understand you." "Where are your languages? You want 2 things, brother, mother sense and gentle Romany." "What makes you think that I want sense?" "That being so old, you can't yet guide yourself." "I can read Dante, Jasper." "Anan, brother." "I can charm snakes, Jasper." "I know you can, brother." "Yes, and horses too. Bring me the most vicious in the land. If I whisper, he'll be tame." "Then the more shame for you, a snake fellow, a horse witch, and a little reader. Yet you can't shift for yourself. I laugh at you, brother." "Then you can shift for yourself?" "For myself and for others, brother." "And what does Chikno?" "Sells me horses when I bid him. Those horses on the chong were mine." "And has he none of his own?" "Sometimes he has, but he is not so well off as myself. When my father and mother were Bicedi Podel, which, to tell you the truth, they were for chiving Wafodo Luvu, they left me all they had, which was not a little, and I became the head of our family, which was not a small one. I was not older than you when that happened, yet our people said that they had never a better krallis to contrive and plan for them, and to keep them in order. And this is so well known that many Romani Chals, not of our family, come and join themselves to us, living with us for a time in order to better themselves, more especially those of the poorer sort, who have little of their own. Tawno is one of these." "Is that fine fellow poor?" "One of the poorest, brother, handsome as he is. He has not a horse of his own to ride on. Perhaps we may put it down to his wife, who cannot move about, being a cripple as you saw. And you are what is called a gypsy king? Aye, a Romani Chal. Are there other kings? Those who call themselves so, but the true Pharaoh is Petulengro. Did Pharaoh make horseshoes? The first who ever did, brother. Pharaoh lived in Egypt. So did we once, brother. And you left it? My fathers did, brother. And why did you come here? They had their reasons, brother. And you are not English? We are not Gorgios. And you have a language of your own? Avali. This is wonderful. Ha ha! Cried the woman, who had hitherto sat knitting at the farther end of the tent without saying a word, though not inattentive to our conversation, as I could perceive by certain glances which she occasionally cast upon us both. Ha ha! She screamed, fixing upon me two eyes which shone like burning coals, and which were filled with an expression both of scorn and malignity. It is wonderful, is it, that we should have a language of our own? What, you grudge the poor people the speech they talk among themselves? That's just like you, Gorgios. You would have everybody stupid, single-tongued idiots like yourselves. We are taken before the Poknees of the Gav, myself and sister, to give an account of ourselves. So I say to my sister's little boy, speaking Romani, I says to the little boy who is with us, run to my son Jasper and the rest, and tell them to be off. There are hawks abroad. So the Poknees questions us, and lets us go, not being able to make anything of us. But as we are going, he calls us back. Good woman, says the Poknees, what was that I heard you say just now to the little boy? I was telling him, your worship, to go and see the time of day, and to save trouble, I said it in our language. Where did you get that language? Says the Poknees. 'Tis our own language, sir, I tells him. We did not steal it. Shall I tell you what it is, my good woman? Says the Poknees. I would thank you, sir, says I, for 'tis often we are asked about it. Well then, says Poknees, it is no language at all, merely a made-up gibberish. Oh, bless your wisdom, says I, with a curtsy. You can tell us what our language is without understanding it. Another time we meet a parson. Good woman, says he, what is that you are talking? Is it broken language? Of course, your reverence, says I. We are broken people. Give a shilling, your reverence, to the poor broken woman. Oh, these Gorgios, they grudge us our very language. She called you her son, Jasper. I am her son, brother. I thought you said your parents were... Bichadi Podel. You thought right, brother. This is my wife's mother. Then you are married, Jasper? Aye, truly. I am husband and father. You will see wife and Chabo anon. Where are they now? In the Gav, penning Dukerin. We were talking of languages, Jasper. True, brother. Yours must be a rum one. 'Tis called Romani. I would gladly know it. You need it sorely. Would you teach it to me? None sooner. Suppose we begin now? Suppose we do, brother. Not whilst I am here, said the woman, flinging her knitting down and starting upon her feet. Not whilst I am here shall this Gorgio learn Romani. A pretty manoeuvre, truly, and what would be the end of it? I goes to the farming cur with my sister to tell a fortune and earn a few sixpence for the chavies. I sees a jolly pig in the yard, and I says to my sister, speaking Romani, do so and so. says I, which the farming man hearing, asks what we are talking about. Nothing at all, master, says I, something about the weather, when who should start up from behind a pail, where he has been listening, but this ugly Gorgio, crying out, "They're after poisoning your pigs, neighbor." So we are glad to run, I and my sister, with perhaps the farm angro shouting after us. Says my sister to me when we have fairly got off, "How came that ugly one to know what you said to me?" Whereupon I answers, "It all comes of my son Jasper, who brings the Gorgio to our fire and must needs be teaching him." "Who was fooled there?" says my sister. "Who indeed but my son Jasper?" I answers. "And here should I be a greater fool to sit still and suffer it, which I will not do. I do not like the look of him. He looks over gorgeous. An ill day to the Romans when he masters Romani, and when I says that, I pens a true Dukerin." "What do you call God, Jasper?" "You had better be jawing," said the woman, raising her voice to a terrible scream. "You had better be moving off, my Gorgio. Hang you for a keen one, sitting there by the fire and stealing my language before my face. Do you know whom you have to deal with? Do you know that I am dangerous? My name is Herne, and I comes of the hairy ones." And a hairy one she looked. She wore her hair clubbed upon her head, fastened with many strings and ligatures, and now tearing these off, her locks, originally jet black, but now partially grizzled with age, fell down on every side of her, covered her face and back as far down as her knees. No she-bear of Lapland ever looked more fierce and hairy than did that woman, as standing in the open part of the tent, with her head bent down and her shoulders drawn up, seemingly about to precipitate herself upon me, she repeated again and again, "My name is Herne, and I comes from the hairy ones." "I call God Duvel, brother." "It sounds very like devil." "It doth, brother, it doth." "And what do you call divine, I mean godly?" "Oh, I call that Duvelsko." "I am thinking of something, Jasper." "What are you thinking of, brother?" "Would it not be a rum thing if divine and devilish were originally one and the same word?" "It would, brother, it would." From this time I had frequent interviews with Jasper, sometimes in his tent, sometimes on the heath, about which we would roam for hours discoursing on various matters. Sometimes mounted on one of his horses, of which he had several, I would accompany him to various fairs and markets in the neighbourhood, to which he went on his own affairs, or those of the tribe. I soon found that I had become acquainted with a most singular people, whose habits and pursuits awakened within me the highest interest. Of all connected with them, however, their language was doubtless that which exercised the greatest influence over my imagination. I had at first some suspicion that it would prove a mere made-up gibberish, but I was soon undeceived. Broken, corrupted, and half in ruins as it was not long before I found that it was an original speech, far more so indeed than one or two others of high name and celebrity, which up to that time I had been in the habit of regarding with respect and veneration. Indeed, many obscure points connected with the vocabulary of these languages, and to which neither classic nor modern lore afforded any clue, I thought I could now clear up by means of this strange broken tongue, spoken by people who dwelt amongst thickets and furze bushes, in tints as tawny as their faces, and whom the generality of mankind designated, and with much semblance of justice, as thieves and vagabonds. But where did this speech come from, and who were they who spoke it? These were questions which I could not solve, and which Jasper himself, when pressed, confessed his inability to answer. "But whoever we be, brother," said he, "we are an old people, and not what folks in general imagine," broke in Gorgios. "And if we are not Egyptians, we are at any rate Romani Chals." Section 33
of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5. Section 33. A Meeting, by George Borrow. From The Bible in Spain. It was at this town of Badajoz, the capital of Estremadura, that I first fell in with those singular people, the Zincali, Gitanos, or Spanish gipsies. It was here I met with the wild Paco, the man with the withered arm, who wielded the cachas with his left hand; his shrewd wife Antonia, skilled in Jocano Barro, or the great trick; the fierce gipsy Antonio Lopez, their father–in–law; and many other almost equally singular individuals of the Errata, or gipsy blood. It was here that I first preached the gospel to the gipsy people, and commenced that translation of the New Testament in the Spanish gipsy tongue, a portion of which I subsequently printed at Madrid. After a stay of 3 weeks at Badajoz, I prepared to depart for Madrid. Late one afternoon, as I was arranging my scanty baggage, the gipsy Antonio entered my apartment, dressed in his zamarra and high–peaked Andalusian hat. Antonio. Good evening, brother. They tell me that on the Calle you intend to set out for Madrilati. Myself. Such is my intention. I can stay here no longer. Antonio. The way is far to Madrilati. There are, moreover, wars in the land, and many chories walk about. Are you not afraid to journey? Myself. I have no fears. Every man must accomplish his destiny. What befalls my body or soul was written in a gabicote 1,000 years before the foundation of the world. Antonio. I have no fears for myself, brother. The dark night is the same to me as the fair day, and the wild Carrascal as the market–place or the Chadi. I have got the barlachi in my bosom, the precious stone to which sticks the needle. Myself. You mean the lodestone, I suppose. Do you believe that a lifeless stone can preserve you from the dangers which occasionally threaten your life? Antonio. Brother, I am 50 years old, and you see me standing before you in life and strength. How could that be, unless the barlachi had power? I have been soldier and contrabandista, and I have likewise slain and robbed the Busné. The bullets of the Gabinet and of the Jaracalilis have hissed about my ears without injuring me, for I carried the barlachi. I have 20 times done that which by Busné law should have brought me to the Filimisha, yet my neck was never yet squeezed by the cold garrote. Brother, I trust in the barlachi, like the Calore of old. Were I in the midst of the Gulf of Bombado, without a plank to float upon, I should feel no fear, for if I carried the precious stone, it would bring me safe to shore. The barlachi has power, brother. Myself. I shall not dispute the matter with you, more especially as I am about to depart from Badajoz. I must speedily bid you farewell, and we shall see each other no more. Antonio. Brother, do you know what brings me hither? Myself. I cannot tell, unless it be to wish me a happy journey. I am not gipsy enough to interpret the thoughts of other people. Antonio. All last night I lay awake, thinking of the affairs of Egypt, and when I arose in the morning I took the barlachi from my bosom, and scraping it with the knife, swallowed some of the dust in aguardiente, as I am in the habit of doing when I have made up my mind, and I said to myself, I am wanted on the frontiers of Castumba on a certain matter. The strange Caloró is about to proceed to Madrilati. The journey is long, and he may fall into evil hands, peradventure into those of his own blood. For let me tell you, brother, the Calés are leaving their towns and villages, and forming themselves into troops to plunder the Busné, for there is now but little law in the land, and now or never is the time for the Caloré to become once more what they were in former times. So I said, the strange Caloró may fall into the hands of his own blood and be ill–treated by them, which were shame. I will therefore go with him through the Chim–de–Malnoe as far as the frontiers of Castumba, and upon the frontiers of Castumba I will leave the London Caloró to find his own way to Madrilati, for there is less danger in Castumba than in the Chim–de–Malnoe, and I will then betake me to the affairs of Egypt, which call me from hence. Myself. This is a very hopeful plan of yours, my friend, and in what manner do you propose that we shall travel? Antonio. I will tell you, brother. I have a gras in the stall, even the one which I purchased at Olivenças, as I told you on a former occasion. It is good and fleet, and cost me, who am a gipsy, 50 chulé. Upon that gras you shall ride. As for myself, I will journey upon the macho. Myself. Before I answer you, I shall wish you to inform me what business it is which renders your presence necessary in Castumba. Your son–in–law Paco told me that it was no longer the custom of the gipsies to wander. Antonio. It is an affair of Egypt, brother, and I shall not acquaint you with it. Peradventure it relates to a horse or an ass, or peradventure it relates to a mule or a macho. It does not relate to yourself, therefore I advise you not to inquire about it. Dosta. With respect to my offer, you are free to decline it. There is a drungruje between here and Madrilati, and you can travel it in the birdoche or with the dromales. But I tell you, as a brother, that there are chories upon the drun, and some of them are of the Errate. Certainly few people in my situation would have accepted the offer of this singular gipsy. It was not, however, without its allurements for me. I was fond of adventure, and what more ready means of gratifying my love of it than by putting myself under the hands of such a guide? There are many who would have been afraid of treachery, but I had no fears on this point, as I did not believe that the fellow harboured the slightest ill–intention towards me. I saw that he was fully convinced that I was one of the Errate, and his affection for his own race and his hatred for the Busné were his strongest characteristics. I wished, moreover, to lay hold of every opportunity of making myself acquainted with the ways of the Spanish gipsies, and an excellent one here presented itself on my first entrance into Spain. In a word, I determined to accompany the gipsy. "I will go with you," I exclaimed. "As for my baggage, I will despatch it to Madrid by the birdoche." "Do so, brother," he replied, "and the gras will go lighter. Baggage, indeed! What need of baggage have you? How the Busné on the road would laugh if they saw two Calés with baggage behind them!" During my stay at Badajoz I had but little intercourse with the Spaniards, my time being chiefly devoted to the gipsies, with whom, from long intercourse with various sections of their race in different parts of the world, I felt myself much more at home than with the silent reserved men of Spain, with whom a foreigner might mingle for half a century without having half a dozen words addressed to him, unless he himself made the first advances to intimacy, which after all might be rejected with a shrug and a "no entiendo." For among the many deeply–rooted prejudices of these people is the strange idea that no foreigner can speak their language; an idea to which they will still cling, though they hear him conversing with perfect ease; for in that case the utmost that they will concede to his attainments is, "habla 4 palabras y nada más." He can speak 4 words, and no more. Early one morning, before sunrise, I found myself at the house of Antonio. It was a small, mean building, situated in a dirty street. The morning was quite dark. The street, however, was partially illumined by a heap of lighted straw, round which 2 or 3 men were busily engaged, apparently holding an object over the flames. Presently the gypsies' door opened, and Antonio made his appearance, and casting his eye in the direction of the light, exclaimed, "The swine have killed their brother. Would that every Busné was served as yonder hog is. Come in, brother, and we will eat the heart of that hog." I scarcely understood his words, but following him, he led me into a low room, in which was a brasero, or small pan, full of lighted charcoal. Beside it was a rude table, spread with a coarse linen cloth, upon which was bread and a large pipkin, full of a mess which emitted no disagreeable savour. "The heart of the balicho is in that puchera," said Antonio. "Eat, brother." We both sat down and ate, Antonio voraciously. When we had concluded, he arose. "Have you got your li?" he demanded. "Here it is," said I, showing him my passport. "Good," said he. "You may want it. I want none. My passport is the bar lachi. Now for a glass of rapagni, and then for the road." We left the room, the door of which he locked, hiding the key beneath a loose brick in a corner of the passage. "Go into the street, brother, whilst I fetch the caballerias from the stable." I obeyed him. The sun had not yet risen, and the air was piercingly cold. The grey light, however, of dawn enabled me to distinguish objects with tolerable accuracy. I soon heard the clattering of the animals' feet, and Antonio presently stepped forth, leading the horse by the bridle. The macho followed behind. I looked at the horse and shrugged my shoulders. As far as I could scan it, it appeared the most uncouth animal I had ever beheld. It was of a spectral white, short in the body, but with remarkably long legs. I observed that it was particularly high in the cruz or withers. "You are looking at the Grasti," said Antonio. "It is 18 years old, but it is the very best in the Chimdamano. I have long had my eye upon it. I bought it for my own use for the affairs of Egypt. Mount, brother, mount, and let us leave the foros. The gate is about being opened." He locked the door and deposited the key in his falla. In less than a quarter of an hour we had left the town behind us. "This does not appear to be a very good horse," said I to Antonio, as we proceeded over the plain. "It is with difficulty that I can make him move." "He is the swiftest horse in the Chimdamano, brother," said Antonio. "At the gallop and at the speedy trot there is no one to match him. But he is 18 years old, and his joints are stiff, especially of a morning. But let him once become heated, and the Genio del Viejo comes upon him, and there is no holding him in with bit or bridle. I bought that horse for the affairs of Egypt, brother." About noon we arrived at a small village in the neighbourhood of a high lumpy hill. "There is no kalo house in this place," said Antonio. "We will therefore go to the posada of the Busné, and refresh ourselves, man and beast." We entered the kitchen and sat down at the board, calling for wine and bread. There were 2 ill-looking fellows in the kitchen smoking cigars. I said something to Antonio in the Calo language. "What is that I hear?" said one of the fellows, who was distinguished by an immense pair of moustaches. "What is that I hear? Is it in Calo that you are speaking before me, and I a Chalan and national? Accursed gipsy, how dare you enter this posada and speak before me in that speech? Is it not forbidden by the law of the land in which we are, even as it is forbidden for a gipsy to enter the mercado? I tell you what, friend, if I hear another word of Calo coming from your mouth, I will cudgel your bones and send you flying over the housetops with a kick of my foot." "You would do right," said his companion. "The insolence of these gipsies is no longer to be borne. When I am at Merida or Badajoz, I go to the mercado, and there in a corner stand the accursed gipsies, jabbering to each other in a speech which I understand not. 'Gipsy gentleman,' say I to one of them, 'what will you have for that donkey?' "I will have $10 for it, caballero nacional," says the gipsy. "It is the best donkey in all Spain." "I should like to see its paces," say I. "That you shall, most valorous," says the gipsy, and jumping upon its back, he puts it to its paces, first of all whispering something into its ear in caló. And truly the paces of the donkey are most wonderful, such as I have never seen before. I think it will just suit me, and after looking at it a while, I take out the money and pay for it. "I shall go to my house," says the gipsy, and off he runs. "I shall go to my village," say I, and I mount the donkey. "Vamonos," I say, but the donkey won't move. I give him a switch, but I don't get on the better for that. What happens, brother? The wizard no sooner feels the prick than he bucks down and flings me over his head into the mire. I get up and look about me. There stands the donkey staring at me, and there stands the whole gipsy canaille squinting at me with their filmy eyes. "Where is the scamp who sold me this piece of furniture?" I shout. "He is gone to Granada, valorous," says one. "He is gone to see his kindred among the Moors," says another. "I just saw him running over the field in the direction of , with the devil close behind him," says a third. In a word, I am tricked. I wish to dispose of the donkey. No one, however, will buy him. He is a caló donkey, and every person avoids him. At last the gipsies offer 30 reals for him, and after much chaffering, I am glad to get rid of him at $2. It is all a trick, however. He returns to his master, and the brotherhood share the spoils amongst them. All which villainy would be prevented, in my opinion, were the Caló language not spoken. For what but the word of Caló could have induced the donkey to behave in such an unaccountable manner? Both seemed perfectly satisfied with the justness of this conclusion, and continued smoking till their cigars were burnt to stumps. When they arose, twitched their whiskers, looked at us with fierce disdain, and dashing the tobacco ends to the ground, strode out of the apartment. "Those people seem no friends to the gipsies," said I to Antonio, when the two bullies had departed, "nor to the Caló language either." "May evil glanders seize their nostrils," said Antonio. "They have been jonjabadoed by our people. However, brother, you did wrong to speak to me in Caló, in a posada like this. It is a forbidden language; for, as I have often told you, the king has destroyed the law of the Calés. Let us away, brother, for those juntuntes may set the justicia upon us." Towards evening we drew near to a large town or village. "That is Merida," said Antonio, "formerly, as the Busné say, a mighty city of the Corahai. We shall stay here to night, and perhaps for a day or two, for I have some business of Egypt to transact in this place. Now, brother, step aside with the horse, and wait for me beneath yonder wall. I must go before and see in what condition matters stand." I dismounted from the horse, and sat down on a stone beneath the ruined wall to which Antonio had motioned me. The sun went down, and the air was exceedingly keen. I drew close around me an old tattered gipsy cloak, with which my companion had provided me, and being somewhat fatigued, fell into a doze, which lasted for nearly an hour. "Is your worship the London Caloró?" said a strange voice close beside me. I started, and beheld the face of a woman peering under my hat. Notwithstanding the dusk, I could see that the features were hideously ugly and almost black. They belonged, in fact, to a gipsy crone at least 70 years of age, leaning upon a staff. "Is your worship the London Caloró?" repeated she. "I am he whom you seek," said I. "Where is Antonio?" "Curelando, curelando, baribustes curelas curela," said the crone. "Come with me, Caloró of my garlochin. Come with me to my little Caer. He will be there anon." I followed the crone, who led the way into the town, which was ruinous and seemingly half deserted. We went up the street, from which she turned into a narrow and dark lane, and presently opened the gate of a large dilapidated house. "Come in," said she. "And the Gras?" I demanded. "Bring the grass in too, my chabó, bring the grass in too. There is room for the grass in my little stable." We entered a large court, across which we proceeded till we came to a wide doorway. "Go in, my child of Egypt," said the hag. "Go in, that is my little stable." "The place is as dark as pitch," said I, "and may be a well for what I know. Bring a light, or I will not enter." "Give me the solobari," said the hag, "and I will lead your horse in, my chabó of Egypt, yes, and tether him to my little manger." She led the horse through the doorway, and I heard her busy in the darkness. Presently the horse shook himself. "Grasti terralamos," said the hag, who now made her appearance with the bridle in her hand. "The horse has shaken himself. He is not harmed by his day's journey. Now let us go in, my Caloró, into my little room." We entered the house, and found ourselves in a vast room, which would have been quite dark but for a faint glow which appeared at the farther end. It proceeded from a brasero, beside which was squatted two dusky figures. "These are the Calés," said the hag. "One is my daughter, and the other is her chabi. Sit down, my London Caloró, and let us hear you speak." I looked about for a chair, but could see none. At a short distance, however, I perceived the end of a broken pillar lying on the floor. This I rolled to the brasero, and sat down upon it. "This is a fine house, mother of the gipsies," said I to the hag, willing to gratify the desire she had expressed of hearing me speak. "A fine house is this of yours, rather cold and damp though. It appears large enough to be a barrack for Hundunares." "Plenty of houses in this foros, plenty of houses in Merida, my Lord Caloró, some of them just as they were left by the Corahanós. Ah, a fine people are the Corahanós. I often wish myself in their chine once more." "How is this, mother?" said I. "Have you been in the land of the Moors?" "Twice have I been in their country, my Caloró. Twice have I been in the land of the Corahai. The first time is more than 50 years ago. I was then with Sese, for my husband was a soldier of the Krais of Spain, and Oran at that time belonged to Spain." "You were not then with the real Moors," said I, "but only with the Spaniards who occupied part of their country." "I have been with the real Moors, my London Caloró. Who knows more of the real Moors than myself? About 40 years ago I was with my ro in Ceuta, for he was still a soldier of the king, and he said to me one day, 'I am tired of this place, where there is no bread and less water. I will escape and turn Corahano. This night I will kill my sergeant and flee to the camp of the Moor.' 'Do so,' said I, 'my chabó, and as soon as may be I will follow you and become a Corahani.' That same night he killed his sergeant, who 5 years before had called him Caló and cursed him. Then running to the wall he dropped from it, and amidst many shots he escaped to the land of the Corahai. As for myself, I remained in the Presidio of Ceuta as a sutler, selling wine and rapani to the soldiers. 2 years passed by, and I neither saw nor heard from my ro. One day there came a strange man to my cachimani. He was dressed like a Corahano, and yet he did not look like one. He looked more like a callado, and yet he was not a callado either, for he was almost black. And as I looked upon him, I thought he looked something like the Errate. And he said to me, 'Zincali, chachipe,' and then he whispered to me in queer language which I could scarcely understand, 'Your ro is waiting. Come with me, my little sister, and I will take you unto him.' 'Where is he?' said I, and he pointed to the west, to the land of the Corahai, and said, 'He is yonder away. Come with me, little sister, the ro is waiting.' For a moment I was afraid, but I bethought me of my husband, and I wished to be amongst the Corahai, so I took the little pane I had, and locking up the cachimani, went with the strange man. The sentinel challenged us at the gate, but I gave him repañí, and he let us pass. In a moment we were in the land of the Corahai. About a league from the town, beneath a hill, we found 4 people, men and women, all very black like the strange man, and we joined ourselves with them, and they all saluted me little sister. That was all I understood of their discourse, which was very crabbed, and they took away my dress and gave me other clothes, and I looked like a Corahani. And away we marched for many days amid deserts and small villages, and more than once it seemed to me that I was amongst the Errate, for their ways were the same. The men would hokowa with mules and asses, and the women told Bahi, and after many days we came before a large town, and the black man said, "Go in there, little sister, and there you will find your ro." And I went to the gate, and an armed Corahano stood within the gate, and I looked at his face, and lo, it was my ro. Oh, what a strange town it was that I found myself in, full of people who had once been Kandore, but had renegaded and become Corahai. There were Sese and Lalore, and men of other nations, and among them were some of the Errate from my own country. All were now soldiers of the Krais of the Corahai, and followed him to his wars, and in that town I remained with my ro a long time, occasionally going out to him to the wars, and I often asked him about the black men who had brought me thither, and he told me that he had had dealings with them, and that he believed them to be of the Errate. Well, brother, to be short, my ro was killed in the wars, before a town to which the king of the Corahai laid siege, and I became a Piuli, and I returned to the village of the renegades, as it was called, and supported myself as well as I could. And one day, as I was sitting weeping, the black man, whom I had never seen since the day he brought me to my ro, again stood before me, and he said, "Come with me, little sister, come with me, the ro is at hand." And I went with him, and beyond the gate in the desert was the same party of black men and women which I had seen before. "Where is my ro?" said I. "Here he is, little sister." And the black man, "Here he is. From this day I am the ro, and you are the romi. Come, let us go, for there is business to be done." And I went with him, and he was my ro, and we lived amongst the deserts, and hokowa'd and choried and told Bahi, and I said to myself, "This is good. Sure, I am amongst the Errate in a better chim than my own." And I often said that they were of the Errate, and then they would laugh and say that it might be so, and that they were not Corahai, but they could give no account of themselves. Well, things went on in this way for years, and I had 3 chai by the black man. 2 of them died, but the youngest, who is the Kai who sits by the brasero, was spared. So we roamed about and choried and told Bahi, and it came to pass that once in the winter time our company attempted to pass a wide and deep river, of which there are many in the Chim del Corahai, and the boat overset with the rapidity of the current, and all our people were drowned, all but myself and my chabi, whom I bore in my bosom. I had no friends amongst the Corahai, and I wandered about the despoblados, howling and lamenting, till I became half lili, and in this manner I found my way to the coast, where I made friends with the captain of a ship, and returned to this land of Spain. And now I am here, I often wish myself back again amongst the Corahai." Here she commenced laughing loud and long, and when she had ceased, her daughter and grandchild took up the laugh, which they continued so long that I concluded they were all lunatics. Hour succeeded hour, and still we sat crouching over the brasero, from which, by this time, all warmth had departed, the glow had long since disappeared, and only a few dying sparks were to be distinguished. The room or hall was now involved in utter darkness. The women were motionless and still. I shivered and began to feel uneasy. "Will Antonio be here to night?" at length I demanded. "No tenga usted cuidado, my London Caloró," said the gipsy mother in an unearthly tone. "Pepindorio has been here some time." I was about to rise from my seat and attempt to escape from the house, when I felt a hand laid upon my shoulder, and in a moment I heard the voice of Antonio. "Be not afraid, 'tis I, brother. We will have a light anon, and then supper." The supper was rude enough, consisting of bread, cheese, and olives. Antonio, however, produced a leathern bottle of excellent wine. We despatched these viands by the light of an earthen lamp, which was placed upon the floor. "Now," said Antonio to the youngest female, "bring me the pahandi, and I will sing a gachalpa." The girl brought the guitar, which with some difficulty the gipsy tuned, and then strumming it vigorously, he sang: "I stole a plump and bonny fowl, But ere I well had dined, The master came with scowl and growl, And me would captive bind. My hat and mantle off I threw, And scoured across the lea. Then cried the beng with loud halloo, Where does the gipsy flee?" He continued playing and singing for a considerable time, the two younger females dancing in the meanwhile with unwearied diligence, whilst the aged mother occasionally snapped her fingers or beat time on the ground with her stick. At last Antonio suddenly laid down the instrument, exclaiming, "I see the London cholero is weary. Enough, enough, to–morrow more thereof. We will now to the charipe." "With all my heart," said I. "Where are we to sleep?" "In the stable," said he, "in the manger. However cold the stable may be, we shall be warm enough in the buffa." We remained 3 days at the gipsy's house, Antonio departing every morning on his mule, and returning late at night. The house was large and ruinous, the only habitable part of it, with the exception of the stable, being the hall where we had supped, and there the gipsy females slept at night, on some mats and mattresses in a corner. "A strange house is this," said I to Antonio, one morning, as he was on the point of saddling his mule and departing, as I supposed, on the affair of Egypt. "A strange house, and strange people. The gipsy grandmother has all the appearance of a Sowani." "All the appearance of one," said Antonio, "and she is not really one? She knows more crabbed things and crabbed words than all the Errate betwixt here and Catalonia. She has been amongst the wild Moors, and can make more draos (poisons) and philters than any one alive. She once made a kind of paste, and persuaded me to taste, and shortly after I had done so my soul departed from my body, and wandered through horrid forests and mountains, amidst monsters and duendes, during one entire night. She learned many things amidst the Corahai, which I should be glad to know." "Have you been long acquainted with her?" said I. "You appear to be quite at home in this house." "Acquainted with her!" said Antonio. "Did not my own brother marry the Black Kali, her daughter, who bore him the chabi 16 years ago, just before he was hanged by the Busné?" In the afternoon I was seated with the gipsy mother in the hall. The two Cayes were absent, telling fortunes about the town and neighbourhood, which was their principal occupation. "Are you married, my London Caloró?" said the old woman to me. "Are you a ro?" Myself. "Wherefore do you ask, O Dey de los Calés?" Gipsy mother. "It is high time that the lacha of the chabi were taken from her, and that she had a ro. You can do no better than take her for romi, my London Caloró." Myself. "I am a stranger in this land, O mother of the gipsies, and scarcely know how to provide for myself, much less for a romi." Gipsy mother. "She wants no one to provide for her, my London Caloró. She can at any time provide for herself and her ro. She can hocawa, tell baji, and there are few to equal her at stealing a pastesas. Were she once at Madrilati, where they tell me you are going, she would make much treasure. Therefore take her thither, for in this foros she is nahi, as it were, for there is nothing to be gained; and in the foros baro it would be another matter if she would go dressed in lachipe and sonokai, whilst you would ride about on your black–tailed gra. And when you had got much treasure, you might return hither and live like a crallis, and all the Errate of the Chimda–Manro should bow down their heads to you. What say you, my London Caloró? What say you to my plan?" Myself. "Your plan is a plausible one, mother. or at least some people would think so. But I am, as you are aware, of another chim, and have no inclination to pass my life in this country. Gipsy Mother. Then return to your own country, my Caloró. The Chabi can cross the Pani. Would she not do business in London with the rest of the Caloré? Or why not go to the land of the Corahai, in which case I would accompany you, I and my daughter, the mother of the Chabi. Myself. And what should we do in the land of the Corahai? It is a poor and wild country, I believe. Gipsy Mother. The London Caloró asked me what we could do in the land of the Corahai. Aromali! I almost think that I am speaking to a Lillipende. Are there not horses to chore? Yes, I trow there are, and better ones than in this land, and asses and mules. In the land of the Corahai you must hokowa and chore, even as you must here, or in your own country, or else you are no Caloró. Can you not join yourselves with the black people who live in the Despoblados? Yes, surely, and glad they would be to have among them the Arrate from Spain and London. I am 70 years of age, but I wish not to die in this chim, but yonder, far away, where both my roms are sleeping. Take the Chabi, therefore, and go to Madrilati, and win the Pane, and when you have got it, return, and we will give a banquet to all the Busné in Merida, and in their food I will mix drow, and they shall eat and burst like poisoned sheep, and when they have eaten we will leave them, and away to the land of the Moor, my London Caloró. During the whole time that I remained at Merida I stirred not once from the house, following the advice of Antonio, who informed me that it would not be convenient. My time lay rather heavily on my hands, my only source of amusement consisting in the conversation of the women, and in that of Antonio when he made his appearance at night. In these tertulias the grandmother was the principal spokeswoman, and astonished my ears with wonderful tales of the land of the Moors, prison escapes, thievish feats, and one or two poisoning adventures, in which she had been engaged, as she informed me, in her early youth. There was occasionally something very wild in her gestures and demeanour. More than once I observed her, in the midst of much declamation, to stop short, stare in vacancy, and thrust out her palms, as if endeavouring to push away some invisible substance. She goggled frightfully with her eyes, and once sank back in convulsions, of which her children took no further notice than observing that she was only Lili, and would soon come to herself. End of Section 33.
Section 34 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Giordano. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5. Section 34. Juan Boscan, 1493 to 1540. The reign of Juan II of Spain, 1406 to 1454, characterized as it was by a succession of conspiracies and internal commotions, represents also one of the most important epochs in the history of Spanish poetry, which up to that period had found expression almost exclusively in the crude though spirited historical and romantic ballads of anonymous origin, Iliads without a Homer, as Lope de Vega called them. The first to attempt a reform in Castilian verse was the Marquis of Villena, died 1434, who introduced the allegory and a tendency to imitate classical models, and although he himself left nothing of consequence, his influence is plainly revealed in the works of his far greater pupils and successors, the Marquis of Santillana and Juan de Mena. Strangely enough, the reigns of Ferdinand and Isabella, and of the Austrian Charles V., covering the most brilliant and momentous period in Spanish history, are yet marked by comparative stagnation in letters until after the first quarter of the 16th century. During the greater part of this period, the increasing pomp and formality of the court rendered the poetry correspondingly artificial and insincere. It was not, in fact, until after many years of constant intercourse with Rome, Naples, and Florence, while the bulk of the noble youth of Spain resorted to the universities of those cities for higher education, that a widespread and profound admiration for Italian culture and refinement began to pave the way for another and more important revolution in Castilian poetry than that inaugurated by Villena. Juan Boscan Almogavar, who was the first of his nation to compose verses after the manner of Petrarch, and whose successors in the 16th century include some of the most brilliant and inspired lyrists of Spain, was born in 1493 at Barcelona, a city which had witnessed the recent triumphs of the Provençal troubadours. Boscan, however, from the beginning of his career, preferred to write in Castilian rather than in the Limosin dialect. Of patrician descent, and possessed of ample means, he entered the army like the majority of the young nobles of his age. After a brief but honorable service as a soldier, he traveled extensively abroad, which led to his becoming deeply interested in the literature and art of Italy. Meanwhile, he had produced verses in the ancient lyric style, but with only a moderate measure of success. The year 1526 found Boscan at Granada, where Andrea Navagiero, ambassador from Venice to the court of Charles V., was then in residence. A common love of letters drew the two young men into closest intimacy with each other. Being with Navagiero there one day, says Boscan in his letter to the Duchessa de Soma, and discoursing with him about matters of wit and letters, and especially about the different forms they take in different languages, he asked me why I did not make an experiment in Castilian of sonnets and the other forms of verse used by good Italian authors, and not only spoke to me of it thus slightly, but urged me to do it, and thus I began to try this kind of verse. At first I found it somewhat difficult, for it is of a very artful construction, and in many particulars different from ours. But afterwards it seemed to me, perhaps from the love we naturally bear to what is our own, that I began to succeed very well. And so I went on little by little with increasing zeal. Little dreamed the Venetian diplomat that, owing to his friendly advice, a school was destined to arise shortly in the poetry of Spain, which would by no means have ceased to exist after the lapse of nearly 4 centuries. From that day Boscan devoted himself to the exclusive composition of verses in the Italian measure, undeterred by the bitter opposition of the partisans of the old school. The incomparable Carlisio de la Vega, then scarcely past his majority, warmly supported the innovation of his beloved friend, and soon far surpassed Boscan himself as a writer of sonnets and canzons. The Barcelonese poet spent the remainder of his life in comparative retirement, although he appeared occasionally at court, and at one time superintended the education of the young Duke of Alva, whose name afterwards became one of such terror in the annals of the Netherlands. Boscan's death took place at Perpignan about 1540. An edition of Boscan's poems, together with those of his friend Garcilaso, was published at Barcelona in 1543. The collection is divided into 4 books, 3 of which are devoted to the productions of the elder poet. The first consists of his early efforts in the old style, songs and ballads, Chansons y coplas. The second and third books contain 93 sonnets and canzons, a long poem on Hero and Leander in blank verse, an elegy and 2 didactic epistles in terza rima, and a half narrative, half allegorical poem in 135 octavo stanzas. The sonnets and canzons are obvious imitations of Petrarch, yet at the same time they are stamped with a spirit essentially Spanish, and occasionally evince a deep passion and melody of their own, though they may lack the subtle fascination of their exquisite models. The Allegory, with its cleverly contrasted courts of love and jealousy, suggests the airy, graceful humor of Ariosto, and is perhaps the most agreeable and original of all Boscan's works. The Epistle to Mendoza is conceived in the manner of Horace, and amidst a fund of genial philosophic comment, contains a charming picture of the poet's domestic happiness. He also left a number of translations from the classics. While in no sense a great poet, Boscan united simplicity, dignity, and classical taste in a remarkable degree, and, inclined as he seemed to entirely banish the ancient form of verse, he yet beyond question introduced a kind of poetry which was developed to a high degree of perfection in the Castilian tongue, and which may be studied with keen delight at this day in some of the noblest poetical monuments of Spanish literature. The best modern edition of Boscan's works is published under the title of Las Obras de Juan Boscan, Madrid, 1875. On the Death of Garcilaso. Tell me, dear Garcilaso, thou, who ever aim'st at good, and in the spirit of thy vow, so swift her course pursued, that thy few steps suffice to place the angel in thy loved embrace. One instant, soon as wooed, why took'st thou not, when winged to flee from this dark world, Boscan with thee? Why, when ascending to the star, where now thou sittest enshrined, left'st thou thy weeping friend afar? Alas, so far behind! Oh, I do think, had it remained with thee to alter aught ordained by the Eternal Mind, thou wouldst not on this desert spot have left thy other self forgot. For if through life thy love was such as still to take a pride in having me so oft and much close to thy envied side, I cannot doubt, I must believe, thou wouldst at least have taken leave of me, or, if denied, have come back afterwards, unblest, till I too shared thy heavenly rest. Translation of Whitfin. A Picture of Domestic Happiness. From Epistle to Mendoza. This peace that makes a happy life, and that is mine through my sweet wife, beginning of my soul and end. I've gained new being through this friend. She fills each thought and each desire up to the height I would aspire. This bliss is never found by ranging. Regret still springs from saddest changing. Such loves and their beguiling pleasures are falser still than magic treasures, which gleam at eve with golden color, and change to ashes ere the morrow. But now each good that I possess, rooted in truth and faithfulness, imparts delight to every sense, for erst they were a mere pretence, and long before enjoyed they were. They changed their smiles to grisly care. Now pleasures please, love being single, evils with its delights ne'er mingle. And thus, by moderation bounded, I live by my own goods surrounded. Among my friends, my table spread, with viands we may eat nor dread. And at my side my sweetest wife, whose gentleness admits no strife, except of jealousy the fear, whose soft reproaches more endear. Our darling children round us gather, children who will make me grandfather. And thus we pass in town our days, till the confinement something weighs. Then to our village haunts we fly, taking some pleasant company, while those we love not never come anear our rustic leafy home. For better 'tis to philosophize, and learn a lesson truly wise, from lowing herd and bleating flock, than from some men of vulgar stock. And rustics, as they hold the plough, may often good advice bestow, of love too we may have the joy. For Phoebus, as a shepherd boy, wandered once among the clover, of some fair shepherdess the lover, and Venus wept in rustic bower, Adonis turned to purple flower, and Bacchus midst the mountains drear forgot the pangs of jealous fear. And nymphs that in the water play, 'tis thus that ancient fables say, and dryads fair among the trees, fain the sprightly fauns would please. So in their footsteps follow we, my wife and I, as fond and free. Love in our thoughts and in our talk, direct we slow our sauntering walk, to some near murmuring rivulet, where 'neath a shady beech we sit, hand clasped in hand and side by side, with some sweet kisses too beside, contending there in combat kind, which best can love with constant mind. Thus our village life we live, and day by day such joys receive, till to change the homely scene, lest it pall while too serene, to the gay city we remove, where other things there are to love, and graced by novelty we find the city's concourse to our mind, while our new coming gives a joy which ever staying might destroy. We spare all tedious compliment, yet courtesy with kind intent, which savage tongues alone abuse, will often the same language use. And Monleon, our dearest guest, will raise our mirth by many a jest, for while his laughter rings again, can we to echo its refrain? And other merriment is ours, to gild with joy the lightsome hours, but all too trivial would it look, written down gravely in a book. And it is time to say adieu, though more I have to write to you. Another letter this shall tell, so now, my dearest friend, farewell. End of Section 34. Recording by Greg Giordano. Newport Richey, Florida.
Section 35 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5. Section 35. Jacques Benigne Bossuet, by Adolphe Kahn. Jacques Benigne Bossuet, sacred orator, historian, theologian, and controversialist, was born in Dijon, capital of the then Burgundy, on September 27, 1627. There is no question but he is the greatest Catholic divine whom France ever knew, and one of the greatest, some say the greatest, of prose writers and orators of that country. His importance in the literary history of France is due, moreover, not simply to the high excellence of his productions, but fully as much to their representative character. The power that was wielded with absolute authority by Louis XIV found in Bossuet the theorist who gave it a philosophical basis, and justified to the Frenchmen of the 17th century the conditions under which they lived. The future educator of Louis XIV.'s son sprang, like most of the great Frenchmen of that time, from the upper ranks of the bourgeoisie. The Bossuet family had been for a long time honorably connected with the legal profession and the judiciary. The father of Jacques Benigne was in 1627 a councillor practicing before the Parlement de Dijon, where his own father had sat as a conseiller, or associate justice. Later in life he was himself called to a seat on the bench when a new Parlement was organized in the city of Metz for the province of Lorraine (1638). 10 years later, January 24th, 1648, Bossuet, who had received his education partly from the Jesuits of Dijon, partly in the celebrated Collège de Navarre in Paris, and who had been shriven for the Catholic priesthood when only 8 years of age, made what may be called his first public appearance when he defended his first thesis in theology. With this important event of his life we find connected the name of the most brilliant Frenchman of that time, the celebrated Prince de Condé, famous already by many victories, though hardly 26 years of age, who attended the disputation and had allowed the young theologian to dedicate his thesis to him. 39 years later, after a long period of close friendship, their names were again associated when the illustrious Bishop of Meaux delivered the funeral oration of the great warrior, and announced, at the close of a magnificent eulogy, that this would be the last occasion on which he would devote his oratory to the praises of any man, a promise which he kept, though he outlived his friend for no less than 17 years. Bossuet's period of study lasted until the year 1652, when at the age of 25 he was appointed Archdeacon of Sarrebourg. By virtue of his position, he thenceforward for no less than 7 years resided in Metz, a city whose peculiar position, especially in religious matters, exerted a powerful influence over the direction of his whole intellectual life. He found there what was very rare then in France, representatives of 3 religions. In addition to the Catholics to whom he was to minister, there were in Metz numerous Protestants, both Lutherans and Calvinists or Presbyterians, and a not inconsiderable number of Jews, and the city was used to continuous theological controversy between minister, rabbi, and priest. The Protestants of Metz received the teachings of 2 brilliant ministers, David Ancillon and Paul Ferry, the latter of whom soon published a catechism which was considered by the whole body of French Protestantism the clearest exposition of its doctrines. The Catholic clergy of France had then not yet renounced the hope of bringing all the inhabitants of the country to place themselves voluntarily under the spiritual guidance of Rome, and the conversions that were announced from time to time from the upper ranks both of Protestantism and Judaism to a certain degree justified such a hope. Bossuet, while constantly improving his knowledge of the writings of the Fathers, especially of St. Augustine, threw himself into the contest with characteristic energy. As against the Jews, he tried to demonstrate that the coming of Christ is clearly foretold in the prophecies. He thus became more familiar with the Old Testament than any other Catholic theologian of his time, and so far molded his style on that of the Bible that it soon became difficult to distinguish in his productions that which came out of the sacred writings from the utterances which belonged only to him. This was done, however, strange to say, without any knowledge of the Hebrew language. Bossuet never read the Bible except in Greek or Latin. There was no good French version of the Bible, and it may be stated here that there is none to the present day which occupies in the French language anything like the position held in English by the Bible of King James, or in German by Luther's version. His attitude in regard to the Protestants is more interesting, because more characteristic of the time in which he lived. France in the 17th century had become convinced that harmony, unity, fixedness are the clearest manifestations of truth, the best guarantees of peace, happiness, and prosperity. that variety and change are signs of error and harbingers of disaster. Bossuet's whole effort in his controversy with Protestantism was directed towards demonstrating that Protestantism lacks, and that Catholicism possesses, the traits which were considered by his contemporaries to clearly belong to truth. And as his opponents were not unwilling to follow him on his chosen ground, as they never for a moment denied his main proposition, his statement of the characteristics of truth, as he even managed during the controversy to bring about a number of conversions to Catholicism, he left Metz fully convinced that he was waging a successful warfare upon unassailable ground. He had been in Paris less than a year when an event happened which made him doubly sure of the soundness of his position, and tenfold increased his belief in the ultimate victory of his Church over all other denominations. The Commonwealth of England collapsed, and Charles II was called to the throne from which his father had been hurled by Oliver Cromwell. Nothing can give any idea of the shock experienced by France on hearing of the development and success of the great rebellion in England. No Frenchman at that time understood what the English Constitution was. The course of French history had led the people of France to put all the strength they possessed in the hands of their kings, and to treat as a public enemy anyone who resisted, or even attempted to limit in any way the royal authority. To people holding such opinions, the English nation after the month of January 1649 appeared as a nation of parricides, and the feeling was intensified by the fact that the wife of the beheaded king, Henrietta Maria, was a sister of the King of France, a daughter of the beloved Henry IV, whose death by Ravaillac's dagger was still mourned by every French patriot. The triumph of Cromwell, the proud position which England occupied in Europe during his protectorate, left, however, hardly any hope that the rebellious nation would ever acknowledge the errors of her ways. And lo, in a moment, without any effort on his part, without any struggle, the dead king's son resumed his rights, and every one who had been in arms against him lay prostrate at his feet. The same nation that had rebelled against the levying of the ship money and the proceedings of the Star Chamber allowed Charles II almost as absolute an authority as ever the King of France possessed. Once cured of her political errors, was England not to be soon cured of her theological errors? After repenting her rebellion against the king, was she not to repent her rebellion against the Pope? Such were the questions which Bossuet, which the whole of France began to ask. Or rather, these were to them no longer questions. The people of France began to look across the Channel with confident expectation of a religious counter-revolution. The collapse of the Commonwealth could not but be followed by the collapse of the Reformation. When Louis XIV, after Cardinal Mazarin's death, took in his own hands the management of the affairs of the state, when the marriage of the brilliant Henrietta of England with the Duke of Orleans made the sister of the English king a sister-in-law to the King of France, when triumph after triumph on the field of war, of diplomacy, of literature, of art, added to the power and glory of France, which had never swerved in her allegiance either to king or church, the feeling grew that only in unity of faith, law, and king were truth and prosperity to be found by nations. The saying une foi, une loi, un roi, one faith, one law, one king, which may be said to sum up Bossuet's religious, social, and political beliefs, seemed to all an incontrovertible and self-evident axiom. These were the times when Bossuet's utterances grew in power and magnificence. He was heard in a number of Parisian churches. He was heard at court, where he several times was appointed preacher either for Advent or Lent. He delivered panegyrics of saints, and was called upon to eulogize in death those who had held the highest rank in life. He had just delivered the most splendid and the most touching of his funeral orations, those on Henrietta of France, widow of Charles I of England, November 16, 1669, and less than a year later on her unfortunate daughter, Henrietta of England, Duchess of Orleans, August 21st, 1670, when the king, at the request of the upright Duc de Montausier, called him to court from the bishopric of Condom, to which he had been raised, and entrusted to him the education of his son and heir apparent, the Dauphin of France. Bossuet's royal pupil never reigned. He died in 1711, 4 years before his father's death, and it must be admitted that during the 31 years that elapsed between the moment when he came out of Bossuet's hands and the end of his life, he gave no evidence of being anything except a very commonplace sort of a man. No such halo surrounds him as surrounds his unfortunate son, the Duke of Burgundy, whose death 2 years after that of the Dauphin was mourned as a public calamity. Whether Bossuet's failure to make a great prince out of the Dauphin was due to a faulty system of education or to the unresponsive nature of the pupil can hardly be considered today a matter of great interest. But French literature was certainly the gainer by the appointment of Bossuet to the post of tutor to the prince. 3 of his most remarkable works, his Discourse upon Universal History, his Policy according to the Holy Writ, and his Treatise on the Knowledge of God and Man, were written especially for the Dauphin, and read by him as textbooks a long time before their publication. The opening sentence of the Discourse tells us clearly the author's purpose. "Were history useless to other men, it would still be necessary to have it studied by princes." In 1680, Bossuet left the Dauphin, who then married a Bavarian princess, and 1 year later he was called to the bishopric of Meaux. Louis XIV was then taking steps leading to the important and fatal venture by which 3 years later he repealed the Edict of Nantes, and forbade the existence in France of the Protestant religion. No one can deny Bossuet's share in determining the king to follow a policy so fatal to the interests of France, but at the same time so much in accord with the views of Rome. A natural outcome would have been the raising of Bossuet, who was certainly then the greatest orator, the greatest writer, and the greatest theologian in the Catholic clergy, to the cardinalate. Still, Bossuet was never a cardinal. The explanation lies in Bossuet's conduct in the year 1682. The King of France in that year called together a general assembly of the clergy of France, a kind of national council. His object was to have the clergy assert its national character, and to state that in civil matters it was subject not to the Pope, but to the King. The various statements to that effect constitute what is known as the Liberties of the Gallican Church. The statements were adopted after being drafted by Bossuet, who had at the opening of the sessions delivered before the Assembly his celebrated Sermon on the Unity of the Church, the main part of which is an eloquent defense of the above stated views. France was too powerful then for the See of Rome not to yield, but no favors were thenceforth to be expected for the spokesman of the French national clergy. Still the great divine continued his efforts, and in 1688 he put forth the most complete and masterly exposition of his beliefs, his History of the Variations of the Protestant Churches. The revolution of 1688 and '89 in England did not in the least, sad though it seemed, weaken his faith in the ultimate triumph of Catholicism. In France at that time, the English Revolution was not considered an assertion by the people of political and religious rights, but the carrying out of a detestable family conspiracy of a daughter and son-in-law with their father's enemy. This better than anything else explains the hatred which was harbored against William III, and which found expression in the works even of as free-minded a writer as La Bruyère. It is during the period of the fiercest struggle between Louis XIV and William III that Bossuet carried on with the German philosopher Leibniz a series of negotiations, the object of which was the return to Catholicism of Protestant Germany. We need hardly state that the negotiations utterly failed. In another controversy which occupied Bossuet's last years he was entirely successful. The most eloquent of his disciples, Fénelon, then Archbishop of Cambrai, seemed to him to have fallen into dangerous errors. He had adopted the mystic doctrine of Quietism, which had been made known to him first by an erratic woman, Madame Guyon. Bossuet determined that the eloquent archbishop must be compelled to recant. A number of works were published by him in support of his position, the most important one being his Relation on Quietism, and he did not rest until the Pope had condemned his rival, and Fénelon had submitted to censure in his own cathedral at Cambrai. Some accused Bossuet of too much harshness in the contest. The Pope himself was reported to have said, "The Archbishop of Cambrai sinned by too much love of God, the Bishop of Meaux by too little love of his fellow man." Bossuet was then a very old man, but neither growing age nor the care that he took of what he considered the general interests of Catholic Christianity ever kept him from giving the closest attention to the spiritual government of his flock. He was a model bishop. He died April 12, 1704, aged 76 years, 6 months, and 16 days. Bossuet was a very prolific writer. In the best edition, that of Abbé Caron, begun in Versailles in 1815, his writings fill not less than 41 volumes. But it must be stated at once that a great deal of this production belongs decidedly more to theology than to French literature. Some of it is not even in French, but in Latin. For instance, Bossuet's letter to the Pope on the subject of the education of the Dauphin. Although in French, such works as the Treatise on Communion or the explanation of John the Baptist's Revelation are decidedly outside the pale of literature, as the word is usually understood. We shall mention here only those works of Bossuet which, by virtue of their perfect form and the accessibility of the subject to the general reader, are to this day more or less familiar to the best educated people in France. The first to be mentioned among these are the Sermons, the Funeral Orations, and the Discourse upon Universal History. Bossuet's sermons undoubtedly were among his most perfect productions. He was a born orator. His majestic bearing, his melodious and powerful voice, his noble gestures, made the magnificent sentences, the beautiful and striking imagery of his speeches doubly impressive. Unfortunately, with only a few exceptions, Bossuet's sermons have reached us in a very imperfect form. He did not, as a rule, fully write them, and the art of taking down verbatim the utterances of public speakers had not yet been invented. The sermon on the unity of the Church we possess because Bossuet had committed it to writing before delivering it. Other impressive sermons, those on death, on the conversion of the sinner, on providence, on the duties of kings, etc., have reached us in a sufficiently correct form to give us an idea of Bossuet's eloquence. But the reader who really wishes to know the great sacred orator of Louis XIV's reign had better turn at once to the Funeral Orations. Bossuet's funeral orations were prepared with great care. They were delivered as a rule several months after the death of the person to be eulogized, as part of a religious ceremony in which a mass was said for the repose of his soul. Bossuet delivered 11 funeral orations, one of which, that of Anne of Austria, widow of Louis XIII and mother of Louis XIV, is lost. Of the other 10, 4 are youthful productions, and deal with people of comparatively small importance. 6 remain that are known as the Great Funeral Orations, and they were delivered between November 16, 1669, and March 10, 1687. They are those on Henrietta of France, Queen of England, Henrietta of England, Duchess of Orleans, Maria Theresa of Spain, Queen of France, Anne of Gonzaga and Clèves, Princess of the Palatinate, Michel Le Tellier, High Chancellor of France, and Louis de Bourbon, Prince of Condé. The most remarkable of these are the first 2 and the last one. In the funeral oration on Henrietta of France, Bossuet had just the kind of subject which he was best fitted to treat, and it must be considered his masterpiece. It presents in magnificent style, in pompous development, a complete exposition of his historical and political theories, together with a strikingly vivid account of the great English rebellion. His portraits of Charles I. and Oliver Cromwell, the one of course altogether too enthusiastic, the other too severe, stand out in as bold relief as the paintings of Van Dyck or Velázquez. His theory of revolutions, which he considers the punishments inflicted by God upon sovereigns for violations of his law, is presented with a wealth of illustrations which was simply overwhelming for the audience that listened to it. It remains to this day one of the most plausible, as it will remain forever one of the most eloquent pieces of historical and theological reasoning. In the funeral oration on Henrietta of England, we find little of history, still less of politics. Here we have a domestic catastrophe of appalling suddenness. A brilliant woman, the worshipped center of the most brilliant court, one to whom the speaker himself was most tenderly attached, so abruptly snatched away by death that the suspicion of foul play at once arose, and has not to this day been entirely dispelled. Nowhere has Bossuet, nor perhaps any other orator, so powerfully depicted the uncertainty of everything human. The closeness with which he treated his subjects is well illustrated by an anecdote that is connected with this oration. Only 2 or 3 hours before her death, when already conscious of her desperate position, the unfortunate princess had directed that an emerald ring of hers should be after her death handed to the great preacher. What a pity, he was told, that such an incident cannot find place in a funeral oration. Why not? He answered. When he delivered the oration, the emerald ring was on one of the fingers of his right hand, and when speaking of the princess's virtues and charming qualities, he alluded to the art of giving, in which she signally excelled. And this art, he went on, never deserted her, not even, I know it, in the throes of death, at the same time raising his right hand and placing the precious jewel in full view of the audience. The funeral oration on the Prince de Condé shows us how he triumphed over difficulties. He was a warm friend and ardent admirer of the prince, and at the same time a devoted subject of the king, rebellion against whom he considered a very grievous sin. Yet the prince had for years been a rebel against the king during the wars of the Fronde, and had continued in the ranks of the hostile Spaniards even after all the other rebels had submitted to the royal authority. After conducting his narrative down to the time when the prince, still a faithful subject, was unjustly imprisoned by order of Cardinal Mazarin, and, he goes on, since I have to speak of these things over which I would fain keep eternally silent, until this fatal imprisonment he had not even dreamed that anything could be attempted against the state. This is what made him say, I certainly can repeat here before these altars the words I received from his lips, since they so clearly showed the bottom of his heart. He said then, speaking of this unfortunate prison, that he had entered it the most innocent, and had left it the guiltiest of men. Nearly the whole of this oration is devoted to history. It teems with brilliant passages, the most famous of which is the narrative of the prince's first victory, the Battle of Rocroi, in 1643. Thoughtful readers seldom pass by the funeral oration on Anne of Gonzaga. It forms a curious incident in Bossuet's life. The great preacher's most striking fault was a lack of energy in his dealings with royal characters. He lacks bones, some one said of him, and thus when his enemies so intrigued as to have him required to eulogize from the pulpit the erratic princess, who had been a political intriguer and the heroine of many scandals before repentance took hold of her, he lacked the courage to decline the doubtful honor. But in the pulpit, or whenever the priest had to appear, and not simply the man, his better manhood, pure and commanding, at once took the upper hand, and so, facing his critics, "My discourse," he said, "which perhaps you think you are to judge, will judge you when the last day comes, and if you do not depart hence better Christians, you will depart hence guiltier men." With the funeral orations one might mention another series of religious discourses not strikingly different from them, the panegyrics of saints, of which 20 have been preserved, that of St. Paul being indisputably the best. The discourse upon universal history, which was originally written for the Dauphin, is a masterly attempt to give a philosophical explanation of the facts of history, beginning with the biblical account of the creation and ending with the assumption by Charlemagne of the imperial crown in 800 A.D. It is divided into 3 parts: the epochs, religion, the empires. The first part contains the significance of 12 events considered by Bossuet as epoch-making: the creation, the flood, the calling of Abraham, Moses and the giving of the law, the taking of Troy, the building of the Temple of Solomon, the foundation of Rome, Cyrus and the re-establishment of Hebrew nationality, the defeat of Carthage, the birth of Christ, the triumph of the Church under Constantine, the re-establishment of the empire with Charlemagne. The second part, which contains 31 chapters, has a twofold object: to demonstrate that the coming of Christ is clearly foretold in the Old Testament, and that the Roman Catholic Church is the only faithful representative of true Christianity. The third part is less theological. It is an attempt to explain the facts of history, at least partially, by a study of the various influences to which the different nations have been subjected. The general purpose of the whole work is best explained by the last chapter of this third part, the title of which is Conclusion of the Whole Discourse, in which is shown that all events must be ascribed to a divine providence. Next to the above works we must mention the History of the Variations of the Protestant Churches, partly a work of theological controversy, but partly also a brilliant exposition, from a strictly Catholic point of view, of the history of the Reformation. It contains a portrait of Luther which is almost worthy to be compared with that of Cromwell in the funeral oration on Henrietta of France. The only other works of Bossuet that we would mention here are 2 admirable devotional works: the Meditations upon the Gospel and the Contemplations on the Mysteries of the Catholic Religion, the latter a clear and concise but now superannuated treatise on philosophy, the treatise on the knowledge of God and man a very curious and eloquent and at the same time thoroughly biblical treatise on theocratic policy, policy according to the Holy Writ, and finally his Relation on Quietism, which shows what hard blows he could, when thoroughly aroused, deal to a somewhat disingenuous opponent. Adolphe Kahn. End of section 35. Section 36 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5. Section 36. Selected Excerpts by Jacques Benigne Bossuet. From the Sermon upon the Unity of the Church. When the time had come at which the Roman Empire of the West was to collapse and Gaul was to become France, God did not allow such a noble part of Christendom to remain long under idolatrous princes, and wishing to hand over to the kings of the French the keeping of his church, which he had formerly entrusted to the emperors, he gave not to France only, but to the whole Western world, a new Constantine in the person of Clovis. The miraculous victory which he sent from heaven to each of these 2 princes in their wars was a pledge of his love, and the glorious inducement which attracted them to Christianity. Faith triumphed, and the warlike nation of the Franks knew that the God of Clotilda was the true God of armies. Then Saint Remi saw that by placing the kings of France and their people in the bosom of Jesus Christ, he had given to the Church a set of invincible protectors. This great saint, this new Samuel called to anoint the kings, anointed these, in his own words, to be the perpetual defender of the Church and the poor. A worthy object for royalty to pursue. After teaching them how to make churches flourish and populations thrive, believe ye that he himself is now speaking to you, as I only recite the fatherly words of this apostle of the French. Day and night he prayed to God that they should persevere in his faith and reign according to the rules he had given them, assuring them at the same time that in enlarging their kingdom they would enlarge the kingdom of Christ, and that if they faithfully kept the laws he prescribed in the name of God, the empire of Rome would be given to them, so that from the kings of France would issue emperors worthy of that title, through whom Christ would reign. Such were the blessings which 1,000 and 1,000 times the great Saint Remi poured upon the French and their kings, whom he always called his dear children, unceasingly praising God for his kindness, because, with a view to strengthen the incipient faith of this God-blessed nation, he had deigned, through his own sinners' hands, these are his own words, to repeat before the eyes of all the French and of their king the miracles which had burst upon the world in the early foundation of Christian churches. All the saints then living rejoiced, and in this decline of the Roman Empire it seemed to them that there appeared in the kings of France a new light for the whole West. In occiduis partibus novi iubaris lumen effulgurat. And not for the West alone, but for all the Church, to which this new kingdom promised new advances. This is what was said by Saint Avitus, the learned and holy Bishop of Vienne, the weighty and eloquent advocate of the Church of Rome, who was directed by his colleagues, the revered bishops of Gaul, to recommend to the Romans in the cause of Pope Symmachus the common cause of the whole episcopacy, because, so said that great man, when the Pope, the chief of all the bishops, is assailed, then not one bishop alone, but the whole episcopacy is in danger. Opening of the funeral oration on Henrietta of France. My Lord. Note. This oration was delivered in the presence of the Duke of Orléans, son-in-law of Henrietta of France. It is he whom Bossuet addresses in beginning his speech. End of note. He who reigns in heaven and who is the Lord of all the empires, to whom alone majesty, glory, and independence belong, is also the only one who glories in dictating laws to kings, and in giving them, when it so pleases him, great and terrible lessons. Whether he raises or lowers thrones, whether he communicates his own power to princes, or reclaims it all and leaves them nothing but their own weakness, he teaches them their duties in a manner both sovereign and worthy of him. For when giving them his power, he commands them to use it, as he does, for the good of the world, and he shows them in withdrawing it that all their majesty is borrowed, and that though seated on the throne, they are nevertheless under his hand and supreme authority. Thus does he teach princes, not only by words, but by deeds and examples. Et nunc reges intelligite, erudimini qui judicatis terram. Christians, ye who have been called from all sides to this ceremony by the memory of a great queen, daughter, wife, mother of powerful kings and of sovereigns of 3 kingdoms, this speech will bring before you one of those conspicuous examples which spread before the eyes of the world its absolute vanity. You will see in a single life all the extremes of human affairs, boundless felicity and boundless misery, a long and peaceful possession of one of the world's noblest crowns. All that can be given of the glories of birth and rank, gathered upon a head which is afterwards exposed to all the insults of fortune, the good cause at first rewarded by success, then met by sudden turns and unheard of changes. Rebellion long restrained, at last overriding everything. Unbridled licentiousness, the destruction of all laws, royal majesty insulted by crimes before unknown, usurpation and tyranny under the name of liberty, a queen pursued by her enemies, and finding no refuge in either of her kingdoms, her own native land become a melancholy place of exile, many voyages across the sea undertaken by a princess in spite of the tempest, the ocean surprised at being crossed so often in such different ways and for so different causes, a throne shamefully destroyed and miraculously restored. Those are the lessons which are given by God to the kings. Thus does he show to the world the emptiness of its pomps and splendors. If I lack words, if expression is unable to do justice to a subject of such magnitude and loftiness, things alone will speak sufficiently. The heart, note, the queen's heart was kept in the church where Bossuet was speaking. End of note. Of a great queen, formerly raised by long years of prosperity and suddenly plunged into an abyss of bitterness, will speak loudly enough. And if private characters are not allowed to give lessons to princes upon such strange occurrences, a king lends me his voice to tell them, Et nunc, reges, intelligite, erudimini qui judicatis terram. Understand now, ye kings of the earth, learn, ye who judge the world. But the wise and religious princess, who is the subject of this discourse, was not simply a spectacle presented to them that they may study therein the counsels of divine providence and the fatal revolutions of monasteries. She was her own instructor, while God instructed all princes through her example. I have said already that the divine Lord teaches them both by giving and by taking away their power. The queen of whom I speak understood one of these lessons as well as the other, contrary as they are, which means that in good as well as in evil fortune she behaved as a Christian. In the one she was charitable, in the other invincible. While prosperous, she made her power felt by the world through infinite blessings. When fortune forsook her, she enlarged her own treasure of virtues, so that she lost for her own good this royal power which she had had for the good of others. And if her subjects, if her allies, if the Church universal were the gainers by her greatness, she gained by her misfortunes and humiliations more than she had done by all her glory. The Great Rebellion. I confess, on entering upon my undertaking, that I realize its difficulty more than ever. When I fastened my eyes upon the unheard of misfortunes of such a great queen, I failed to find words, and my mind, revolted by so many undeserved hardships inflicted upon majesty and virtue, would never consent to rush into such a maze of horrors if the admirable constancy with which this princess bore her reverses had not risen far above the crimes by which they were caused. But at the same time, Christians, I labor under another solicitude. What I meditate upon is no human work. I am not here a historian, about to unravel to you the mysteries of cabinets, or the order of battles, or the interests of parties. I must rise above man, in order that every creature should tremble under the judgments of God. I shall enter with David into the powers of the Lord. And I have to show you the wonders of his hand and of his resolutions, resolutions of deserved punishment for England, resolutions of compassion for the Queen's salvation, but resolutions stamped by the finger of God, whose imprint is so striking and manifest in the events of which I have to treat, that no one can fail to be dazzled by his light. When we go back in time, no matter how far, and investigate in the histories the instances of great revolutions, we find that hitherto they have been caused by the licentiousness or violence of princes. For when princes, ceasing to study their civil and military affairs, make hunting their only labor, or, as was said by one historian, find all their glory in their splendor, and put all their mind to the invention of new pleasures, or when, carried away by their violent natures, they cease to respect the laws and to know any bounds, and thus lose both the respect and the fear of their subjects, because the ills those subjects are bearing seem more unendurable than those they only fear, then either excessive licentiousness or patience driven to extremity is full of menace to reigning houses. Charles I, King of England, was just, moderate, magnanimous, very well informed in regard to his affairs and to the arts of government. Never was there a prince more able to make royalty not only venerable and holy, but also loved and cherished by his people. What fault can be found with him save clemency? I am willing to say of him what a celebrated writer said of Caesar, that he was so clement as to be compelled to repent it. Caesari proprium et peculiare sit clementiae insigne qua usque ad penitentiam omnes superavit. Let this be, then, if you will, the illustrious fault of Charles as well as of Caesar. But if any one wishes to believe that misfortune and defeat are always associated with weakness, do not let him think, for all that, he can persuade us that either strength was wanting in Charles's courage or energy in his resolutions. When pursued to the very last extremities by fortune's implacable malignity, and betrayed by all his people, he never deserted his own cause. In spite of the ill success of his unfortunate arms, though conquered, he was not subdued. And just as he never when victorious refused that which was reasonable, when captive he always rejected that which was weak and unjust. I can hardly behold his great heart in his last trials. But certainly he showed that no rebels can deprive of his majesty a king who really knows himself, and those who saw with what visage he appeared in Westminster Hall and in Whitehall Square can easily judge how intrepid he was at the head of his armies, how august and imposing in the middle of his palace and court. Great Queen, I satisfy your tenderest desires when I celebrate this monarch, and this heart, which never lived but for him, wakes up from its dust and resumes sentiment, even under this funeral drapery, at the name of such a beloved husband, whom his enemies themselves will call wise and just, and whom posterity will name among great princes, provided his history finds readers whose judgment does not allow itself to be swayed by events and by fortune. Those who are informed in regard to the facts, being compelled to admit that the king's conduct had given no reason and not even a pretext for the sacrilegious excesses, the memory of which is abhorred by us, ascribed them to the unconquerable haughtiness of the nation. And I own that the hatred of parricides is apt to throw our minds into such an opinion. But when we more closely consider the history of this great kingdom, especially during the last reigns, in which not simply adult kings, but even children under guardianship and queens themselves have wielded a power so absolute and inspired so much terror, when we see the incredible facility with which the true religion was by turns upset and restored by Henry, Edward, Mary, Elizabeth, we do not find either the nation so prone to rebel, nor its parliaments so proud and factious. Rather, we are compelled to reproach these people with too much docility, since they placed under the yoke even their faith and conscience. Do not let us then make blind accusations against the inhabitants of the most celebrated island in the world, who, according to the most reliable histories, trace their origin back to Gaul, and do not let us believe that the Mercians, the Danes, and the Saxons have so far corrupted in them the good blood which they had received from our ancestors as to lead them to such barbarous proceedings if some other causes had not intervened. What is it, then, that drove them on? What force, what transport, what disturbance of the elements stirred these agitations, these violences? There is no doubt, Christians, that false religions, infidelity, the thirst of disputing on things divine without end, without rule, without submission, carried away their hearts. Those are the enemies against which the Queen had to fight, and which neither her prudence, her leniency, nor her firmness could conquer. A man appeared, of a mind incredibly deep, a consummate dissembler, and at the same time a powerful statesman, capable of undertaking everything and of concealing everything, no less active and indefatigable in peace than in war, who left nothing to fortune of that which he could take from it by wisdom or foresight, but withal so vigilant, so well prepared for everything, that he never failed to improve any opportunity. In short, one of those restless and audacious minds which seem to have been born in order to transform the world. How dangerous the fate of such minds, and how many appear in history who were ruined by their very boldness. But at the same time, what do they not achieve when it pleases God to make use of them? To this one it was given to deceive the people and to prevail against the kings. For as he had discovered that in this infinite medley of sects which no longer had any fixed rules, the pleasure of dogmatic arguing without any fear of being reprimanded or restrained by any authority, either ecclesiastical or secular, was the spell that charmed their minds, he so well managed to conciliate them thereby that out of this monstrous medley he created a formidable unit. When a man has once found a way of seducing the multitude with the bait of freedom, they afterwards blindly follow, provided they still hear the beloved word. These, occupied with the object that had first transported them, were still going on without noticing that they were going to servitude, and their subtle leader, who while fighting and arguing, while uniting in himself 1,000 different characters, while acting as theologian and prophet as well as soldier and captain, saw that he had so bewitched the world that he was looked upon by the whole army as a chief sent by God for the protection of independence, began to perceive that he could drive them still further. I shall not relate to you the story of his too prosperous undertakings, nor his famous victories which made virtue indignant, nor his long tranquillity which astonished the world. It was God's purpose to instruct the kings not to desert his church. He wished to reveal by one great example all that heresy can do, how indocile and independent it naturally is, how fatal to royalty and to any legitimate authority. Moreover, when this great God has chosen any one for the instrument of his designs, nothing can stop his course. He either chains or blinds, or subdues all that is capable of resistance. I am the Lord, he says through the lips of Jeremiah. I am he who made the earth with the men and animals, and I place it in the hands of whomsoever pleases me. And now I wished to submit these lands to Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, my servant." He calls him his servant, although an infidel, because he selected him for enforcing his decrees. "And I order," he goes on, "that everything be obedient unto him, even the animals." Thus it is that everything bends and becomes flexible when God so commands. But listen to the rest of the prophecy. "I order that these people shall obey him, and shall obey his son also, until the time of the one and the other do come." See, ye Christians, how clearly marked the times are, how numbered the generations. God determines how long the sleep of the world shall be, and also when the awakening is to come. God held 12 years without relaxing, without any consolation from men, our unfortunate Queen. Let us loudly call her by this title, which she made a cause for thanksgiving, making her learn under his hand such hard but useful lessons. At last, softened by her prayers and her humble patience, he restored the royal house. Charles II is recognized, and the injury of the kings is avenged. Those whom arms could not conquer, nor reasoning convince, came back suddenly of their own accord. Disappointed in their freedom, they at last came to detest its excesses, ashamed that they had had so much power, and horrified at their own success. We know that this magnanimous prince might have hastened things by making use of the hands of those who offered to destroy tyranny at one blow. But his great soul disdained these low agencies. He believed that whatever were the conditions of kings, it behoved their majesty to act only by the laws or by arms. These laws, which he defended, restored him almost by themselves. He reigns peaceful and glorious on his ancestor's throne, and with and through him also reign justice, wisdom, and mercy. From the Discourse upon Universal History, Introduction. Even were history useless to other men, it would still be necessary to have it read by princes. There is no better way of making them discover what can be brought about by passions and interests, by times and circumstances, by good and bad advice. The books of historians are filled with the actions that occupy them, and everything therein seems to have been done for their use. If experience is necessary to them for acquiring that prudence which enables them to become good rulers, nothing is more useful to their instruction than to add to the example of past centuries the experiences with which they meet every day. While usually they learn to judge of the dangerous circumstances that surround them only at the expense of their subjects and of their own glory, by the help of history they form their judgment upon the events of the past without risking anything. When they see even the most completely hidden vices of princes exposed to the eyes of all men, in spite of the insincere praise which they received while alive, they feel ashamed of the empty joy which flattery gives them, and they acknowledge that true glory cannot obtain without real merit. Moreover, it would be disgraceful, I do not say for a prince, but in general for any educated man, not to know the human kind and the memorable changes which took place in the world through the lapse of ages. If we do not learn from history to distinguish the times, we shall represent men under the law of nature or under the civil law the same as under the sway of the gospel. We shall speak of the Persians conquered under Alexander in the same way as of the Persians victorious under Cyrus. We shall represent Greece as free in the time of Philip as in the time of Themistocles or Miltiades; the Roman people as proud under the emperors as under the consuls; the Church as quiet under Diocletian as under Constantine; and France, disturbed by civil wars under Charles IX. And Henry III., as powerful in the time of Louis XIV. when, united under such a great king, alone she triumphs over the whole of Europe. Public spirit in Rome. He who can put into the minds of the people patience in labor, a feeling for glory and the nation's greatness, and love of their country, can boast of having framed the political constitution best fitted for the production of great men. It is undoubtedly to great men that the strength of an empire is due. Nature never fails to bring forth in all countries lofty minds and hearts, but we must assist it in forming them. What forms and perfects them consists of strong feelings and noble impressions, which spread through all minds and invisibly pass from one to another. What is it that makes our nobility so proud in battle, so bold in its undertakings? It is the opinion received from childhood and established by the unanimous sentiment of the nation, that a nobleman without valor degrades himself and is no longer worthy to see the light of day. All the Romans were nurtured in these sentiments, and the common people vied with the aristocracy as to who would in action be most faithful to these vigorous maxims. The fathers who did not bring their children up in these maxims and in the manner necessary to enable them to serve the state were called into court before the magistrates and there adjudged guilty of a crime against the public. When such a course has been entered upon, great men produce great men to succeed them, and if Rome has had such men in greater number than any other city, it is nowise due to chance. It is because the Roman state, constituted in the manner which we have described, possessed, as it were, the very nature that must needs be most prolific of heroes. End of section 36. Section 37 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5. Section 37. Selected Excerpts by James Boswell. James Boswell by Charles F. Johnson. James Boswell was born in Ayrshire, Scotland. His family was of ancient origin and some social pretension, but the name derives its real distinction from him. He attended the University of Edinburgh and was admitted to the Scotch bar. He was, however, of a socially excitable and adventurous spirit, which impelled him out of the humdrum life of a petty Scotch laird into the broad currents of the world, and led him to attach himself to men of intellectual distinction. He was introduced to Dr. Johnson in 1763, and scrupulously sought his society till Johnson's death, making at least 9 journeys to London for the purpose, and recording his conversation with painstaking assiduity. To this enthusiastic industry we owe the Life, published in 1791, a book allowed on all hands to fulfill the purpose of a biography, in giving an exact and lively picture of the central figure and of his environment, better than any other ever written. Previous to this, Boswell had spent some time on the Continent, and, driven by the peculiar form of hero worship which was his overmastering impulse, he visited Corsica and became intimate with Pascal Paoli, the patriot who freed the island from the Genoese, but was subsequently conquered by the French. In 1768, Boswell published an account of Corsica, Memoirs of Pascal Paoli, and a journal of a tour to the island. Of this Johnson said, "The history is like other histories, but the journal is in a high degree delightful and curious." Gray said that the journal was a dialogue between a green goose and a hero. In 1793 Boswell was admitted a member of the famous Literary Club, and soon after persuaded Dr. Johnson to make a tour of the Hebrides, a journey at that time presenting almost as many difficulties as a trip to Labrador does now. His journal, a book quite as entertaining as the Life, was not published till 1786, 2 years after Johnson's death. As stated before, Boswell's great book, The Life, was published in 1791. The author also published a number of minor works, which are not worth enumerating. The position of James Boswell as a classic author is as well established as it is unique. It depends entirely on the 2 books mentioned, The Life of Dr. Samuel Johnson and The Journal of a Tour to the Hebrides, which may be considered as one, and indeed were amalgamated into one in Croker's edition. Further, the interest of these books depends more on the subject matter than on the style. No books are better known than these, and none are buried deeper in oblivion than his other productions, with the possible exception of the Corsican Journal. One is as obscure as the other is immortal, though from the artistic standpoint they do not differ greatly in literary merit. But it is not just to say that the value of Boswell's Life of Johnson depends entirely on the subject matter. It depends rather on a happy relation or coordination between the subject and the author. In consequence, it is hardly possible to consider Boswell as a writer without some reference to Samuel Johnson. Not only is Johnson the central figure in the book, but in a sense he is a joint author of it. About 1/3 of the book is in Johnson's words, and this third is decidedly the best part. Boswell's reputation as a great writer is unique in that it depends upon greatness as an interviewer and reporter. Macaulay says, "If Boswell had not been a great fool, he never would have been a great writer." This is one of those paradoxical statements to which Macaulay likes to give a glittering plausibility. It is true that Boswell wrote a great book, and it is also true that in some regards he was what we are accustomed to designate as a fool. But to connect the two as cause and effect is like saying that a man was a great athlete because he was lame, or that Lord Byron had a beautiful face because he had a club foot, or that Demosthenes was a great orator because he stammered. Men have been made by their foibles, but in those cases weakness in some directions has been more than compensated for by strength in others. Boswell lacked some of the great literary powers, but he possessed others, and those that he did possess happened to be precisely the ones necessary to the writer of the Life of Samuel Johnson. Boswell had no imagination, no moral elevation, no decided wit or power of phrase, no deep insight, no invention. But he had one power which lies behind all great realistic literary work, and that is observation. Johnson furnished the power of phrase, in which he was as eminent as any Englishman between Shakespeare and Charles Lamb. The higher powers are not needed in a transcript of fact. Boswell possessed, too, an eye for the externals, which indicate character, and, a quality rare in the 18th century, absolute accuracy. Sir Joshua Reynolds said, "Every word of the Life might be depended on as if it were given on oath." It was this habit of painstaking accuracy, rather than good taste, which led him to avoid the vice of rhetorical amplification. It also prevented him from missing the point of a joke of which he was unconscious. As a rule, his Johnsoniana are better than those of Sir John Hawkins or Mrs. Piozzi, because they are more literal. In one or two instances, an embellishment which improved a story was rejected by him because it was not true. These powers, observation, scrupulous accuracy and industry, and enthusiastic admiration of his hero, were all that he needed for the production of a great book. For Dr. Johnson was so unaffected, so outspoken, and so entertaining a man, and every sentence he uttered was so characteristic, that realism was a far better method for his biographer than analysis. Perhaps it is always better when the subject is strongly marked. That Dr. Johnson was a good subject is so evident that the mere statement is sufficient. Mrs. Thrale Piozzi's and even Sir John Hawkins's books are entertaining simply because they are about him. The 18th century man presents a number of excellent features for literary portraiture, because he is a compound of formality and explosiveness. The formal manners and dress and ponderous courtesy of the 18th century, combined with an outspoken way of calling things by their right names, and a boyish petulance and quickness of temper, make a contrast that is essentially humorous, and more attractive than the philosophic and broad-minded temper of earlier times, or the reticence and indifference of our own day. Dr. Johnson was a typical 18th century man, and epitomized these contrasts. Personally, too, he was a man for whom we must feel the most profound regard and respect. He represents the normal Englishman, a compound of moral integrity, rooted prejudice, and hatred of shams, with a mind which works mechanically, and a kind heart. We instinctively recognize this compound as the ancestral type of our race, and are drawn to it. The real power of our race depends upon the simplicity and solid humanity of this central type. The heavy-armed and disciplined infantry about which are grouped the more gifted and erratic types, the scouts and light horse of civilization. For these general reasons, Samuel Johnson seems to us the best sitter for a literary portrait that ever fell into the hands of a literary painter, and the excellence of his biography to depend quite as much upon the fact that it is a life of Samuel Johnson as upon the fact that it is a life by James Boswell. Boswell's private character is outside the question in a consideration of his writings. Macaulay calls him a drunkard. If this be true, it seems a little severe to call a Scotchman to account for being intoxicated 100 years ago. He also speaks of him as a toady, but he was a friend of Johnson, whose detestation of sycophancy was a positive principle. Hume speaks of him as a friend of mine, very good-humored, very agreeable, and very mad. Macaulay's and Carlyle's essays may be considered as mutually corrective. The truth is that Boswell was absolutely frank, and if a man is frank about himself on paper, he must write himself down a fool, unless he belongs to a higher type than Boswell, or his critics. Charles F. Johnson. An account of Corsica. Having said so much of the genius and character of the Corsicans, I must beg leave to present my readers with a very distinguished Corsican character, that of Signor Clemente de Paoli, brother of the general. This gentleman is the eldest son of the old General Giacinto Paoli. He is about 50 years of age, of a middle size and dark complexion. His eyes are quick and piercing, and he has something in the form of his mouth which renders his appearance very particular. His understanding is of the first rate, and he has by no means suffered it to lie neglected. He was married, and has an only daughter, the wife of Signor Barbaggi, one of the first men in the island. For these many years past, Signor Clemente, being in a state of widowhood, has resided at Rostino, from whence the family of Paoli comes. He lives there in a very retired manner. He is of a saturnine disposition, and his notions of religion are rather gloomy and severe. He spends his whole time in study, except what he passes at his devotions. These generally take up 6 or 8 hours every day, during all which time he is in church and before the altar in a fixed posture, with his hands and eyes lifted up to heaven with solemn fervor. He prescribes to himself an abstemious, rigid course of life, as if he had taken the vows of some of the religious orders. He is much with the Franciscans, who have a convent at Rostino. He wears the common coarse dress of the country, and it is difficult to distinguish him from one of the lowest of the people. When he is in company he seldom speaks, and except upon important occasions never goes into public, or even to visit his brother at Corte. When danger calls, however, he is the first to appear in the defense of his country. He is then foremost in the ranks, and exposes himself to the hottest action, for religious fear is perfectly consistent with the greatest bravery, according to the famous line of the pious Racine, "I fear my God, and know no other fear." In the beginning of an engagement he is generally calm, and will frequently offer up a prayer to heaven for the person at whom he is going to fire, saying he is sorry to be under the necessity of depriving him of life, but that he is an enemy to Corsica, and Providence has sent him in his way in order that he may be prevented from doing any further mischief; that he hopes God will pardon his crimes and take him to himself. After he has seen 2 or 3 of his countrymen fall at his side, the case alters, his eyes flame with grief and indignation, and he becomes like one furious, dealing vengeance everywhere around him. His authority in the council is not less than his valor in the field. His strength of judgment and extent of knowledge, joined to the singular sanctity of his character, give him great weight in all the public consultations, and his influence is of considerable service to his brother the general. A tour to Corsica. While I stopped to refresh my mules at a little village, the inhabitants came crowding about me as an ambassador going to their general. When they were informed of my country, a strong black fellow among them said, "English! They are barbarians. They don't believe in the great God." I told him, "Excuse me, sir, we do believe in God, and Jesus Christ too." "And in the Pope?" "No." "And why?" This was a puzzling question in these circumstances, for there was a great audience to the controversy. I thought I would try a method of my own, and very gravely replied, "Because we are too far off," a very new argument against the universal infallibility of the Pope. It took, however, for my opponent mused a while and then said, "Too far off! Why, Sicily is as far off as England, yet in Sicily they believe in the Pope." "Oh," said I, "we are 10 times further off than Sicily." "Aha!" said he, and seemed quite satisfied. In this manner I got off very well. I question much whether any of the learned reasonings of our Protestant divines would have had so good an effect. End of Section 37.
Section 38 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bev Stevens. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5. Section 38. The Life of Samuel Johnson, by James Boswell. It seems to me, in my moments of self-complacency, that this extensive biographical work, however inferior in its nature, may in one respect be assimilated to the Odyssey. Amidst 1,000 entertaining and instructive episodes, the hero is never long out of sight, for they are all in some degree connected with him, and he, in the whole course of the history, is exhibited by the author for the best advantage of his readers. Quid virtus et quid sapientia possit, utile proposuit nobis exemplar ulusin. What may by virtue be done, and what by wisdom accomplished, Homer affords in Ulysses for us a helpful example. Should there be any cold-blooded and morose mortals who really dislike this book, I will give them a story to apply. When the great Duke of Marlborough, accompanied by Lord Cadogan, was one day reconnoitring the army in Flanders, a heavy rain came on, and they both called for their cloaks. Lord Cadogan's servant, a good-humoured, alert lad, brought his lordship's in a minute. The Duke's servant, a lazy, sulky dog, was so sluggish that his Grace, being wet to the skin, reproved him, and had for answer with a grunt, "I came as fast as I could." Upon which the Duke calmly said, "Cadogan, I would not for £1,000 have that fellow's temper." Mr. Thomas Davies, the actor, who then kept a bookseller's shop in Russell Street, Covent Garden, told me that Johnson was very much his friend, and came frequently to his house, where he more than once invited me to meet him, but by some unlucky accident or other he was prevented from coming to us. Mr. Thomas Davies was a man of good understanding and talents, with the advantage of a liberal education. Though somewhat pompous, he was an entertaining companion, and his literary performances have no inconsiderable share of merit. He was a friendly and very hospitable man. Both he and his wife, who has been celebrated for her beauty, though upon the stage for many years, maintained a uniform decency of character, and Johnson esteemed them, and lived in as easy an intimacy with them as with any family which he used to visit. Mr. Davies recollected several of Johnson's remarkable sayings, and was one of the best of the many imitators of his voice and manner while relating them. He increased my impatience more and more to see the extraordinary man whose works I highly valued, and whose conversation was reported to be so peculiarly excellent. At last, on Monday, the 16th of May, when I was sitting in Mr. Davies' back parlour, after having drunk tea with him and Mrs. Davies, Johnson unexpectedly came into the shop, and Mr. Davies, having perceived him through the glass door in the room in which we were sitting, advancing toward us, he announced his awful approach to me, somewhat in the manner of an actor in the part of Horatio, when he addresses Hamlet on the appearance of his father's ghost. "Look, my lord, it comes." I found that I had a very perfect idea of Johnson's figure from the portrait of him painted by Sir Joshua Reynolds, soon after he had published his dictionary, in the attitude of sitting in his easy-chair in deep meditation, which was the first picture his friend did for him, which Sir Joshua very kindly presented to me, and from which an engraving has been made for this work. Mr. Davies mentioned my name, and respectfully introduced me to him. I was much agitated, and recollecting his prejudice against the Scotch, of which I had heard much, I said to Davies, "Don't tell where I came from." "From Scotland," cried Davies roguishly. "Mr. Johnson," said I do indeed come from Scotland, but I cannot help it." I am willing to flatter myself that I meant this as light pleasantry to soothe and conciliate him, and not as an humiliating abasement at the expense of my country. But however that might be, this speech was somewhat unlucky, for with that quickness of wit for which he was so remarkable, he seized the expression, "come from Scotland," which I used in the sense of being of that country, and as if I had said that I had come away from it, or left it, retorted, "That, sir, I find, is what a very great many of your countrymen cannot help." This stroke stunned me a good deal, and when he had sat down I felt myself not a little embarrassed, and apprehensive of what might come next. He then addressed himself to Davies. "What do you think of Garrick? He has refused me an order for the play of Miss Williams, because he knows the house will be full, and that an order would be worth 3 shillings." Eager to take any opening to get into conversation with him, I ventured to say, "Oh, sir, I cannot think Mr. Garrick would grudge such a trifle to you." "Sir," said he, with a stern look, "I have known David Garrick longer than you have done, and I know no right you have to talk to me on the subject." Perhaps I deserved this check, for it was rather presumptuous in me, an entire stranger, to express any doubt of the justice of his animadversion upon his old acquaintance and pupil. I now felt myself much mortified, and began to think that the hope which I had long indulged of obtaining his acquaintance was blasted. And, in truth, had not my ardour been uncommonly strong, and my resolution uncommonly persevering, so rough a reception might have deterred me for ever from making any further attempts. Fortunately, however, I remained upon the field not wholly discomfited, and was soon rewarded by hearing some of his conversation, of which I preserved the following short minute, without marking the questions and observations by which it was produced. "People," he remarked, "may be taken in once, who imagine that an author is greater in private life than other men. Uncommon parts require uncommon opportunities for their exertion. In barbarous society, superiority of parts is of real consequence. Great strength or great wisdom is of much value to an individual, but in more polished times there are people to do everything for money, and then there are a number of other superiorities, such as those of birth and fortune and rank, that dissipate men's attention and leave no extraordinary share of respect for personal and intellectual superiority. This is wisely ordered by Providence, to preserve some equality among mankind. Sir, this book," the Elements of Criticism which he had taken up, "is a pretty essay, and deserves to be held in some estimation, though much of it is chimerical." Speaking of one who with more than ordinary boldness attacked public measures and the royal family, he said, "I think he is safe from the law, but he is an abusive scoundrel, and instead of applying to my Lord Chief Justice to punish him, I would send half a dozen footmen and have him well ducked." The notion of liberty amuses the people of England, and helps to keep off the taedium vitae. When a butcher tells you that his heart bleeds for his country, he has in fact no uneasy feeling. Sheridan will not succeed at Bath with his oratory. Ridicule has gone down before him, and I doubt Derrick is his enemy. Derrick may do very well as long as he can outrun his character, but the moment his character gets up with him, it is all over. It is, however, but just to record that some years afterwards, when I reminded him of this sarcasm, he said, "Well, but Derrick has now got a character that he need not run away from." I was highly pleased with the extraordinary vigour of his conversation, and regretted that I was drawn away from it by an engagement at another place. I had for a part of the evening been left alone with him, and had ventured to make an observation now and then, which he received very civilly; so that I was satisfied that, though there was a roughness in his manner, there was no ill nature in his disposition. Davies followed me to the door, and when I complained to him a little of the hard blows which the great man had given me, he kindly took upon him to console me by saying, "Don't be uneasy, I can see he likes you very well." A few days afterwards I called on Davies, and asked him if he thought I might take the liberty of waiting on Mr. Johnson at his chambers in the Temple. He said I certainly might, and that Mr. Johnson would take it as a compliment. So on Tuesday, the 24th of May, after having been enlivened by the witty sallies of Messrs. Thornton, Wilkes, Churchill, and Lloyd, with whom I had passed the morning, I boldly repaired to Johnson. His chambers were on the first floor of No. 1, Inner Temple Lane, and I entered them with an impression given me by the Reverend Dr. Blair of Edinburgh, who had been introduced to him not long before, and described his having "found the giant in his den," an expression which, when I came to be pretty well acquainted with Johnson, I repeated to him, and he was diverted at this picturesque account of himself. Dr. Blair had been presented to him by Dr. James Fordyce. At this time the controversy concerning the pieces published by Mr. James Macpherson as translations of Ossian was at its height. Johnson had all along denied their authenticity, and what was still more provoking to their admirers, maintained that they had no merit. The subject having been introduced by Dr. Fordyce, Dr. Blair, relying on the internal evidence of their antiquity, asked Dr. Johnson whether he thought any man of a modern age could have written such poems. Johnson replied, "Yes, sir, many men, many women, and many children." Johnson at this time did not know that Dr. Blair had just published a dissertation, not only defending their authenticity, but seriously ranking them with the poems of Homer and Virgil. And when he was afterwards informed of this circumstance, he expressed some displeasure at Dr. Fordyce's having suggested the topic, and said, "I am not sorry that they got this much for their pains. Sir, it was like leading one to talk of a book when the author is concealed behind the door." He received me very courteously, but it must be confessed that his apartment and furniture and morning dress were sufficiently uncouth. His brown suit of clothes looked very rusty. He had on a little shrivelled unpowdered wig, which was too small for his head. His shirt-neck and the knees of his breeches were loose, his black worsted stockings ill drawn up, and he had a pair of unbuckled shoes by way of slippers. But all these slovenly particularities were forgotten the moment that he began to talk. Some gentlemen, whom I do not recollect, were sitting with him, and when they went away I also rose, but he said to me, "Nay, don't go." "Sir," said I am afraid that I intrude upon you. It is benevolent to allow me to sit and hear you." He seemed pleased with this compliment, which I sincerely paid him, and answered, "Sir, I am obliged to any man who visits me." In February 1767 there happened one of the most remarkable incidents of Johnson's life, which gratified his monarchical enthusiasm, and which he loved to relate with all its circumstances when requested by his friends. This was his being honoured by a private conversation with his Majesty in the library at the Queen's house. He had frequently visited those splendid rooms and noble collection of books, which he used to say was more numerous and curious than he supposed any person could have made in the time which the king had employed. Mr. Barnard, the librarian, took care that he should have every accommodation that could contribute to his ease and convenience, while indulging his literary taste in that place, so that he had here a very agreeable resource at leisure hours. His Majesty, having been informed of his occasional visits, was pleased to signify a desire that he should be told when Dr. Johnson came next to the library. Accordingly, the next time that Johnson did come, as soon as he was fairly engaged with the book, on which, while he sat by the fire, he seemed quite intent, Mr. Barnard stole round to the apartment where the king was, and in obedience to his Majesty's commands, mentioned that Dr. Johnson was then in the library. His Majesty said that he was at leisure and would go to him, upon which Mr. Barnard took one of the candles that stood on the king's table and lighted his Majesty through a suite of rooms till they came to a private door into the library, of which his Majesty had the key. Being entered, Mr. Barnard stepped forward hastily to Dr. Johnson, who was still in a profound study, and whispered him, "Sir, here is the king." Johnson started up and stood still. His Majesty approached him, and at once was courteously easy. His Majesty began by observing that he understood he came sometimes to the library, and then mentioned his having heard that the doctor had been lately at Oxford, and asked him if he was not fond of going thither. To which Johnson answered that he was indeed fond of going to Oxford sometimes, but was likewise glad to come back again. The King then asked him what they were doing at Oxford. Johnson answered, he could not much commend their diligence, but that in some respect they were mended, for they had put their press under better regulations, and at that time were printing Polybius. He was then asked whether there were better libraries at Oxford or Cambridge. He answered, he believed the Bodleian was larger than any they had at Cambridge, at the same time adding, "I hope, whether we have more books or not than they have at Cambridge, we shall make as good use of them as they do." Being asked whether All Souls or Christ Church Library was the largest, he answered, "All Souls Library is the largest we have, except the Bodleian." "Aye," said the King, "that is the public library." His Majesty inquired if he was then writing anything. He answered he was not, for he had pretty well told the world what he knew, and must now read to acquire more knowledge. The King, as it should seem with a view to urge him to rely on his own stores as an original writer, and to continue his labours, then said, "I do not think you borrow much from anybody." Johnson said he thought he had already done his part as a writer. "I should have thought so too," said the King, "if you had not written so well." Johnson observed to me upon this that no man could have paid a handsomer compliment, and it was fit for a king to pay. It was decisive. When asked by another friend, at Sir Joshua Reynolds, whether he made any reply to this high compliment, he answered, "No, sir. When the king had said it, it was to be so. It was not for me to bandy civilities with my sovereign." Perhaps no man who had spent his whole life in courts could have shown a more nice and dignified sense of true politeness than Johnson did in this instance. His Majesty having observed to him that he supposed he must have read a good deal, Johnson answered that he thought more than he read, that he had read a great deal in the early part of his life, but having fallen into ill health, he had not been able to read much compared with others. For instance, he said he had not read much compared with Dr. Warburton. Upon which the King said that he heard Dr. Warburton was a man of much general knowledge, that you could scarce talk with him on any subject on which he was not qualified to speak, and that his learning resembled Garrick's acting in its universality. His Majesty then talked of the controversy between Warburton and Lowth, which he seemed to have read, and asked Johnson what he thought of it. Johnson answered, "Warburton has the most general, most scholastic learning. Lowth is the more correct scholar. I do not know which of them calls names best." The King was pleased to say that he was of the same opinion, adding, "You do not think, then, Dr. Johnson, that there was much argument in the case?" Johnson said he did not think there was. "Why, truly," said the King, "when once it comes to calling names, argument is pretty well at an end." His Majesty then asked him what he thought of Lord Lyttelton's history, which was just then published. Johnson said he thought his style pretty good, but that he had blamed Henry II rather too much. "Why," said the King, "they seldom do these things by halves." "No, sir," answered Johnson, "not to kings." But fearing to be misunderstood, he proceeded to explain himself, and immediately subjoined, that for those who spoke worse of kings than they deserved, he could find no excuse, but that he could more easily conceive how some one might speak better of them than they deserved, without any ill intention. For as kings had much in their power to give, those who were favoured by them would frequently, from gratitude, exaggerate their praises, and as this proceeded from a good motive, it was certainly excusable as far as error could be excusable. The King then asked him what he thought of Dr. Hill. Johnson answered that he was an ingenious man, but had no veracity, and immediately mentioned as an instance of it an assertion of that writer that he had seen objects magnified to a much greater degree by using 3 or 4 microscopes at a time than by using one. Now, added Johnson, every one acquainted with microscopes knows that the more of them he looks through, the less the object will appear. Why, replied the King, this is not only telling an untruth, but telling it clumsily, for if that be the case, every one who can look through a microscope will be able to detect him. I now, said Johnson to his friends when relating what had passed, began to consider that I was depreciating this man in the estimation of his sovereign, and thought it was time for me to say something that might be more favourable. He added, therefore, that Dr. Hill was notwithstanding a very curious observer, and if he would have been contented to tell the world no more than he knew, he might have been a very considerable man, and needed not to have recourse to such mean expedients to raise his reputation. The King then talked of literary journals, mentioned particularly the Journal des Savants, and asked Johnson if it was well done. Johnson said it was formerly very well done, and gave some account of the persons who began it, and carried it on for some years, enlarging at the same time on the nature and use of such works. The King asked him if it was well done now. Johnson answered he had no reason to think that it was. The King then asked him if there were any other literary journals published in this kingdom, except the monthly and critical reviews, and on being answered there was no other, his Majesty asked which of them was the best. Johnson answered that the monthly review was done with most care, the critical upon the best principles, adding that the authors of the monthly review were enemies to the Church. This the King said he was sorry to hear. The conversation next turned on the Philosophical Transactions, when Johnson observed that they had now a better method of arranging their materials than formerly. "Ay," said the King, "they are obliged to Dr. Johnson for that." For his Majesty had heard and remembered the circumstance, which Johnson himself had forgot. His Majesty expressed a desire to have the literary biography of this country ably executed, and proposed to Dr. Johnson to undertake it. Johnson signified his readiness to comply with his Majesty's wishes. During the whole of this interview Johnson talked to his Majesty with profound respect, but still in his firm, manly manner, with a sonorous voice, and never in that subdued tone which is commonly used at the levee and in the drawing-room. After the King withdrew, Johnson showed himself highly pleased with his Majesty's conversation and gracious behaviour. He said to Mr. Barnard, "Sir, they may talk of the King as they will, but he is the finest gentleman that I have ever seen." And he afterwards observed to Mr. Langton, "Sir, his manners are those of as fine a gentleman as we may suppose Louis XIV. Or Charles II." At Sir Joshua Reynolds's, where a circle of Johnson's friends were collected round him to hear his account of this memorable conversation, Dr. Joseph Warton, in his frank and lively manner, was very active in pressing him to mention the particulars. "Come now, sir, this is an interesting matter. Do favour us with it." Johnson, with great good humour, complied. He told them, "I found his Majesty wished I should talk, and I made it my business to talk. I find it does a man good to be talked to by his sovereign. In the first place, a man cannot be in a passion." Here some question interrupted him, which is to be regretted, as he certainly would have pointed out and illustrated many circumstances of advantage from being in a situation where the powers of the mind are at once excited to vigorous exertion and tempered by reverential awe. Mr. Macpherson little knew the character of Dr. Johnson, if he supposed that he could be easily intimidated, for no man was ever more remarkable for personal courage. He had indeed an awful dread of death, or rather of something after death, and what rational man, who seriously thinks of quitting all that he has ever known and going into a new and unknown state of being, can be without that dread? But his fear was from reflection, his courage natural. His fear, in that one instance, was the result of philosophical and religious consideration. He feared death, but he feared nothing else, not even what might occasion death. Many instances of his resolution may be mentioned. One day, at Mr. Beauclerk's house in the country, when two large dogs were fighting, he went up to them and beat them till they separated; and at another time, when told of the danger there was that a gun might burst if charged with many balls, he put in 6 or 7 and fired it off against a wall. Mr. Langton told me that when they were swimming together near Oxford, he cautioned Dr. Johnson against a pool which was reckoned particularly dangerous, upon which Johnson directly swam into it. He told me himself that one night he was attacked in the street by 4 men, to whom he would not yield, but kept them all at bay till the watch came up and carried both him and them to the roundhouse. In the playhouse at Lichfield, as Mr. Garrick informed me, Johnson, having for a moment quitted a chair which was placed for him between the side scenes, a gentleman took possession of it, and when Johnson, on his return, civilly demanded his seat, rudely refused to give it up, upon which Johnson laid hold of it and tossed him and the chair into the pit. Foote, who so successfully revived the old comedy by exhibiting living characters, had resolved to imitate Johnson on the stage, expecting great profits from his ridicule of so celebrated a man. Johnson, being informed of his intention, and being at dinner at Mr. Thomas Davies's the bookseller, from whom I had the story, he asked Mr. Davies, what was the common price of an oak stick? And being answered 6d, "Why then, sir," said he, "give me leave to send your servant to purchase a shilling one. I'll have a double quantity, for I am told Foote means to take me off, as he calls it, and I am determined the fellow shall not do it with impunity." Davies took care to acquaint Foote of this, which effectually checked the wantonness of the mimic. Mr. Macpherson's menaces made Johnson provide himself with the same implement of defence, and had he been attacked, I have no doubt that, old as he was, he would have made his corporal process be felt as much as his intellectual. Mr. Hector was so good as to accompany me to see the great works of Mr. Boulton, at a place which he has called Soho, about 2 miles from Birmingham, which the very ingenious proprietor showed me himself to the best advantage. I wished Johnson had been with us, for it was a scene which I should have been glad to contemplate by his light. The vastness and the contrivance of some of the machinery would have matched his mighty mind. I shall never forget Mr. Bolton's expression to me, "I sell here, sir, what all the world desires to have, power." He had about 700 people at work. I contemplated him as an iron chieftain, and he seemed to be a father to his tribe. One of them came to him complaining grievously of his landlord for having distrained his goods. "Your landlord is in the right, Smith," said Bolton, "but I'll tell you what. Find you a friend who will lay down 1/2 of your rent, and I'll lay down the other half, and you shall have your goods again." From Mr. Hector I now learned many particulars of Dr. Johnson's early life, which, with others that he gave me at different times since, have contributed to the formation of this work. Dr. Johnson said to me in the morning, "You will see, sir, at Mr. Hector's, his sister, Mrs. Careless, a clergyman's widow. She was the first woman with whom I was in love. It dropped out of my head imperceptibly, but she and I will always have a kindness for each other." He laughed at the notion that a man can never really be in love but once, and considered it as a mere romantic fancy. On our return from Mr. Bolton's, Mr. Hector took me to his house, where we found Johnson sitting placidly at tea with his first love, who, though now advanced in years, was a genteel woman, very agreeable and well bred. Johnson lamented to Mr. Hector the state of one of their schoolfellows, Mr. Charles Congreve, a clergyman, which he thus described: "He obtained, I believe, considerable preferment in Ireland, but now lives in London, quite as a valetudinarian, afraid to go into any house but his own. He takes a short airing in his post-chaise every day. He has an elderly woman whom he calls cousin, who lives with him, and jogs his elbow when his glass has stood too long empty, and encourages him in drinking, in which he is very willing to be encouraged. Not that he gets drunk, for he is a very pious man, but he is always muddy. He confesses to 1 bottle of port every day, and he probably drinks more. He is quite unsocial. His conversation is quite monosyllabical, and when at my last visit I asked him what o'clock it was, that signal of my departure had so pleasing an effect upon him that he sprung up to look at his watch like a greyhound bounding at a hare. When Johnson took leave of Mr. Hector, he said, "Don't grow like Congreve, nor let me grow like him when you are near me." When he talked again of Mrs. Careless to-night, he seemed to have had his affection revived, for he said, "If I had married her, it might have been as happy for me." Boswell. Pray, sir, do you not suppose that there are 50 women in the world, with any one of whom a man may be as happy as with any one woman in particular? Johnson. Ay, sir, 50,000. Boswell. Then, sir, you are not of opinion with some that imagine that certain men and certain women are made for each other, and that they cannot be happy if they miss their counterparts. Johnson. To be sure not, sir. I believe marriages would in general be as happy, and often more so, if they were all made by the Lord Chancellor, upon a due consideration of the characters and circumstances, without the parties having any choice in the matter. I am now to record a very curious incident in Dr. Johnson's life, which fell under my own observation, of which pars magna fui, and which I am persuaded will, with the liberal-minded, be much to his credit. My desire of being acquainted with celebrated men of every description had made me, much about the same time, obtain an introduction to Dr. Samuel Johnson and to John Wilkes, Esquire. 2 men more different could perhaps not be selected out of all mankind. They had even attacked one another with some asperity in their writings. Yet I lived in habits of friendship with both. I could fully relish the excellence of each, for I have ever delighted in that intellectual chemistry which can separate good qualities from evil in the same person. Sir John Pringle, mine own friend and my father's friend, between whom and Dr. Johnson I in vain wished to establish an acquaintance, as I respected and lived in intimacy with both of them, observed to me once very ingeniously, "It is not in friendship as in mathematics, where 2 things, each equal to a third, are equal between themselves. You agree with Johnson as a middle quality, and you agree with me as a middle quality. but Johnson and I should not agree. Sir John was not sufficiently flexible, so I desisted, knowing indeed that the repulsion was equally strong on the part of Johnson, who, I know not from what cause, unless his being a Scotchman, had formed a very erroneous opinion of Sir John. But I conceived an irresistible wish, if possible, to bring Dr. Johnson and Mr. Wilkes together. How to manage it was a nice and difficult matter. My worthy booksellers and friends, Messrs. Dilly, in the Poultry, at whose hospitable and well-covered table I have seen a greater number of literary men than at any other, except that of Sir Joshua Reynolds, had invited me to meet Mr. Wilkes and some more gentlemen on Wednesday, May 15th. "Pray," said I, "let us have Dr. Johnson." "What, with Mr. Wilkes? Not for the world," said Mr. Edward Dilly. "Dr. Johnson would never forgive me." "Come," said I, "if you'll let me negotiate for you, I will be answerable that all shall go well." Dilly. "Nay, if you will take it upon you, I am sure I shall be very happy to see them both here." Notwithstanding the high veneration which I entertained for Dr. Johnson, I was sensible that he was sometimes a little actuated by the spirit of contradiction, and by means of that I hoped I should gain my point. I was persuaded that if I had come upon him with a direct proposal, "Sir, will you dine in company with Jack Wilkes?" he would have flown into a passion, and would probably have answered, "Dine with Jack Wilkes, sir? I'd as soon dine with Jack Ketch." I therefore, while we were sitting quietly by ourselves at his house in an evening, took occasion to open my plan thus: "Mr. Dilly, sir, sends his respectful compliments to you, and would be happy if you would do him the honour to dine with him on Wednesday next, along with me, as I must soon go to Scotland." Johnson. "Sir, I am obliged to Mr. Dilly. I will wait upon him." Boswell. "Provided, sir, I suppose, that the company which he is to have is agreeable to you." Johnson. "What do you mean, sir? What do you take me for? Do you think I am so ignorant of the world as to imagine that I am to prescribe to a gentleman what company he is to have at his table?" Boswell. "Oh, I beg your pardon, sir, for wishing to prevent you from meeting people whom you might not like. Perhaps he may have some of what he calls his patriotic friends with him." Johnson. "Well, sir, and what then? What care I for his patriotic friends? Pooh!" Boswell. "I should not be surprised to find Jack Wilkes there." Johnson. "And if Jack Wilkes should be there, what is that to me, sir? My dear friend, let us have no more of this. I am sorry to be angry with you, but really it is treating me strangely to talk to me as if I could not meet any company whatever occasionally." Boswell. "Pray forgive me, sir. I meant well. But you shall meet whoever comes, for me." Thus I secured him, and told Dilly that he would find him very well pleased to be one of his guests on the day appointed. Upon the much expected Wednesday I called on him about half an hour before dinner, as I often did when we were to dine out together, to see that he was ready in time, and to accompany him. I found him buffeting his books, as upon a former occasion, covered with dust, and making no preparation for going abroad. "How is this, sir?" said I. "Don't you recollect that you are to dine at Mr. Dilly's?" Johnson. "Sir, I did not think of going to Dilly's. It went out of my head. I have ordered dinner at home with Mrs. Williams." Boswell. "But, my dear sir, you know you were engaged to Mr. Dilly, and I told him so. He will expect you, and will be much disappointed if you don't come." Johnson. "You must talk to Mrs. Williams about this." Here was a sad dilemma. I feared that what I was so confident I had secured would yet be frustrated. He had accustomed himself to show Mrs. Williams such a degree of humane attention as frequently imposed some restraint upon him, and I knew that if she should be obstinate he would not stir. I hastened downstairs to the blind lady's room, and told her I was in great uneasiness, for Dr. Johnson had engaged to me to dine this day at Mr. Dilly's, but that he had told me he had forgotten his engagement, and had ordered dinner at home. "Yes, sir," said she, pretty peevishly, "Dr. Johnson is to dine at home." "Madam," said I, "his respect for you is such that I know he will not leave you unless you absolutely desire it. But as you have so much of his company, I hope you will be good enough to forego it for a day, as Mr. Dilly is a very worthy man, has frequently had agreeable parties at his house for Dr. Johnson, and will be vexed if the doctor neglects him to-day. And then, madam, be pleased to consider my situation. I carried the message, and I assured Mr. Dilly that Dr. Johnson was to come, and no doubt he has made a dinner, and invited a company, and boasted of the honour he expected to have. I shall be quite disgraced if the doctor is not there." She gradually softened to my solicitations, which were certainly as earnest as most entreaties to ladies upon any occasion, and was graciously pleased to empower me to tell Dr. Johnson that all things considered she thought he should certainly go. I flew back to him, still in dust, and careless of what should be the event, indifferent in his choice to go or stay. But as soon as I had announced to him Mrs. Williams's consent, he roared, "Frank, a clean shirt!" and was very soon dressed. When I had him fairly seated in a hackney coach with me, I exulted as much as a fortune hunter who has got an heiress into a post-chaise with him to set out for Gretna Green. When we entered Mr. Dilly's drawing-room, he found himself in the midst of a company he did not know. I kept myself snug and silent, watching how he would conduct himself. I observed him whispering to Mr. Dilly, "Who is that gentleman, sir?" "Mr. Arthur Lee." Johnson, "Two, two, two," under his breath, which was one of his habitual mutterings. Mr. Arthur Lee could not but be very obnoxious to Johnson, for he was not only a patriot, but an American. He was afterwards minister from the United States at the court of Madrid. "And who is the gentleman in lace?" "Mr. Wilkes, sir." This information confounded him still more. He had some difficulty to restrain himself, and taking up a book, sat down upon a window-seat and read, or at least kept his eye upon it intently for some time, till he composed himself. His feelings, I dare say, were awkward enough, but he no doubt recollected his having rated me for supposing that he could be at all disconcerted by any company, and he therefore resolutely set himself to behave quite as an easy man of the world, who could adapt himself at once to the disposition and manners of those whom he might chance to meet. The cheering sound of "Dinner is upon the table" resolved his reverie, and we all sat down without any symptom of ill humour. There were present, besides Mr. Wilkes and Mr. Arthur Lee, who was an old companion of mine when he studied physics at Edinburgh, Mr. (now Sir John) Miller, Dr. Letson, and Mr. Slater the druggist. Mr. Wilkes placed himself next to Dr. Johnson, and behaved to him with so much attention and politeness that he gained upon him insensibly. No man eat more heartily than Johnson, or loved better what was nice and delicate. Mr. Wilkes was very assiduous in helping him to some fine veal. "Pray give me leave, sir. It is better here. A little of the brown. Some fat, sir. A little of the stuffing. some gravy. Let me have the pleasure of giving you some butter. Allow me to recommend a squeeze of this orange, or the lemon, perhaps, may have more zest." "Sir, sir, I'm obliged to you, sir," cried Johnson, bowing, and turning his head to him with a look for some time of surly virtue, but in a short while of complacency. Sir William Forbes writes to me thus: "I enclose the Round Robin. This jeu d'esprit took its rise one day at dinner at our friend Sir Joshua Reynolds's. All the company present except myself were friends and acquaintances of Dr. Goldsmith. The epitaph written for him by Dr. Johnson became the subject of conversation, and various emendations were suggested, which it was agreed should be suggested to the doctor's consideration. But the question was, who should have the courage to propose them to him? At last it was hinted that there could be no way so good as that of a round robin, as the sailors call it, which they make use of when they enter into a conspiracy, so as not to let it be known who puts his name first or last to the paper. This proposition was instantly assented to, and Dr. Barnard, Dean of Derry, now Bishop of Killahoe, drew up an address to Dr. Johnson on the occasion, replete with wit and humour, but which it was feared the doctor might think treated the subject with too much levity. Mr. Burke then proposed the address as it stands in the paper in writing, to which I had the honour to officiate as clerk. Sir Joshua agreed to carry it to Dr. Johnson, who received it with much good humour, and desired Sir Joshua to tell the gentlemen that he would alter the epitaph in any manner they pleased, as to the sense of it, but he would never consent to disgrace the walls of Westminster Abbey with an English inscription. I consider this Round Robin as a species of literary curiosity worth preserving, as it marks in a certain degree Dr. Johnson's character. Sir William Forbes's observation is very just. The anecdote now related proves in the strongest manner the reverence and awe with which Johnson was regarded by some of the most eminent men of his time, in various departments, and even by such of them as lived most with him, while it also confirms what I have again and again inculcated, that he was by no means of that ferocious and irascible character which has been ignorantly imagined. This hasty composition is also one to be remarked as one of the 1,000 instances which evince the extraordinary promptitude of Mr. Burke, who, while he is equal to the greatest things, can adorn the least, can with equal facility embrace the vast and complicated speculations of politics, or the ingenious topics of literary investigation. The character of Samuel Johnson has, I trust, been so developed in the course of this work, that they who have honoured it with a perusal may be considered as well acquainted with him. As, however, it may be expected that I should collect into one view the capital and distinguishing features of this extraordinary man, I shall endeavour to acquit myself of that part of my biographical undertaking, however difficult it may be to do that which many of my readers will do better for themselves. His figure was large and well formed, and his countenance of the cast of an ancient statue. Yet his appearance was rendered strange and somewhat uncouth by convulsive cramps, by the scars of that distemper which it was once imagined the royal touch could cure, and by a slovenly mode of dress. He had the use only of one eye, yet so much does mind govern and even supply the deficiency of organs, that his visual perceptions, as far as they extended, were uncommonly quick and accurate. So morbid was his temperament that he never knew the natural joy of a free and vigorous use of his limbs. When he walked it was like the struggling gait of one in fetters, When he rode, he had no command or direction of his horse, but was carried as if in a balloon. That, with his constitution and habits of life, he should have lived 75 years, is a proof that an inherent vivida vis is a powerful preservation of the human frame. Man is in general made up of contradictory qualities, and these will ever show themselves in strange succession where a consistency in appearance at least, if not in reality, has not been attained by long habits of philosophical discipline. In proportion to the native vigour of the mind, the contradictory qualities will be the more prominent and more difficult to be adjusted, and therefore we are not to wonder that Johnson exhibited an eminent example of this remark which I have made upon human nature. At different times he seemed a different man in some respects. Not, however, in any great or essential article, upon which he had fully employed his mind and settled certain principles of duty, but only in his manners, and in the display of argument and fancy in his talk. He was prone to superstition, but not to credulity. Though his imagination might incline him to a belief of the marvellous and the mysterious, his vigorous reason examined the evidence with jealousy. He was a sincere and zealous Christian, of High Church of England and monarchical principles, which he would not tamely suffer to be questioned, and had perhaps at an early period narrowed his mind somewhat too much, both as to religion and politics. His being impressed with the danger of extreme latitude in either, though he was of a very independent spirit, occasioned his appearing somewhat unfavourable to the prevalence of that noble freedom of sentiment which is the best possession of man. Nor can it be denied that he had many prejudices, which, however, frequently suggested many of his pointed sayings that rather show a playfulness of fancy than any settled malignity. He was steady and inflexible in maintaining the obligations of religion and morality, both from a regard for the order of society and from a veneration for the great source of all order, correct, nay, stern in his taste, hard to please and easily offended, impetuous and irritable in his temper, but of a most humane and benevolent heart, which showed itself not only in a most liberal charity, as far as his circumstances would allow, but in 1,000 instances of active benevolence. He was afflicted with a bodily disease which made him often restless and fretful, and with a constitutional melancholy, the clouds of which darkened the brightness of his fancy, and gave a gloomy cast to his whole course of thinking. We therefore ought not to wonder at his sallies of impatience and passion at any time, especially when provoked by obtrusive ignorance or presuming petulance, and allowance must be made for his uttering hasty and satirical sallies even against his best friends. And surely, when it is considered that, amidst sickness and sorrow, he exerted his faculties in so many works for the benefit of mankind, and particularly that he achieved the great and admirable dictionary of our language, we must be astonished at his resolution. The solemn text, "Of him to whom much is given, much is expected," seems to have been ever present to his mind in a rigorous sense, and to have made him dissatisfied with his labours and acts of goodness, however comparatively great, so that the unavoidable consciousness of his superiority was in that respect a cause of disquiet. He suffered so much from this, and from the gloom which perpetually haunted him and made solitude frightful, that it may be said of him, "If in this life only he had hope, he was of all men most miserable." He loved praise when it was brought to him, but was too proud to seek for it. He was somewhat susceptible of flattery. As he was general and unconfined in his studies, He cannot be considered as master of any one particular science, but he had accumulated a vast and various collection of learning and knowledge, which was so arranged in his mind as to be ever in readiness to be brought forth. But his superiority over other learned men consisted chiefly in what may be called the art of thinking, the art of using his mind. A certain continual power of seizing the useful substance of all that he knew, and exhibiting it in a clear and forcible manner, so that knowledge which we often see to be no better than lumber in men of dull understanding, was in him true, evident, and actual wisdom. His moral precepts are practical, for they are drawn from an intimate acquaintance with human nature. His maxims carry conviction, for they are founded on the basis of common sense and a very attentive and minute survey of real life. His mind was so full of imagery that he might have been perpetually a poet, yet it is remarkable that, however rich his prose is in this respect, his poetical pieces, in general, have not much of that splendour, but are rather distinguished by strong sentiment and an acute observation, conveyed in harmonious and energetic verse, particularly in heroic couplets. Though usually grave and even awful in his deportment, he possessed uncommon and peculiar powers of wit and humour. He frequently indulged himself in colloquial pleasantry, and the heartiest merriment was often enjoyed in his company, with this great advantage, that, as it was entirely free from any poisonous tincture of vice or impiety, it was salutary to those who shared in it. He had accustomed himself to such accuracy in his common conversation, that he at all times expressed his thoughts with great force and an elegant choice of language, the effect of which was aided by his having a loud voice and a slow, deliberate utterance. In him were united a most logical head with a most fertile imagination, which gave him a most extraordinary advantage in arguing, for he could reason close or wide, as he saw best for the moment. Exulting in his intellectual strength and dexterity, he could, when he pleased, be the greatest sophist that ever contended in the lists of declamation, and from a spirit of contradiction and a delight in showing his powers, he would often maintain the wrong side with equal warmth and ingenuity, so that when there was an audience, his real opinions could seldom be gathered from his talk, though when he was in company with a single friend, he would discuss a subject with genuine fairness, but he was too conscientious to make error permanent and pernicious by deliberately writing it, and in all his numerous works he earnestly inculcated what appeared to him to be the truth, his piety being constant and the ruling principle of all his conduct. Such was Samuel Johnson, a man whose talents, acquirements, and virtues were so extraordinary that the more his character is considered, the more he will be regarded by the present age and by posterity with admiration and reverence. End of section 38.
Section number 39 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alex Clark. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5, Section 39. Selected excerpts by Paul Bourget. Paul Bourget, 1852 till. French by birth, born at Amiens of a Russian father and an English mother. Paul Bourget inherited Anglo-Saxon as well as Gallic intuitions. He is very proud of the cosmopolitan spirit which exempts him from the usual French provincialism, and has sought to develop it by travel and study. He endeavors to know intimately the phases of life which he wishes to describe, and then to treat them in the light of a large knowledge of many peoples. Yet he feels a somewhat bitter realization that so general a view as his own has necessarily an element of weakness. He lacks convictions and prejudices to express with whole-hearted strength, and hence is always a dilettante. His student life was passed at the Lycée of Clermont, and later at the Collège de Sainte-Barbe at Paris, where his scholarship was rewarded by several prizes. But his voracious reading of French and English poetry, fiction, and philosophy has probably done more for him than scholastic training. Like so many other novelists, he began his literary life with journalism, and in 1872 became collaborator on the Renaissance, living frugally meantime, and studying Paris from her cafés and boulevards, as any poor man may. His first book, La Vie Inquiète, Restless Life, a collection of poems sad in tone, dainty in touch, echoed the French verses which he loved best, but offered nothing very original. They show a tinge of Baudelaire's fantastic love of morbid phases of life and beauty, and also of Leconte de Lisle's exquisite phrasing. But Bourget lacks poetic ardor, and in meter is always a little artificial. Although he went on writing poetry for some years, he found few readers until he turned to prose. When the Essai de psychologie contemporaine appeared in 1883, the public were delighted with their original charm. Taking 5 authors whom he knew and loved particularly, Baudelaire, Renan, Flaubert, Taine, and Stendhal, he wrote a brilliant, profoundly psychologic exposition of their minds and temperaments. The scientific explanation was fervid with his own emotion over these strong influences in his life, and thus comes indirectly as an interpretation of himself. These studies, which he calls a few notes made to help the historian of the modern moral life in France during the latter half of the 19th century, stand as criticism between Brunetière's formal structure and Lemaitre's appreciations. They have been very popular, and Bourget has since written another volume of Nouveaux Essais de psychologie contemporaine, and other books of critical sketches called Études et Portraits. Certain qualities of his talent show forcibly in Sensation d'Italie, a delightful appreciation of beauty and sensuous charm. The reader feels the author's joy in close analysis and his sensitive discriminations. In Outre-mer, especially interesting to Americans as a study of the United States, which he visited in 1894, he shows the same receptivity to new feelings and new ideas. The book is often ludicrously inaccurate and fundamentally incomplete, in that it ignores the great middle class of our people. Yet it is full of suggestive comments on American character. Most people know Bourget best as a novelist. As in criticism, his method is psychologic dissection. Taking a set of men and women who are individually interesting, he draws their environment with careful detail and shows the reactions of their characters upon each other. His subtlety of analysis comes out strongly in his pictures of women, whose contradictory moods and emotional intuitions offer him the refined complexities he loves. His first novel, L'Irréparable, lacks movement and is sometimes tedious in its over-elaboration. In Une cruelle énigme, his strength is more evident. It is the story of a young and high-minded man who discovers that the woman he loves is unworthy, yet finds that he loves her notwithstanding. Why this love? Asks the author at the end of the book. Why and whence does it come? The question is without an answer, and like the falsity of woman, like the weakness of man, like life itself, a cruel, cruel riddle. Un crime d'amour, one of his most popular novels, deals with a woman who, being married to an uncongenial husband, falls in love with a brilliant, heartless society man, with the usual result. The crime is the hero's inability to understand the meaning of genuine love. Mensonge, Lies, is a striking picture of the endless falsities of a Parisian woman of innocent Madonna-like beauty. It was dramatized and played at the Vaudeville in 1889 but without much success. Le Disciple is an elaborate attempt to prove that present scientific theories tend to corrupt manners and to encourage pessimism. In Cosmopolis, a study of foreign life in Italy, Bourget shows that the same passions dominate men, whatever their training. From Dumas, Bourget has learned to be a moralist with a conscious wish to present society with object lessons. He himself says, "A writer worthy to hold a pen has, as his first and last requirement, to be a moralist. The moralist is the man who shows life as it is, with its profound lessons of secret expiation which are everywhere imprinted. To have shown the rancor of vice is to have been a moralist." Like most French novelists, he lacks humor. In their search for happiness, his characters suffer a great deal and know only temporary ecstasy. They are often witty, but never genial. His critics have said that his genius proves its own limitation, for his analytic curiosity is apt to desert what is primitive and broadly human in search of stimulus from the abnormal and out of the way, and there is lack of synthesis in his wealth of detail. His literary brethren are fond, too, of deriding his ardent appreciation of luxury and wealth. He dwells upon niceties of toilet, or the decorations of a dinner table with positive enjoyment. All social refinements are very dear to him, and the moral struggles of fashionable men and women far more interesting than the heartaches of the working classes. He is often called a pessimist for his heavy sadness of disillusion, but he is never bitter. Finding the universe incomprehensible, he stands baffled and passive, with a tender sympathy, almost an envy, for those who still have faith. He is above all interesting as a sane and characteristic product of the latest social conditions. His is the tolerant, somewhat negative point of view of the man who has found no new creed, yet disbelieves the old. Clarence says that Bourget suffers from the atrocious modern uneasiness which is caused by regret that one can no longer believe, and dread of the moral void. The American Family from Outremer. As the American marriage appears to be, above all, a partnership, so the American family appears to be more than anything else an association, a sort of social camp, the ties of which are more or less strong according to individual sympathies, such as might exist between people not of the same blood. I am certain, not from anecdotes but from experience, that the friendship of brother and brother, or sister and sister, is entirely elective. So it is with the relations between father and son, mother and daughter. A young Frenchman much in love with a New York girl said to me, in one of those moments when the coldness of the woman you love drives you to be cruelly frank, "She has so little heart that she went to the theater 5 weeks after her mother's death, and no one resented it." I knew that he was telling the truth, but what did it prove? What do the inequalities permitted by the laws of inheritance prove? Nothing, if not that our natural characteristics, instincts, sensibilities are not the same as those of the people of this country. They have much less power of self-giving, much more of personal reaction, and especially a much stronger will. Their will rules their hearts as well as their minds. This seems to us less tender, but are we good judges? We must continually keep in mind this general want of association in family life if we would in any degree understand the sort of soul celibacy, if we may use the term, which the American woman keeps all through her married life. No more in this second period of her life than in the first does love bear that preponderating part which seems to us Frenchmen an essential characteristic of the lot of woman. When a Parisian woman of 40 reviews her life, the story that memory tells her is the story of her emotions. To an American woman of the same age, it is more often the story of her actions, of what she calls, by a word I have before cited, her experiences. She gained between the ages of 18 and 25 a conception of her own self which was imposed upon her neither by her traditions, she has none, nor by the instructions of her parents, they never gave her any, nor even by her own nature, for it is characteristic of these easily adaptable minds that their first instincts are chaotic and undetermined. They are like a blank check, which the will undertakes to fill out, but whatever the will writes upon it is written in letters that will never be effaced. Action, action, always action. This is the remorseless but unchanging device of such a woman. Whether she seeks for a place in society, or is ambitious for artistic culture, or addicts herself to sport, or organizes classes, as they say, for reading Browning, Emerson, or Shakespeare with her friends, whether she travels to Europe, India, or Japan, or gives an at-home to have some young girl among her friends pour tea for her, be sure that she will be always and incessantly active, indefatigably active, either in the lines of refinement or of excitement. With what impressiveness these women utter both these words, which we must not weary of returning to, for they perhaps sum up the entire American soul. They are bandied about in conversation like two formulae, in which are revealed the persistence of this creature, who, born of a stern race and feeling herself fine, wills to become finer and ever finer, who, reared amid democratic surroundings, wills to become distinguished and ever more distinguished, who, daughter of a land of enterprise, loves to excite continually in herself the sensation of overstrained nerves. When you see 10, 15, 30, 50 like this, the character of eccentricity, which you first found in them by comparison with the women of Europe, disappears. A new type of feminine attractiveness is revealed to you, less affecting than irritating, enigmatic, and slightly ambiguous by its indefinable blending of supple grace and virile firmness, by the alliance of culture and vigor, by the most thrilling nervous sensitiveness and the sturdiest health. The true place of such a creature in this society appears to you also, and the profound reason why these men, themselves all action, leave these women free thus to act with total independence. If it is permitted to apply an old legal term to creatures so subtle, so delicate, these women are the delegates to luxury in this utilitarian civilization. Their mission is to bring into it that which the American has not time to create and which he desires to have, the flower of elegance, something of beauty, and, in a word, of aristocracy. They are the nobility in this land of business, a nobility developed by the very development of business, since the money which is made in the offices comes at last to them, and manipulated by their fingers is transfigured, blossoming into precious decorations, made intellectual in plays of fancy, in fact, unutilized. A great artist, foremost of this epoch by the ardor of his efforts, the conscientiousness of his study, and the sincerity of his vision, John Sargent, has shown what I have tried to express in a portrait I saw in an exhibition, that of a woman whose name I do not know. It is a portrait such as the 15th century masters painted, who back of the individual found the real, and back of the model a whole social order. The canvas might be called the American Idol, so representative is it. The woman is standing, her feet side by side, her knees close together, in an almost hieratic pose. Her body, rendered supple by exercise, is sheathed, you might say molded, in a tight-fitting black dress. Rubies, like drops of blood, sparkle on her shoes. Her slender waist is encircled by a girdle of enormous pearls, and from this dress, which makes an intensely dark background for the stony brilliance of the jewels, the arms and shoulders shine out with another brilliance, that of a flower-like flesh, fine, white flesh, through which flows blood perpetually invigorated by the air of the country and the ocean. The head, intellectual and daring, with a countenance as of one who has understood everything, has for a sort of aureole the vaguely gilded design of one of those Renaissance stuffs which the Venetians called soprarisso. The rounded arms, in which the muscles can hardly be seen, are joined by the clasped hands, firm hands, the thumb almost too long, which might guide 4 horses with the precision of an English coachman. It is the picture of an energy at once delicate and invincible, momentarily in repose, and all the Byzantine Madonna is in that face with its wide-open eyes. Yes, this woman is an idol, for whose service man labors, which he has decked with the jewels of a queen, behind each one of whose whims lie days and days spent in the ardent battle of Wall Street, frenzy of speculations in land, cities undertaken and built by sheer force of millions, trains launched at full speed over bridges built on a Babel-like sweep of arch, the creaking of cable cars, the quivering of electric cars, sliding along their wires with a crackle and a spark, the dizzy ascent of elevators in buildings 20 stories high, immense wheat fields of the West, its ranches, mines, colossal slaughterhouses, all the formidable traffic of this country of effort and struggle, all its labor. These are what have made possible this woman, this living orchid, unexpected masterpiece of this civilization. Did not the very painter consecrate to her his intense toil? To be capable of such a picture, he must have absorbed some of the ardor of the Spanish masters, caught the subtlety of the great Italians, understood and practiced the curiosities of Impressionism, dreamed before the pictures in basilicas like Ravenna, and read and thought. Ah, how much of culture, of reflection, before one could fathom the secret depths of one's own race. He has expressed one of the most essential characteristics of the race, the deification of woman, considered not as a Beatrice, as in Florence, nor as a courtesan, as at Milan, but as a supreme glory of the national spirit. This woman can do without being loved. She has no need of being loved. What she symbolizes is neither sensuality nor tenderness. She is like a living object of art, the last fine work of human skill, attesting that the Yankee, but yesterday despairing, vanquished by the old world, has been able to draw from this savage world upon which fate has cast him a wholly new civilization, incarnated in this woman, her luxury and her pride. Everything is illuminated by this civilization, at the gaze of these fathomless eyes, in the expression of which the painter has succeeded in putting all the idealism of this country, which has no ideal, all that which perhaps will one day be its destruction, but up to the present time is still its greatness, a faith in the human will, absolute, unique, systematic, and indomitable. Copyrighted by Charles Scribner's Sons, New York. The Aristocratic Vision of Monsieur Renan, from the Study of Monsieur Renan. The sentiments I have tried to analyze are evidently of a rare order, and presuppose an exceptional culture. Delicate flowers will not grow in the winds and fitful sunshine of the public road. Their perfumed corollas expand only in the mellowed air of hothouses. Science is a kind of hothouse which guards superior minds from the brutalities of real life. The author of Dialogue Philosophique is an exceptional person. He is a superior man. To me, a term very strong in its simplicity. One might say almost that he is the superior man. Moreover, a certain air of imperceptible irony and transcendental disdain shows that he is conscious of this superiority. Disregard of vulgar opinion is very evident in his pages. The reserved elegance of a style which never emphasizes any special intention, the subtle arguments which never take the imperative tone, a strength of feelings, none of which are exaggerated for the sake of sympathy, all would reveal his aristocratic ideal, even if he had not often declared that there is one domain for the initiated and another for the simple. His political work on Réforme intellectuelle et morale contains the strongest argument of the last 100 years against the very principle of democracy, natural equality. His two symbolic dramas, Caliban and Eau de Jouvence, may be summed up in this reflection of the prior Chartreux, seated in his stall while the organ plays alone, and the crowd presses around the crowned Caliban. All civilization is the work of aristocrats. This truth the demagogue Caliban himself recognizes, since as soon as possessed of the palace and power of Prospero, he assumes aristocratic ways, and Monsieur Renan, always desirous of correcting by a smile even his dearest affirmations, carefully adds that the monster of the island became a very fair prince. Prospero proclaims that material work is the slave of spiritual work. Everything must aid him who prays, that is, who thinks. Democratic minds, which do not admit individual subordination to a general achievement, consider this a monstrous doctrine. Finally, the Dialogue philosophique, in the part entitled Dreams, contain a complete plan for the subjection of the greatest number by a chosen few. Is it bold to consider his feelings for his native soil the germ of his aristocratic ideal? Other determining circumstances unite with it, all of which may be summed up in the term superior man, which seems simple enough, but which may be decomposed into a series of complex characters. The superior man differs from the man of genius, who may be unintelligent enough, and from the man of talent, who is often a mere specialist, in an ability to form general ideas about everything. If this power of generalizing is not combined with equal creative power, the superior man remains a critic. But if he possesses both, he is an exceptional being and the highest conceivable type, that of conscious genius. Caesar is an example of this in politics, Da Vinci in painting, and the great Goethe in literature. Even if he does not reach these heights, the superior man is one of the most useful instruments of society. For universal comprehension usually includes a universal aptitude. Is not this demonstrated in England, where favorable conditions have developed many examples? What are great political characters like Disraeli and Macaulay, who could apply an ever-ready intelligence to literary composition and parliamentary struggles, to financial interests and diplomatic difficulties, but superior men? Conceive such a one thrown into the democratic current by chances of birth, and you will realize the contrasts of environment and character which have led Monsieur Renan to the conception of an ideal so unusual. Democracy seems at first glance very favorable to talent, for it opens all doors to all efforts. But at the same time it strengthens the hard law of competition. Therefore, it requires a greater specialization. Then, democracy is founded upon equality, of which the logical consequence is universal suffrage. It needs little analysis to know that universal suffrage is hostile to the superior man. The mental attitudes resulting from advanced study are usually multiplicity of points of view, a taste for nice distinctions, a disdain for absolute statement, and search for intricate solutions, all of which are refinements antagonistic to the popular love of positive assertion. Therefore, a superior man finds the morals of a democracy unfavorable to his development, while its laws hold him back from public affairs. So, many distinguished minds in France today are excluded from government. Or, if they have triumphed over the ostracism to which their divorce from common passions condemns them, it is because they disguise this divorce under professions which are void of intellectual impartiality. The superior man, exiled in what Sainte-Beuve calls the ivory tower, watches the drama of national life as one who sees its future possibilities. Is it necessary to recall that one of this class of élite has shown a veritable gift of prophecy? To cite only one example, were not the disasters of 1870 predicted with surprising exactness in the France Nouvelle of Prévost Paradol, victim like Renan of universal suffrage? It is evident that a strange melancholy oppresses these lofty minds, weighed down under the conviction of their ideal strength and their real weakness. The insolent triumph of the mediocre adds to this sadness. But it is not quite without sweetness. It has something of the pleasure extolled by Lucretius in the famous verses on those temples of the calm faith from which the sage regards the wild struggle of the passions. But the superior man of today will never know the full enjoyment which the nervous systems of the ancients permitted them. The mind can do a great deal, but it is powerless to remodel our native faculties. Whether we hate or venerate the democracy, we are its sons, and inherit its imperious need of combat. The obscure and revolutionary 19th century is in our blood, and prohibits the inner immobility, the mental quiet celebrated by the Epicureans of Greece and Rome. There is agitation in our serenities, as in our submissions. Catholics or atheists, monarchists or republicans, all the offspring of this age of anguish have the anxious look, the quaking heart, the trembling hands of the great battle of the time. Even those who try to stand aloof share the common anxiety. They too are revolutionists like the others, but they oppose human stupidity, and their mute rebellion is called disdain. It would be interesting to study among contemporary scholars the different forms of this disdain. Does not the exaggeration of technical beauties, which is a feature of the school of poets ironically called Parnassians, proceed from the sentiment of odi profanum vulgus? Did not Gustave Flaubert compose Bouvard et Pécuchet under this inspiration? Would Taine have undertaken his Histoire des origines de la France contemporaine if he had not been tormented by a longing to understand the democratic tide which was sweeping him away? But no writer has felt more strongly than M. Renan the antithesis of the superior man and democracy. One must read and reread those pages of the Dialogue where Théoctiste imagines the victory of a future oligarchy, to appreciate the intensity of passion employed in the examination of these problems. He conceives that the learned will secure formidable destructive agents, requiring the most delicate calculations and much abstract knowledge. Then, exulting in their power, the dreamer exclaims, "Thus the forces of humanity would some day be held in a few hands, and would be possessed by a league which could rule the existence of the planet and terrorize the whole world. If those most endowed with reason had ability to destroy the planet, their sovereignty would be established. The privileged class would reign by absolute terror, since they would have the existence of all in their hands. They would be almost gods, and then would be realized the theological state dreamed by the poet for primitive humanity. Primus in orbe Deus fecit timor." We must not attach more reality to this tragic fancy than the author intended, but it shows an incurably wounded heart, and proves that the scholar who drew this gloomy picture has no great tenderness for the favorite utopias of the age. An open break is possible between democracy and science, the two great forces of modern society. Certainly, while the tendency of the first is to level, that of the second is to create differences. Knowledge is power, said the inductive philosopher. To know 10 times as much as another is to be 10 times as capable, and as intellectual inequality forbids a uniform degree of information, there is increasing opposition between democratic tendencies and the social results of science. There are several solutions, as in nearly all the complicated problems as to the future. In formulating the hypothesis of the dialogue, M. Renan indicates one of them. Another may be simply an application of science to the organization of societies. An unprejudiced consideration of the principles upon which our 19th century society is founded proves their Cartesian character, very different already from modern philosophy. But there is a secret movement of minds. The conceptions of Darwin and Herbert Spencer permeate the new ones. We must have faith in the worth of the doctrines which will eventually overthrow politics, as well as natural science and literature. A time is coming when a society will not seem to the philosophers of evolution as it did to the last inheritors of the classic spirit. It will appear not the operation of a logical contract, but the action of a confederation of organisms of which the cell is the unit. This is very different from the reigning idea. It is exclusive of any difference between democrat and aristocrat, for such difference means an arbitrary classification of the different social elements. If this consoling vision is not a simple chimera, it may be remembered that the great scorners like M. Renan are active workmen for its accomplishment, in that they formulate it very exactly, and face the coming conflict with sorrowfully keen relief. These summary notes upon one of our most remarkable men only indicate the 3 or 4 states of conscience which he represents to the young people who read his books and meditate upon their eloquent, disquieting pages. No other author offers more that is fresh in thought and feeling, for no other employs greater sincerity in thought and in exposition of sentiment. Whoever studies the springs of moral life in the rising generation meets everywhere his influence. Not before 100 years hence can his achievement be measured. If there are any who do not worship sincerity and reverence, they should devote themselves to the books of M. Renan, for no one has practiced these qualities with greater constancy than he, who on the first page of his Vie de Jésus invokes the pure spirit of the venerated dead, and who prayed to him in a melancholy petition to the unattainable. O good genius, reveal to me whom you love the truths which govern death, keep one from fearing, and make one almost love it. End of section 39. Recording by Alex Clark.
Section 40 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Giordano. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5, Section 40. Sir John Bowring. Sir John Bowring, 1792 to 1872. "It will be the height of my ambition," once wrote Sir John Bowring to a friend, "to do something which may connect my name with the literature of the age." This desire was accomplished, for the distinguished linguist, scholar, and diplomat of England rendered genuine service to literature by his translations of Slavonic and Oriental verses into the English tongue. These were more than translations, they were studies of the national song. Bowring was one of the first scholars to appreciate the beauty, the importance, and the charm of the traditional ballad and lyric, those faithful records of the joys, sorrows, superstitions, and history of a people. In the various East European languages, wherein Bowring's researches bore such valuable fruit, embracing Bohemian, Polish, Russian, Hungarian, Servian, and Bulgarian. The race soul of these nations is preserved. Their wild mythology, their bizarre oriental color, their impassioned thought, their affections and traditions, and often the sorrows and ideals learned during centuries of vain wanderings and heavy oppressions. In this rich and romantic field, which has been assiduously cultivated since his time, Bowring was a pioneer. John Bowring, born on October 17th, 1792, came of an old Puritan family, long identified with the woolen trade. In the early days, he tells us, the Exeter merchants were mostly traveled men with a practical knowledge of other tongues, and the quay at Exeter was crowded with the ships of all nations. Thus his imagination was kindled by the visible links to far-away countries, and from intercourse with the emigrants of various nations he acquired the foundation of his brilliant linguistic attainments. In 1811 he went to London as clerk to a commercial house, which sent him to Spain in 1813, and subsequently to France, Belgium, Holland, Russia, and Sweden. Immediately on his return to London he published the first of his translations, Specimens of the Russian Poets, 1820. In 1822 he published a second volume of Russian verse, and a translation of Chamisso's whimsical tale, Peter Schlemihl, and when in 1824 his friend Jeremy Bentham founded the Westminster Review, Bowring became one of its editors. He contributed to its numerous essays on political and literary topics, one of which, on the literature of Finland, published in 1827, first brought the poetry of that country into notice. In 1849 he was sent on a mission to China. In 1854 was made plenipotentiary and knighted, and remained in China during the Taiping insurrection, being made governor of Hong Kong. In 1859 he resigned the post. With the exception of negotiating commercial treaties for England between the Hawaiian court and various European states, the remainder of his life was spent quietly in the pursuit of literary pleasures. Even in his old age he translated fugitive poetry, wrote essays on political, literary, and social questions of the hour, and frequently delivered lectures. He died November 23rd, 1872, in Exeter, within sight of his birthplace, under the shadows of the massive cathedral. "In my travels," he said, "I have never been very ambitious of the society of my countrymen, but have always sought that of the natives, and there are few men, I believe, who can bear a stronger or a wider testimony to the general kindness and hospitality of the human family when the means of intercourse exist. My experiences of foreign lands are everywhere connected with the most pleasing and the most grateful remembrances." In 1873 Lady Bowring published a memorial volume of sacred poetry, containing many of his popular hymns, and in 1877 his autobiographical recollections were published, with a memoir by his son. Sir John Bowring was a natural linguist of the first order. He knew and spoke over 100 languages, and affirmed that he often dreamed in foreign tongues. His friend Tom Hood humorously referred to his gifts in the following verse: "To Bowring, man of many tongues, all over tongues like rumour, this tributary verse belongs, to paint his learned humour. All kinds of gab he knows, I wis, from Latin down to Scottish, as fluent as a parrot is, but far more polyglottish. No grammar too abstruse he meets, however dark and verby. He gossips Greek about the streets, and often Russ in Irby. Strange tongues, whate'er you do them call, in short, the man is able to tell you what o'clock in all the dialects of Babel. Take him on 'change in Portuguese, the Moorish and the Spanish, Polish, Hungarian, Tyrolese, the Swedish and the Danish. Try him with these and 50 such, his skill will never diminish. Although you should begin in Dutch, and end like me, and finish. Bowring was a member of many learned societies, and had honors and decorations without stint, including the Order of the White Elephant, the Swedish Order of the Northern Star, and the Order of Kamehameha I. His publications are a Russian anthology, Matins and Vespers, Batavian Anthology, Ancient Poetry and Romances of Spain, Peter Schlemihl, Servian Popular Poetry, Specimens of the Polish Poets, Sketch of the Language and Literature of Holland, Poetry of the Magyars, Cheskian Anthology, Minor Morals, Observations on Oriental Plague and Quarantines, Manuscript of the Queen's Court, a collection of old Bohemian lyrico-epic songs, Kingdom and People of Siam, A Visit to the Philippine Islands, Translations from Ptolemy, The Flowery Scroll, translation of a Chinese novel, and The Oak, a collection of original tales and sketches. He also edited the works of Jeremy Bentham. Of his translations, the Servian Anthology has been the most admired for the skill and ease with which the wild beauty of the poems and their national spirit has been preserved. At the time of its publication, the collection of Servian popular poetry called Narodne Srpski Pjesmi had just appeared, and was the first attempt to put into literary form the ballads and lyric songs sung by the wandering minstrels and the people. The Cross of Christ. In the cross of Christ I glory, towering o'er the wrecks of time. All the light of sacred story gathers round its head sublime. When woes of life o'ertake me, hopes deceive and fears annoy, never shall the cross forsake me. Lo, it glows with peace and joy. When the sun of bliss is beaming light and love upon my way, from the cross the radiance streaming adds more luster to the day. Bane and blessing, pain and pleasure, by the cross are sanctified. Peace is there that knows no measure, joys that through all time abide. In the cross of Christ I glory, towering o'er the wrecks of time. All the light of sacred story gathers round its head sublime. Watchman, what of the night? Watchman, tell us of the night, what its signs of promise are. Traveller, o'er yon mountain's height, see that glory beaming star. Watchman, doth its beauteous ray aught of hope or joy foretell? Traveller, yes, it brings the day, promised day of Israel. Watchman, tell us of the night, higher yet that star ascends. Traveller, blessedness and light, peace and truth its course portends. Watchman, will its beams alone gild the spot that gave them birth? Traveller, ages are its own, and it bursts o'er all the earth. Watchman, tell us of the night, for the morning seems to dawn. Traveller, darkness takes its flight, doubt and terror are withdrawn. Watchman, let thy wandering cease, hie thee to thy quiet home. Traveller, though the Prince of Peace, lo, the Son of God is come. Hymn. From the recesses of a lowly spirit my humble prayer ascends. O Father, hear it! Upsoaring on the wings of fear and meekness, forgive its weakness. I know, I feel, how mean and how unworthy the trembling sacrifice I pour before thee. What can I offer in thy presence holy, but sin and folly? For in thy sight, who every bosom viewest, cold are our warmest vows, and vain our truest. Thoughts of a harrying hour, our lips repeat them, our hearts forget them. We see thy hand, it leads us, it supports us. We hear thy voice, it counsels and it courts us. And then we turn away, and still thy kindness pardons our blindness. And still thy rain descends, thy sun is glowing, fruits ripen round, flowers are beneath us blowing. And, as if man were some deserving creature, joys cover nature. Oh, how long-suffering, Lord, but thou delightest to win with love the wandering, thou invitest, by smiles of mercy, not by frowns or terrors, man from his errors. Who can resist thy gentle call, appealing to every generous thought and grateful feeling? That voice paternal, whispering, watching ever, my bosom, never. Father and Saviour, plant within that bosom these seeds of holiness, and bid them blossom in fragrance and in beauty bright and vernal, and spring eternal. Then place them in those everlasting gardens, where angels walk and seraphs are the wardens, where every flower that creeps through death's dark portal becomes immortal. From Luis de Gongora, Not All Nightingales. They are not all sweet nightingales that fill with songs the flowery vales, but they are little silver bells, touched by the winds in smiling dells, magic bells of gold in the grove, forming a chorus for her I love. Think not the voices in the air are from the winged sirens fair, playing among the dewy trees, chanting their morning mysteries. Oh, if you listen, delighted there, to their music scattered o'er the dales, they are not all sweet nightingales that fill with songs the flowery vales, but they are the little silver bells, touched by the winds in the smiling dells, magic bells of gold in the grove, forming a chorus for her I love. Oh, 'twas a lovely song of art, to charm, of nature to touch the heart. Sure 'twas some shepherd's pipe, which played by passion fills the forest shade. No, 'tis music's diviner part, which o'er the yielding spirit prevails. They are not all sweet nightingales that fill with songs the flowery vales, but they are the little silver bells, touched by the winds in the smiling dells, magic bells of gold in the grove, forming a chorus for her I love. In the eye of love, which all things sees, the fragrance-breathing jasmine trees, and the golden flowers in the sloping hill, and the ever-melancholy rill, are full of holiest sympathies, and tell of love a thousand tales. They are not all sweet nightingales that fill with songs the flowery vales, but they are the little silver bells, touched by the winds in the smiling dells, magic bells of gold in the grove, forming a chorus for her I love. From Ancient Poetry and Romances of Spain. From John Collar, Sonnet. There came 3 minstrels in the days of old, to the Avaric savage in their hands their own Slavonian catharsis they hold. And who are ye? the haughty Khan demands, frowning from his barbaric throne. And where, say where your warriors, where your sisters be? We are Slavonians, monarch, and come here from the far borders of the Baltic Sea. We know no wars, no arms to us belong. We cannot swell your ranks, 'tis our employ alone to sing the dear domestic song. And then they touch their harps in doubtful joy. Slaves, said the tyrant, these to prison lead, for they are precious hostages indeed. From the Cheskian Anthology. From Bogdanovich, Old Russian Song. What to the maiden has happened? What to the gem of the village? Ah, to the gem of the village. Seated alone in her cottage, tremblingly turned to the window. Ah, ever turned to the window. Like the sweet bird in its prison, pining and panting for freedom. Ah, how 'tis pining for freedom. Crowds of her youthful companions come to console the loved maiden. Ah, to console the loved maiden. Smile then, our sister, be joyful. Clouds of dust cover the valley. Ah, see, they cover the valley. Smile then, our sister, be joyful. List to the hoof-beats of horses. Oh, to the hoof-beat of horses. Then the maid looked through the valley, saw the dust clouds in the valley. Oh, the dust clouds in the valley. Heard the hoof-beats of the horses, hurried away from the cottage. Oh, to the valley she hurries. Welcome, oh welcome, thou loved one. See, she has sunk on his bosom. Oh, she has sunk on his bosom. Now all her grief has departed. She has forgotten the window. oh, quite forgotten the window. Now her eye looks on her loved one, beaming with brightness and beauty. Oh, 'tis all brightness and beauty. From Specimens of the Russian Poets. From Bobrov, the Golden Palace, sung at midnight in the Greek churches the last week before Easter. The golden palace of my God, towering above the clouds I see, beyond the cherubs' bright abode, higher than angels' thoughts can be. How can I in those courts appear, without a wedding garment on? Conduct me, thou life-giver, there, conduct me to thy glorious throne, and clothe me with thy robes of light, and lead me through sin's darksome night, my Saviour and my God. From Specimens of the Russian Poets. From Dmitriev, the Dove and the Stranger. Stranger. Why mourning there so sad, thou gentle dove? Dove. I mourn, unceasing mourn, my vanished love. Stranger. What? Has thy love then fled, or faithless proved? Dove. Ah, no, the sportsman murdered him I loved. Stranger. Unhappy one, beware, that sportsman's nigh. Dove. Oh, let him come, or else of grief I die. From Specimens of the Russian Poets. From Sarbrisky, Sapphics to a Rose, intended to be used in the garlands for decorating the head of the Virgin Mary. Rose of the morning, in thy glowing beauty, bright as the stars, and delicate and lovely, lift up thy head above thy earthly dwelling, daughter of heaven. Wake, for the watery clouds are all dispersing. Zephyr invites thee, frosts and snows of winter, all are departed, and Favonian breezes welcome thee smiling. Rise in thy beauty, wilt thou form a garland round the fair brow of some beloved maiden? Pure though she be, unhallowed temple never floweret shall wear thee. Thou shouldst be wreathed in coronal immortal, thou shouldst be flung upon a shrine eternal, thou shouldst be twined among the golden ringlets of the pure Virgin. From Specimens of the Polish Poets. End of section 40. Recording by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida.
Section 41 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Abai in August 2014. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5, Section 41. A Norwegian Dance by Hjalmar Jorth Bojesen, 1848 to 1895. Bojesen had thoroughly assimilated the spirit of his native Norway before he left it. In the small southern seaport of Frederiksvern he had lived the happy, adventurous boyhood depicted in those loving reminiscences, Boyhood in Norway. He knew the rugged little land and the sparkling fjords, his imagination had delighted in Necken and Hulder and Trolls and all the charming fantastic sprites of the Northland. So, when he was far away during his bread-winning struggles in America, they grew clearer and dearer in perspective, and in Gunnar, A Norseman's Pilgrimage, Ilka on the Hilltop, and other delightful books, he bequeathed these memories to his adopted land. He came of well-to-do people and received a liberal education at the Gymnasium of Christiania, the University of Leipzig, and the University of Norway. His father, professor of mathematics at the Naval Academy, had made several trips to the United States and had been impressed by the opportunities offered there to energetic young men. Upon his urgent advice, Hjalmar, when about 21, came to America, and soon obtained a position upon a Norwegian newspaper, the Fremad of Chicago. From childhood he had longed to write, but had been discouraged by his father, who expatiated upon the limitations of their native tongue, and assured him that to succeed in literature he must be able to write in another language as readily as in his own. Even in school days he had shown a remarkable aptitude for languages, not only for understanding and speaking them, but for a sympathetic comprehension of foreign literatures, and that sensitiveness to shades of expression which so rarely comes to any but a native. He now worked with all his energy to acquire English, not only as a necessary tool, but as the best medium for conveying his own thought. This whole-souled devotion to an adopted tongue was soon rewarded by a more spontaneous ease of expression than he possessed even in his native Norwegian. No one could guess from his poems that he was foreign to the speech in which he wrote them. Few even among those born and bred to its use have had such mastery of its capacities. He soon left the Fremad and began teaching Greek and Latin at the small Urbana University in Ohio. Thence he was called to Cornell University in 1874 as professor of German, and in 1880 to Columbia College, where later he became professor of German languages and literatures. He was a teacher of rare stimulus and charm. He had an attractive vigor of personality, his treatment of subjects was at once keenly analytic and very sympathetic, while his individual point of view was impressed in an easy and vivid style. The same qualities won for Boyesen a distinguished place in the lecture field, where he gave his audiences an exceptional combination of solid learning and graceful and lucid expression. A series on the Norse sagas at the Lowell Institute in Boston are still valued as Scandinavian studies. In critical work, of which these studies form a part, Professor Boyesen made his chief mark, as was natural, on the literature and legends of his native land. The best commentary on Ibsen yet published in English is his introduction to Ibsen's work. He manages to compress within the space of a very few pages the pith of the great anarch's social ideas and the character of his dramatic work. His Goethe and Schiller is also excellent. In pure letters, his earliest poems collected into Idylls of Norway, and his early stories of Norse life, of which Gunnar was first and best, were never surpassed by him in later life, if indeed they were equalled. The best powers of his mind were gradually drawn into fields which solidified and broadened his intellect, but checked the free inspiration and romantic feeling of youth. In gauging his merit as a creative artist, we must set aside all but the work of these few enthusiastic years. An important part of this change must be credited to the influence of the Russian novelists and their American disciples. Whatever may be the final verdict on Turgenev and Tolstoy, their tremendous effect on American literature is one of the most striking facts in our recent literary history. Its value is a more dubious matter, according to the point of view. Boyesen met Turgenev in Paris and was deeply impressed by him. He also became intimate with W.D. Howells, and, through the influence of the latter, became an ardent disciple of Tolstoy. The result was to transform the romanticist of Gunnar, steeped in the legends of old Norway, creating a fairyland atmosphere about him and delighting to live in the ideal, into a so-called realist, setting himself to the task of brushing away all illusions and painting life as sterile and unpicturesque as it is in its meanest, most commonplace conditions. To do this, he claimed, was the stern function of the author. To help his readers to self-acknowledge, although it might lessen their happiness, was the greatest service he could render them. He succeeded. The best comment on the theory and the practice alike is that Gunnar lives, and its realistic successors do not, and indeed never did, and that much the same may be said of the corresponding epochs of other American novelists' work, with a few exceptions where native genius was too strong to be spoiled even by a vicious artistic principle. The Mammon of Unrighteousness and The Golden Calf belong to the second half of Boyesen's work. A high place must be given, however, to his stories for boys in the children's magazines, principally on Norwegian themes. These are among the best of their kind, spirited, wholesome, strong in plot and workmanship, and containing some examples of his most perfect style. Even the more slender juvenile tales have passages of the finest poetic spirit, and a charm scarcely equalled in his more ambitious work. He won some laurels as a dramatist. Alpine Roses was successfully acted in New York in 1883, and Ilka on the Hilltop, taken from his story of that name, in 1884. Although he was in complete sympathy with the American life and character, and wished to make them his own, Professor Boyesen was never quite an American. His descriptions of life in the United States are therefore always the result of a foreigner's observation. His generous humanity appeals to all races, however, and his books have been successfully translated into German, Russian, and Norwegian. For years he had been collecting matter for an extensive history of Scandinavian literature, a task for which his nationality, his scholarship, and his mastery of the English language especially fitted him. His sudden death at 47 prevented its accomplishment, and perhaps deprived him of a still wider and solider fame. A Norwegian Dance. From Gunnar. They all hurried back to the hall. Gudrun might well wish to ask questions, but she dared not, for she felt the truth, but was afraid of it. They could not help seeing, when they entered the hall, that many curious glances were directed toward them. But this rather roused in both a spirit of defiance. Therefore, when Gunnar was requested to begin the stave, he chose Ragnhild for his partner, and she accepted. True, he was a houseman's son, but he was not afraid. There was a giggling and a whispering all round, as hand in hand they stepped out on the floor. Young and old, lads and maidens thronged eagerly about them. Had she not been so happy, perhaps she would not have been so fair. But as she stood there in the warm flush of the torchlight, with her rich blonde hair waving down over her shoulders, and with that veiled brightness in her eyes, her beauty sprang upon you like a sudden wonder, and her presence was inspiration. And Gunnar saw her, she loved him. What cared he for all the world beside? Proudly he raised his head and sang. Gunnar, there standeth a birch in the lightsome lea. Ragnhild, in the lightsome lea. Gunnar, so fair she stands in the sunlight free. Ragnhild, in the sunlight free. Both, so fair she stands in the sunlight free. Ragnhild, high up on the mountain there standeth a pine. Gunnar, there standeth a pine. Ragnhild, so stanchly grown and so tall and fine. Gunnar, so tall and fine. Both, so stanchly grown and so tall and fine. Gunnar, a maiden I know as fair as the day. Ragnhild, as fair as the day. Gunnar, she shines like the birch in the sunlight's play. Ragnhild, in the sunlight's play. Both, she shines like the birch in the sunlight's play. Ragnhild, I know a lad in the spring's glad light. Gunnar, in the spring's glad light. Ragnhild, far seen as the pine on the mountain height. Gunnar, on the mountain height. Both, far seen as the pine on the mountain height. Gunnar, so bright and blue are the starry skies. Ragnhild, the starry skies. Gunnar, but brighter and bluer that maiden's eyes. Ragnhild, that maiden's eyes. Both, but brighter and bluer that maiden's eyes. Ragnhild, and his have a depth like the fjord I know. Gunnar, the fjord I know. Ragnhild, wherein the heavens their beauty show. Gunnar, their beauty show. Both, wherein the heavens their beauty show. Gunnar, the birds each morn seek the forest glade. Ragnhild, the forest glade. Gunnar, so flock my thoughts to that lily maid. Ragnhild, that lily maid. Both, so flock my thoughts to that lily maid. Ragnhild, the moss it clingeth so fast to the stone. Gunnar, so fast to the stone. Ragnhild, so clingeth my soul to him alone. Gunnar, to him alone. Both, so clingeth my soul to him alone. Gunnar, each brook sings its song, but forever the same. Ragnhild, forever the same. Gunnar, forever my heart beats that maiden's name. Ragnhild, that maiden's name. Both, forever my heart beats that maiden's name. Ragnhild, the plover hath but an only tone. Gunnar, an only tone. Ragnhild, my life hath its love, and its love alone. Gunnar, its love alone. Both, my life hath its love, and its love alone. Gunnar, the rivers all to the fjord they go. Ragnhild, to the fjord they go. Gunnar, so may our lives then together flow. Ragnhild, together flow. Both, oh may our lives then together flow. Here Gunnar stopped, made a leap toward Ragnhild, caught her round the waist, and again danced off with her, while a storm of voices joined in the last refrain, and loud shouts of admiration followed them. For this was a stave that was good for something. Long time it was since so fine a stave had been heard on this side of the mountains. Soon the dance became general, and lasted till after midnight. Then the sleigh bells and the stamping of hoofs from without reminded the merry guests that night was waning. There stood the well-known swan-shaped sleigh from Henjum, and the man on the box was Atle himself. Ragnhild and Gudrun were hurried into it, the whip cracked, and the sleigh shot down over the star-illumined fields of snow. The splendor of the night was almost dazzling as Gunnar came out from the crowded hall and again stood under the open sky. A host of struggling thoughts and sensations thronged upon him. He was happy, oh, so happy! At least he tried to persuade himself that he was. But, strange to say, he did not fully succeed. Was it not toward this day his yearnings had pointed, and about which his hopes had been clustering from year to year, ever since he had been old enough to know what yearning was? Was it not this day which had been beckoning him from afar, and had shed light upon his way like a star, and had he not followed its guidance as faithfully and as trustingly as those wise men of old? "Folly and nonsense," muttered he. "The night breeds nightly thoughts." With an effort he again brought Ragnhild's image before his mind, jumped upon his skis, and darted down over the glittering snow. It bore him toward the fjord. A sharp, chill wind swept up the hillside and rushed against him. "Houseman's son!" cried the wind. Onward he hastened. "Houseman's son!" howled the wind after him. Soon he reached the fjord, hurried on up toward the river mouth, and, coming to the Henjum boat-house, stopped and walked out to the end of the pier, which stretched from the headland some 20 to 30 feet out into the water. The fjord lay sombre and restless before him. There was evidently a storm raging in the ocean, for the tide was unusually high, and the sky was darkened from the west eastward. The mountain peaks stood there, stern and lofty as ever, with their heads wrapped in hoods of cloud. Gunnar sat down at the outer edge of the pier, with his feet hanging listlessly over the water, which, in slow and monotonous plashing, beat against the timbers. Far out in the distance he could hear the breakers roar among the rocky reefs, first the long, booming roll, then the slowly waning moan, and the great hush in which the billows pause to listen to themselves. It is the heavy deep-drawn breath of the ocean. It was cold, but Gunnar hardly felt it. He again stepped into his skis and followed the narrow road as it wound its way from the fjord up along the river. Down near the mouth, between Henjum and Rimul, the river was frozen and could be crossed on the ice. Up at Henjumhei it was too swift to freeze. It was near daylight when he reached the cottage. How small and poor it looked! Never had he seen it so before, very different from Rimul. And how dark and narrow it was all around it. At Rimul they had always sunshine. Truly the track is steep from Henjumhei to Rimul, the river runs deep between. End of section 41.
Section 42 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Patty Cunningham. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5. Section 42. Advent of the Hirelings, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Whatever objection may be made to the sensational character of many of Miss Braddon's earlier novels, her place is certainly in the ranks of the born story-tellers. Although still in the prime of life, she has been before the public for 37 years. Her books have been produced in amazingly rapid and continuous succession. She was born in London in 1837, wrote little stories in her early teens, and was fond of entertaining her companions with startling original tales. When a young girl, she conceived a passion for the stage, and a dramatic or melodramatic element is conspicuous in most of her novels. She was barely 21 when she had completed a comedietta, The Lover of Arcadia, which, after many alterations and revisions, was put on stage of the Strand Theatre in 1860, with, naturally, but moderate success. Her disappointment was extreme. She gave up the hope of becoming a successful dramatist. Her next venture, like that of most young authors, was a small volume of poems, of which Garibaldi was the chief theme. About this time she also wrote a number of highly colored, much strained tales in the Temple Bar and St. James magazines. These tales drew attention, and awoke an echo which neither the comedietta nor the poems had done, making it clear to her that in narrative fiction lay her strength. She was ambitious. She wanted money even more than reputation, and she has followed narrative fiction most diligently ever since, with widening and indisputable success. In 1862 appeared her first full-fledged novel, Lady Audley's Secret. It achieved instantaneous distinction and an enormous sale, 6 editions being disposed of in as many weeks. She had finally hit the mark, though not by accident. She had carefully thought out a new scheme, and had corrected literary mistakes by her late experience. She knew that the first desire of novel readers is for novelty, a characteristic usually preferred to originality, which is often much more slowly recognized. Mrs. Gore's fashionable novels, correct in portraiture and upholstery, clever but monotonous, had had their day. Mrs. Trollope's coarse and caustic delineations, G.P.R. James' combats, adventures, skirmishes, disguises, trials, and escapes, and Bulwer's sentimental and grandiloquent romances had begun to pall upon the public taste. Miss Braddon perceived that the time had come for something new, so Lady Audley's Secret was a striking innovation. Hitherto, wickedness had been ugly. She endued it with grace and beauty. She invented a mystery of crime surrounded by everyday circumstances, yet avoiding the detective novel mechanism. A new story, Aurora Floyd, repeated the same immense success of Lady Audley. Novel after novel followed, full of momentous incidences, of surprises leading to new surprises. All the time Miss Braddon was observing much, correcting much, in her methods and ideas. She studied manners closely, drew ingenious inferences, suggested dramatic and startling conclusions. She has, too, introduced into modern fiction the beguiling female fiend, who, like the Italian Duchess of the Middle Ages, betrays with a smile, and with one arm about her lover beckons to the hired bravo to do his bloody work. Her plots, though sometimes forced, are ingenious and exciting. The movement of her stories is swift, and the scenes and personages contribute to the appointed end. As the author has grown in literary stature, a finer and often admirable effort is made to analyze or to develop character, as an element subservient to the exigencies of the stirring catastrophe. Her style and treatment have matured with practice and with the years, and her later novels display artistic form and finish. Her Mohawks is in many respects a superb study of fashionable life, with several historical portraits introduced, of London in the time of Pope, St. John, Walpole, and Chesterfield, a tableau of great movement and accuracy of composition. In 35 years she has written more than 60 stories, the best of them being, perhaps, this fine semi-historical melodrama. Several of her earlier fictions have been successfully dramatized. An exquisite little tale for Christmastide, The Christmas Hirelings, is an evidence of her lightness of touch and refinement of conception in a trifle. In 1874 Miss Braddon married John Maxwell, a well-known London publisher. The Advent of the Hirelings, from The Christmas Hirelings, copyrighted by Harper and Brothers. Everything had been made ready for the little strangers. There were fires blazing in 2 large bedrooms overhead, rooms with a door of communication. In one there were still the 2 little white beds in which Lilian and Sibyl had slept when they were children. Poor Lilian, whose bed was in the English cemetery at Florence, under a white marble monument erected by her sorrowing husband, and whose sorrowing husband had taken to himself a second wife 5 years ago. Everyone knew where Lilian was lying, but no one at Penlyon Castle knew where Sibyl's head had found rest. All that people knew about the disobedient daughter was that her husband had died within 3 or 4 years of her marriage, worn to death in some foreign mission, after toiling for a year or so at the East End of London. Of his luckless widow no one at Penlyon had heard anything, but it was surmised that her father made her an allowance. He could hardly let his only daughter starve, people said, however badly she might have treated him. Lady Lurgrave's early death had been a crushing blow to his love and to his pride. She had died childless. Sir John had heard the carriage stop, and the opening of the hall door, and although he pretended to go on reading his paper by the lamp placed close at his elbow, the pretence was a poor one, and anybody might have seen that he was listening with all his might. The footman had opened the hall door as the wheels drew near, and it was wide open when the carriage stopped. The red light from the hall fire streamed out upon the evening grey, and 3 little silvery voices were heard exclaiming, "Oh, what a pretty house! Oh, what a big house!" And then the smallest voice of the 3, with amazing distinctness, "What an exceedingly red fire!" The carriage door flew open, and 2 little girls, all in red from top to toe, and 1 little boy in grey, rolled out in a heap, or seemed to roll out, like puppies out of a basket, and scrambled on to their feet and ran up the steps, Mr. Danby, slim and jaunty as usual, following them. "Good gracious, how tiny they are!" cried Adela, stooping down to kiss the smaller girl, a round red bundle, with a round little face, and large dark grey eyes shining in the firelight. The tiny thing accepted the kiss somewhat shrinkingly, and looked about her, awed by the grandeur of the hall, the large fireplace and blazing logs, the men in armour, or the suits of armour standing up and pretending to be men. "I don't like them," said the tiny girl, clinging to Danby, and pointing with a muffled red hand at one of these mailed warriors. "They're not alive, are they, Uncle Tom?" "No, no, no, Moppet. They're as dead as doornails." "Are they? I don't like dead people." "Come, come, Moppet, suppose they're not people at all. No more than a rocking horse is a real live horse. We'll pull one of them down to-morrow and look inside him, and then you'll be satisfied." The larger scarlet mite, larger by about an inch, older by a year, was standing before the fire, gravely warming her hands, spreading them out before the blaze as much as hands so tiny could spread themselves. The boy was skipping about the hall, looking at everything, and the armed warriors especially, and not at all afraid. "They're soldiers, aren't they?" he asked. "Yes, Laddie." "I should like to be dressed like that, and go into battle and kill lots of people. I couldn't be killed myself, could I, if I had that stuff all over me?" "Perhaps not, Laddie, but I don't think it would answer. You'd be an anachronism." "I wouldn't mind being an anachronism if it saved me from being killed," said Laddie. "Come, little ones, come and be presented to your host," said Mr. Danby, as the footman opened the library door. And they all poured in, Danby, Adela, and the children, the smallest running in first, her sister and the boy following, considerably in advance of the grown-ups. Moppet ran right into the middle of the room as fast as her little red legs could carry her. Then seeing Sir John sitting where the bright lamplight shone full upon his pale elderly face with its strongly marked features, black eyebrows, and silvery grey hair, she stopped suddenly as if she beheld a Gorgon, and began to back slowly till she brought herself up against the silken skirt of Adela Hawberk's gown, and in that soft drapery she in a manner absorbed herself, till there was nothing to be seen of the little neatly rounded figure except the tip of a bright red cap and the toes of 2 bright red gaiters. The elder mite had advanced less boldly, and had not to beat so ignominious a retreat. She was near enough to Mr. Danby to clutch his hand, and holding that, she was hardly at all frightened. The boy, older, bolder, and less sensitive than either of the girls, went skipping round the library as he had skipped about the hall, looking at things, and apparently unconscious of Sir John Penlyon's existence. "How d'ye do, Danby?" said Sir John, holding out his hand as his old friend advanced to the fire, the little red girl hanging on to his left hand, while he gave his right to his host. "Upon my word, I began to think you were never coming back. You've been an unconscionable time. One would suppose you had to fetch the children from the world's end." "I had to bring them to the world's end, you might say. Boscastle is something more than a day's journey from London, in the depth of winter." "And are these the children? Good heavens, Danby, what could you be thinking about, to bring us such morsels of humanity?" "We wanted children," said Danby, "not hobbledehoys." "Hobbledehoys, no; but there is reason in everything. You couldn't suppose I wanted infants like these. Look at that little scrap hidden in Adela's frock. It's positively dreadful to contemplate. They will be getting under my feet. I shall be treading upon them and hurting them seriously." "No, you won't, Jack. I'll answer for that." "Why not, pray?" "Because of their individuality. They are small, but they are people. When Moppet comes into a room everybody knows she is there. She's a little scared now, but she will be as bold as brass in a quarter of an hour." Sir John Penlyon put on his spectacles, and looked at the little hirelings more critically. Their youth and diminutive size had been a shock to him. He had expected bouncing children with rosy faces, long auburn hair, and a good deal of well-developed leg showing below a short frock. These, measured against his expectations, were positively microscopic. Their cheeks were pale rather than rosy. Their hair was neither auburn nor long. It was dark hair, and it was cropped close to the neat little heads, showing every bump in the broad, clever-looking foreheads. Sir John's disapproving eyes showed him that the children were more intelligent than the common run of children, but for the moment he was not disposed to accept intelligence instead of size. "They are preposterously small," he said. "Not at all the kind of thing I expected. They will get lost under the chairs, or buried alive in the waste paper baskets. I wash my hands of them. Take them away, Adela. Let them be fed and put to bed." Then turning to Mr. Danby, as if to dismiss the subject, "Anything stirring in London when you were there, Tom?" Before Danby could answer, Moppet emerged from her shelter, advanced deliberately, and planted herself in front of Sir John Penlyon, looking him straight in the face. "I'm sorry you don't like us, Mr. Old Gentleman," she said. Every syllable came with clear precision from those infantine lips. Moppet's strong point was her power of speech. Firm, decisive, correct as to intonation, came every sentence from the lips of this small personage. Ponderous polysyllables were no trouble to Moppet. There was only an occasional consonant that baffled her. "Who says I don't like you?" said Sir John, taken aback, and lifting the animated bundle of red cloth on to his knee. He found there was something very substantial inside the woolly cloak and gaiters. A pair of round plump arms and sturdy little legs, a compact little figure, which perched firmly on his knee. "You said so," retorted Moppet, with her large grey eyes very wide open, and looking full into his. "You don't like us because we are so very small. Everybody says we are small, but everybody doesn't mind. Why do you mind?" "I didn't say anything about not liking you, little one. I was only afraid you were too small to go out visiting." "I went out to tea when I was 2, and nobody said I was too small. I have real tea at parties, not milk and water. And I have been out to tea often and often. Haven't I, Lassie?" "Not so many times as I have," replied the elder red thing, with dignity. She was standing in front of the wide old fireplace, warming her hands, and she was to Sir John's eye somewhat suggestive of a robin redbreast that had fluttered in and lighted there. "Of course not, because you're older," said Moppet, disgusted at this superfluous self-assertion on her sister's part. "I am always good at parties, ain't I, Uncle Tom?" turning an appealing face to Mr. Danby. "So these Lilliputians are your nieces, Danby?" exclaimed Sir John. "Well, no, they are not exactly nieces, though they are very near and dear. I am only a jury uncle." "A jury uncle!" cried Moppet, throwing her head back and laughing at the unknown word. "A jury uncle!" echoed the other two, and the three laughed prodigiously, not because they attached any meaning to the word, but only because they didn't know what it meant. That was where the joke lay. "You know that in Cornwall and in Sicily all the elderly men are uncles, and all the old women aunts. Everybody's uncles and aunts," concluded Mr. Danby. Moppet still occupied Sir John's knee. She felt somehow that it was a post of honour, and she had no inclination to surrender it. Her tiny fingers had possessed themselves of his watch chain. "Please show me your watch," she said. Sir John drew out a big hunter. Moppet approached her little rosy mouth to the hinge, and blew violently. "Why don't it open like Uncle Tom's watch does when I blow?" she asked. "Is it broken?" "Blow again, and we'll see about that," said Sir John, understanding the manoeuvre. The big bright case flew open as Moppet blew. "Take care it doesn't bite your nose off." "How big and bright it is! Much bigger and brighter than Uncle Tom's." "Uncle Tom's is a lady's watch, and Uncle Tom is a lady's man," said Sir John, and the triple peal of childish laughter which greeted this remark made him fancy himself a wit. Small as they were, these children were easily amused, and that was a point in their favour, he thought. "Tea is ready in the breakfast room," said Adela. "Tea in the breakfast room! Oh, how funny!" And again they all laughed. At any rate, they were not doleful children. No long faces, no homesick airs, no bilious headaches, so far. "I dare say they will all start measles or whooping cough before we have done with them," thought Sir John, determined not to be hopeful. "Oh, we are to come to tea, are we?" he said cheerily, and he actually carried Moppet all the way to the breakfast room, almost at the other end of the rambling old house, and planted her in a chair by his side at the tea table. She nestled up close beside him. "You like us now, don't you?" she asked. "I like you." And you'll like her," pointing to her sister with a small distinct finger, "and him," pointing to her brother, "to-morrow morning. You'll know us all to-morrow morning." "To-morrow will be Christmas," said Laddie, as if giving a piece of useful information to the company in general. "Christmas!" cried Danby. "So it will. I mustn't forget to hang up my stocking." This provoked a burst of mirth. Uncle Tom's stocking! Uncle Tom hoping to get anything from Santa Claus! "You needn't laugh," said Mr. Danby, seriously. "I mean to hang up one of my big Inverness stockings. It will hold a lot." "What do you expect to get?" asked Laddie, intensely amused. "Toys?" "No. Chocolates, butterscotch, hardbake, alecompane." "Oh, what's alecompane?" The name of this old-fashioned sweetmeat was received with derision. "Why, what an old sweet tooth you must be!" exclaimed Moppet. "But I don't believe you a bit. I shall come in the middle of the night to see if your stocking is there." "You won't find my room. You'll go into the wrong room, most likely, and find one of the three bears." Moppet laughed at the notion of these familiar beasts. "There never were three bears that lived in a house, and had beds and chairs and knives and forks and things," she said. "I used to believe it once when I was very little." She said "vewy little." "But I know now it isn't true." She looked round the table with a solemn air, with her lips pursed up, challenging contradiction. Her quaint little face, in which the forehead somewhat overbalanced the tiny features below it, was all aglow with mind. One could not imagine more mind in any living creature than was compressed within this quaint scrap of humanity. Sir John watched her curiously. He had no experience of children of that early age. His own daughters had been some years older before he began to notice them. He could but wonder at this quick and eager brain animating so infinitesimal a body. Moppet looked round the table. And what a table it was! She had never seen anything like it. Cornwall, like Scotland, has a prodigious reputation for breakfasts. But Cornwall on occasion can almost rival Yorkshire in the matter of tea. Laddie and Lassie had set to work already, one on each side of Miss Hawberk, who was engaged with urn and teapot. Moppet was less intent upon food, and had more time to wonder and scrutinize. Her big mind was hungrier than her little body. "Oh, what a lot of candles!" she cried. "You must be very rich, Mr. Old Gentleman." 8 tall candles in 2 heavy old silver candelabra lighted the large round table, and on the dazzling white cloth was spread such a feast as little children love. Cakes of many kinds, jams and marmalade, buns, muffins, and crisp biscuits fresh from the oven, scones both white and brown, and the pale yellow clotted cream, in the preparation of which Cornwall pretends to surpass her sister Devon, as in her cider and perry and smoked pig. It is only natural that Cornwall, in her stately seclusion at the end of Western England, should look down upon Devonshire as sophisticated and almost cockney. Cornwall is to Devon as the real Scottish Highlands are to the Trossachs. Besides the cakes and jams and cream bowl, there were flowers, Christmas roses and real roses, yellow and red, such flowers as only grow in rich men's greenhouses, and there was a big silver urn in which Laddie and Lassie could see their faces, red and broad and shining, as they squeezed themselves, each against one of Adela's elbows. "Oh, Uncle Tom!" exclaimed Lassie, in a rapturous tone, "we shall never die here." "Not for want of food, certainly, Lassie." The children had eaten nothing since a very early dinner in Plymouth, and on being pressed to eat by Miss Hawberk and Mr. Danby, showed themselves frankly greedy. Sir John did nothing but look on and wonder at them. They showed him a new phase of humanity. Did life begin so soon? Was the mind so fully awakened while the body was still so tiny? "How old are you, Miss Moppet?" he asked, when Moppet had finished her first slice of saffron cake. 4¼ Not 5 years old. She had lived in the world less than 5 years. She talked of what she had thought and believed when she was little, and she seemed to know as much about life as he did at 65. "You are a wonderful little woman, not to be afraid of going out visiting without your nurse." "Nurse?" echoed Moppet, staring at him with her big grey eyes. "What's a nurse?" "She doesn't know," explained Laddie. "We never had a nurse." "It's a woman like Julie has to take care of her, Moppet," he explained condescendingly. "A bonne, we call her. But we never had a bonne," he added with a superior air. "Indeed!" exclaimed Sir John. "Then pray who has taken care of you? Put you to bed at night, and washed and dressed you of a morning? Taken you out for walks, or wheeled you in a perambulator?" "Mother!" cried the boy. "Mother does all that, except for me. I dress myself. I take my own bath. Mother says I'm growing quite pendent," screamed Moppet across the table. "What a silly boy you are! You always forget the names of things." Moppet was getting excited. The small cheeks were flushed, and the big eyes were getting bigger, and Moppet was inclined to gesticulate a good deal when she talked, and to pat the tablecloth with two little hands to give point to her speech. "Moppet," said Mr. Danby, "the hot cakes are getting into your head. I propose an adjournment to Bedfordshire." "No, no, no, Uncle Tom! We ain't to go yet, is we?" pleaded the child, snuggling close up to Sir John's waistcoat with the settled conviction that he was the higher authority. The lapse in grammar was the momentary result of excitement. In a general way, Moppet's tenses and persons were as correct as if she had been 20. "I think you might be tired after your long journey," said the baronet. "But it wasn't a long journey. We had dinner first, and in the morning we walked on the Hoe. Isn't that a funny name for a place? And we saw the sea, and Uncle Tom told us of the—" "Spanish Arcadia," interrupted Laddie, who felt it was his turn now. "And how Drake and the other captains were playing bowls on the Hoe, just where we were standing that very minute, when the news of the Spanish ships came, and they went off to meet them. And there was a storm, and there was no fighting wanted, for the storm smashed all the ships, and they went back to King Philip without any masts. And Queen Elizabeth went on horseback to Tilbury, and that was the end of the Arcadia." "For a historical synopsis, I don't call that bad," said Mr. Danby. "Nevertheless, I recommend Bedfordshire, if our little friends have finished their tea." "I have," said Lassie, with a contented yawn. Moppet did not want to go to bed. She had eaten less than the other two, but she had talked more, and had slapped the table and had made faces, while Lassie and Laddie had been models of good manners. "I wish you wouldn't call it Bedfordshire," she said, shaking her head vindictively at Mr. Danby. "It makes it worse to go to bed when people make jokes about it." Mr. Danby came round to where she sat, and took her up in his arms as if she had been a big doll instead of a small child. "Say good night to Sir John," he said. Moppet stooped her face down to the baronet's, and pursed up her lips in the prettiest little kiss, which was returned quite heartily. "Take her away, Danby. She is much too excited, and she is the funniest little thing I ever saw. Good night, my dears," he said to the others, as he rose and walked towards the door. "I hope you will spend a happy Christmas at Place. Adela, be sure the little things are comfortable, and that Nurse Danby's instructions are obeyed." The children laughed at this rude mention of Mr. Danby, and went off to bed repeating the phrase, "Nurse Danby," with much chuckling and giggling. Sir John Penlyon had just seated himself on the great oaken settle in the chimney corner, after somewhat languidly performing his duty as host. Moppet walked straight to him, clambered on his knee, and nestled her head in his waistcoat, gazing up at him with very much the same dumb devotion as he had seen in the topaz eyes of a favourite Clumber spaniel. "Why, Moppet, are you tired of your new little friends?" he asked kindly. "I don't like children. They are so silly," answered Moppet with decision. "I like you much better." "Do you really now? I wonder how much you like me. As well as you like junket?" "Oh, what a silly question! As if one could care for any nice thing to eat as well as one cares for a live person."
"Couldn't one? I believe there are little boys in Boscastle who are fonder of plum pudding than of all their relations."
"They must be horrid little boys. Laddie is greedy, but he is not so greedy as that. I shouldn't like to live in the same house with him if he were."
"For fear he should turn cannibal and eat you?"
"What is a camomile? And does it really eat people?"
"Never mind, Moppet. There are none in our part of the world," said Sir John hastily, feeling that he had made a faux pas, and might set Moppet dreaming of cannibals if he explained their nature and attributes. He had been warned by his friend Danby that Moppet was given to dreaming at night of anything that had moved her wonder or her fear in the day, and that she would awaken from such dreams in a cold perspiration with wild eyes and clenched hands. Her sleep had been haunted by goblins and made hideous by men who had sold their shadows, and by wolves who were hungry for little girls with red cloaks. It had been found perilous to tell her the old familiar fairy tales which most children have been told, and from which many children have suffered in the dim early years, before the restrictions of space and climate are understood, and wolves, bears, and lions located in their own peculiar latitudes. Sir John looked down at the little dark head which was pressed so lovingly against his waistcoat, and at the long dark lashes that veiled the deep-set eyes. "And so you really like me?" said he.
"I really love you. Not so much as mother, but very, very much."
"As much as Danby? As Uncle Tom?"
"Better than Uncle Tom. But please don't tell him so. It might make him unhappy."
"I dare say it would. Uncle Tom has a jealous disposition. He might shut you up in a brazen tower." Another faux pas. Moppet would be dreaming of brazen towers. Imagination, assisted by plum pudding, would run readily into tormenting visions. Happily, Moppet made no remark upon the tower. She was thinking deeply, and presently she looked up at Sir John with grave grey eyes, and said,
"I believe I love you better than Uncle Tom, because you are a grander gentleman," she said musingly, "and because you have this beautiful big house. It is yours, isn't it? Your very, very own?"
"My very, very own. And so you like my house, Moppet, and would be sorry to go away?"
"Oh, no, because I shall be going to mother."
"Then you like your own home better than this big house?"
"No, I don't. I should be very silly if I did. Home is a funny little house in a funny little sloping garden on the side of a hill. Uncle Tom says it is very healthy. There is a tiny salon, and a tiny dining room, and a dear little kitchen where the bonne à tout faire lives, and 4 tiny bedrooms. It was a fisherman's cottage once, and then an English lady, an old lady, bought it and made new rooms, and had it made all pretty, and then she died. And then Uncle Tom happened to see it, and took it for mother."
"And was my little Moppet born there?"
"No, I was born a long way off, up in the hills."
"What hills?"
"The Northwest Provinces. It is an awful long way off, but I can't tell you anything about it," added Moppet, with a solemn shake of her cropped head, "for I was born before I can remember. Laddie says we all came over the sea, but we mustn't talk to mother about that time. And Laddie's very stupid. He may have told me all wrong."
"And doesn't Lassie remember coming home in the ship?"
"She remembers a gentleman who gave her goodies."
"But not the ship?"
"No, not the ship, but she thinks there must have been a ship, for the wind blew very hard, and the gentleman went up and down as if he was in a swing. Laddie pretends to remember all the sailors' names, but I don't think he really can."
"And the only house you can remember is the house on the cliff?"
"Where mother is now. Yes, that's the only one, and I'm very fond of it. Are you fond of this house?"
"Yes, Moppet. One is always fond of the house in which one was born. I was born here." Moppet looked up at him wonderingly. "Is that very surprising?" he asked, smiling down at her.
"It seems rather surprising you should ever have been born," replied Moppet frankly. "You are so very old."
"Yes, but one has to begin, you see, Moppet." It must have been a tremendously long time ago when you and Uncle Tom began." The explosion of a cracker startled Moppet from the meditative mood. It was the signal for the rifling of the Christmas tree. The crackers, the gold and silver and sapphire and ruby and emerald crackers, were being distributed and were exploding in every direction before Moppet could run to the tree and hold up 2 tiny hands, crying excitedly, "Me! Me! Me!" End of Section 42. Recording by Patty Cunningham.
Section 43 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Daniel Vermont. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5, Section 43. How bright she was, how lovely did she show. From Mohawks, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. To be a fashionable beauty with a reputation for intelligence, nay, even for that much rarer quality, wit. To have been born in the purple. To have been just enough talked about to be interesting as a woman with a history. To have a fine house in Soho Square and a medieval abbey in Hampshire. To ride, dance, sing, play, and speak French and Italian better than any other woman in society. To have the finest diamonds in London. To be followed, flattered, serenaded, lampooned, written about and talked about, and to be on the sunward side of 30. Surely, to be and to have all these good things should fill the cup of contentment for any of Eve's daughters. Lady Judith Topsparkle had all these blessings, and flashed gaiety and brightness upon the world in which her lot was cast. And yet there were those among her intimates, those who sipped their chocolate with her of a morning, before her hair was powdered or her patches put on, who declared that she was not altogether happy. The diamonds, the spacious house in Soho Square, with its Turkey carpets and Boule furniture, its plenitude of massive plate and Italian pictures, its air of regal luxury and splendor. The abbey near Ringwood, with its tapestries, pictures, curios, and secret passages, were burdened with a certain condition which, for Lady Judith, reduced their value to a minimum. All these good things came to her through her husband. Of her own right, she was only the genteelest pauper at the court end of London. Her blood was of the bluest. She was a younger daughter of one of the oldest earls. But Job himself, after the advent of the messengers, was not poorer than that distinguished nobleman. Lady Judith had brought Mr. Topsparkle nothing but her beauty, her quality, and her pride. Love she never pretended to bring him, nor liking, nor even respect. His father had made his fortune in trade, and the idea of a tradesman's son was almost as repulsive to Lady Judith as that of a blackamoor. She married him because her father made her marry him, and in her own phraseology, the matter was not worth fighting about. She had broken just 2 years before with the only man she had ever loved, had renounced him in a fit of pique and passion on account of some scandal about a French dancing girl, and from that hour she had assumed an air of recklessness. She had danced, flirted, talked, and carried on in a manner that delighted the multitude and shocked the prudes. Bath and Tunbridge Wells had rung with her sayings and doings, and finally she surrendered herself, not altogether unwillingly, to the highest bidder. She was burdened with debt, never knew what it was to have a crown piece of ready money. At cards she had to borrow, first of one admirer and then of another. She had been able to get plenty of credit for gowns and trinketry from a harpy class of West End tradespeople, who speculated in Lady Judith's beauty as they might have done in some hazardous but hopeful stock, counting it almost a certainty that she would make a splendid match and recoup them all. Mr. Topsparkle saw her in the zenith of her audacious charms. He met her at a masquerade at Bath, followed and intrigued with her all the evening, and at last, alone in an alcove with her after supper, induced her to take off her mask. Her beauty dazzled those experienced eyes of his, and he fell madly in love with her at first sight of that radiant loveliness. Starriest eyes of violet hue, a dainty little Greek nose, a complexion of lilies and blush roses, and the most perfect mouth and teeth in Christendom. No one had ever seen anything more beautiful than the tender curves of those classic lips, or more delicate than their faint carmine tinge. In an epoch when almost every woman of fashion plastered herself with bismuth and ceruse, Lord Bramber's daughter could afford to exhibit the complexion nature had given her, and might defy paint to match it. Lady Judith laughed at her conquest when she was told about it by half a dozen different admirers at the rooms next morning. "What? That Topsparkle man?" she exclaimed. "The travelled cit who has been exploring all sorts of savage places in Spain and Italy, and writing would-be witty letters about his travels. They say he is richer than any nabob in Hindostan. Yes, I plagued him, vastly, I believe, before I consented to unmask. And then he pretended to be dumbfounded at my charms, forsooth. Dazzled by this sun, into which you gentlemen look without flinching, like young eagles. My dear Lady Judith, the man is captivated, your slave forever. You had better put a ring in his nose and lead him about with you, instead of that little black boy for whom you sighed the other day, and that his lordship denied you. He is quite the richest man in London, 3 or 4 times a millionaire, and he is on the point of buying Lord Ringwood's place in Hampshire, a genuine medieval abbey, with 1/2 mile of cloisters, and a fish-pond in the kitchen." "I care neither for cloisters nor kitchen." "Ay, but you have a weakness for diamonds," urged Mr. Mordaunt, an old admirer, who was very much au courant as to the fair Judith's history and habits, had lent her money when she was losing at basset, and had diplomatized with her creditors for her. "Witness that cross the Jew sold you the other day." Lady Judith reddened angrily. The same Jew dealer who sold her the jewel had insisted upon having it back from her when he discovered her inability to pay for it, threatening to prosecute her for obtaining goods under false pretenses. Mr. Topsparkle's diamonds, they belonged to his mother, are historical. His maternal grandfather was an Amsterdam Jew, and the greatest diamond merchant of his time. He had mills where the gems were ground as corn is ground in our country, and seem to have been as plentiful as corn. Egad, Lady Judith, how you would blaze in the Topsparkle diamonds!" "Mr. Topsparkle must be 60 years of age," exclaimed the lady, with sovereign contempt. "Nobody supposes you would marry him for his youth or his personal attractions. Yet he is by no means a bad-looking man, and he has had plenty of adventures in his day, I can assure your ladyship. Il a vécu, as our neighbors say. Topsparkle is no simpleton. When he set out upon the grand tour nearly 40 years ago, he carried with him about as scandalous a reputation as a gentleman of fashion could enjoy. He had been cut by all the straight-laced people, and it is only the fact of his incalculable wealth which has opened the doors of decent houses for him since his return. I thank you for the compliment implied in your recommendation of him to me as a husband, said Lady Judith, drawing herself up with that Juno-like air which made her seem half a head taller, and which accentuated every curve of her superb torso. He is apparently a gentleman whom it would be a disgrace to know. Oh, your ladyship must be aware that a reformed rake makes the best husband. And since Topsparkle went on the Continent, he has acquired a new reputation as a wit and a man of letters. He wrote an Assyrian story in the Italian language, about which the town raved a few years ago, a sort of demon story, ever so much cleverer than Voltaire's fanciful novels. Everybody was reading, or pretending to read it. Oh, was that his? Exclaimed Judith, who read everything. It was mighty clever. I begin to think better of your Topsparkle personage. 5 minutes afterwards, strolling languidly amid the crowd, with a plain cousin at her elbow for foil and duenna, Lady Judith met Mr. Topsparkle, walking with no less a person than her father. Lord Bramber enjoyed the privilege of an antique hereditary gout, and came to Bath every season for the waters. He was a man of imposing figure, at once tall and bulky, but he carried his vast proportions with dignity and ease. He was said to have been the handsomest man of his day, and had been admired even by an age which could boast of Hervey the Handsome, John Churchill, Duke of Marlborough, and the irresistible Henry St. John. Basking in that broad sunshine of popularity, which is the portion of a man of high birth, graceful manners, and good looks, Lord Bramber had squandered a handsome fortune right royally, and now, at 55, was as near insolvency as a gentleman dare be. His house on Pulteney Street was a kind of haven, to which he brought his family when London creditors began to be implacable. He had even thoughts of emigrating to Holland or Belgium, or to some old Roman town in the sunny south of France, where he might live upon his wife's pin money, which happily was protected by stringent settlements and incorruptible trustees. He had married 2 out of 3 daughters well, but not brilliantly. Judith was the youngest of the 3, and she was the flower of the flock. She had been foolish, very foolish, about Lord Lavendale, and a faint cloud of scandal had hung over her name ever since her affair with that too notorious rake. Admirers she had by the score, but since the Lavendale entanglement there had been no serious advances from any suitor of mark. But now Mr. Topsparkle, one of the wealthiest commoners in Great Britain, was obviously smitten with Lady Judith's perfections, and had a keen air which seemed to mean business, Lord Bramber thought. He had obtained an introduction to the Earl within the last half-hour, and had not concealed his admiration for the Earl's daughter. He had entreated the honour of a formal introduction to the exquisite creature with whom he had conversed on sportive terms last night at the Assembly Rooms. Lady Judith acknowledged the introduction with the air of a queen, to whom courtiers and compliments were as the gadflies of summer. She fanned herself listlessly, and stared about her while Mr. Topsparkle was talking. "I vow, there is Mrs. Margetson!" she exclaimed, recognizing an acquaintance across the crowd. "I have not seen her for a century. Heavens, how old and yellow she is looking! Yellower even than you, Mattie." This last by way of aside to her plain cousin. I hope you bear me no malice for my pertinacity last night, Lady Judith, murmured Topsparkle insinuatingly. Malice, my good sir? I protest I never bear malice. To be malicious, one's feelings must be engaged, and you would hardly expect mine to be concerned in the mystifications of a dancing-room. She looked over his head as she talked to him, still on the watch for familiar faces among the crowd, smiling at one, bowing at another. Mr. Topsparkle was savage at not being able to engage her attention. At Venice, whence he had come lately, all the women had courted him, hanging upon his words, adoring him as the keenest wit of his day. He was an attenuated and rather effeminate person, exquisitely dressed and powdered, and not without a suspicion of rouge upon his hollow cheeks, or of Vandyke brown upon his delicately penciled eyebrows. He, like Lord Bramber, presented the wreck of manly beauty. But whereas Bramber suggested a three-master of goodly bulk and tonnage, battered but still weather-proof and seaworthy, Topsparkle had the air of a delicate pinnace, which time and tempest had worn to a mere phantasmal bark, that the first storm would scatter into ruin. He had hardly the air of a gentleman, Judith thought, watching him keenly, all the while she seemed to ignore his existence. He was too fine, too highly trained for the genuine article. He lacked that easy inborn grace of the man in whom good manners are hereditary. There was nothing of the cit about him, but there was the exaggerated elegance, the exotic grace of a man who has too studiously cultivated the art of being a fine gentleman, who has learned his manners in dubious paths, from petite maîtresse and prime donne, rather than from statesmen and princes. On this, and on many a subsequent meeting, Lady Judith was just uncivil enough to fan the flame of Vivian Topsparkle's passion. He had begun in a somewhat philandering spirit, not quite determined whether Lord Bramber's daughter were worthy of him. But her hauteur made him her slave. Had she been civil, he would have given more account to those old stories about Lavendale, and would have been inclined to draw back before finally committing himself. But a woman who could afford to be rude to the best match in England must needs be above all suspicion. Had her reputation been seriously damaged, she would have caught at the chance of rehabilitating herself by a rich marriage. Had she been civil to him, Mr. Topsparkle would have haggled and bargained about settlements. But his ever-present fear of losing her made him accede to Lord Bramber's exactions with a more than princely generosity, since but few princes could afford to be so liberal. He had set his heart upon having this woman for his wife. Firstly, because she was the handsomest and most fashionable woman in London, and secondly, because so far as burnt-out embers can glow with new fire, Mr. Topsparkle's battered old heart was aflame with a very serious passion for this new deity. So there was a grand wedding from the Earl's house in Leicester Fields. Not a crowded assembly, for only the very élite of the modish world were invited. The Duke, meaning his Grace of York, honoured the company with his royal presence, and there were the great Sir Robert and a bevy of cabinet ministers, and Mr. Topsparkle felt that he had cancelled any old, half-forgotten scandals as to his past life, and established himself in the highest social sphere by this alliance. As Vivian Topsparkle, the half-foreign eccentric, he was a man to be stared at and talked about. But as the husband of Lord Bramber's daughter, he had a footing, by right of alliance, in some of the noblest houses in England. His name and reputation were hooked on to old family trees, and those great people whose kinswoman he had married could not afford to have him maligned or slighted. In a word, Mr. Topsparkle felt that he had good value for his magnificent settlements. Was Lady Judith Topsparkle happy with all her blessings? She was gay, and with the polite world gaiety ranks as happiness, and commands the envy of the crowd. Nobody envies the quiet matron, whose domestic life flows onward with the placidity of a sluggish stream. It is the butterfly queen of the hour, whom people admire and envy. Lady Judith, blazing in diamonds at a court ball, beautiful, daring, insolent, had half the town for her slaves and courtiers. Even women flattered and fawned upon her, delighted to be acknowledged as her acquaintance, proud to be invited to her parties, or to dance attendance upon her in public assemblies. End of section 43. Recording by Daniel Vermont, Osaka, Japan.
Section 44 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5, Section 44. George Brandes, 1842 to 1927, by William Morton Payne. The man of letters who devotes himself chiefly or wholly to criticism is an essentially modern type. Although the critical art has been practiced in all literary periods, it has not until the present century enlisted anything like the exclusive attention of writers of the highest order of attainment, but has rather played a subordinate part beside the constructive or creative work to the performance of which such men have given their best energies. In the case of some writers, such as Voltaire and Samuel Johnson, we recognize the critical spirit that informs the bulk of their work, yet are compelled on the whole to classify them as poets or historians or philosophers. Even Coleridge, who wrote no inconsiderable amount of the best literary criticism in existence, is chiefly remembered as a poet. Even Lessing, one of the fountainheads of authoritative critical doctrine, owes to his plays the major part of his great reputation. As for such men as Ben Jonson and Dryden, Lamb and Shelley, Goethe and Heine, their critical utterances, precious and profound as they frequently are, figure but incidentally among their writings, and we read these men mainly for other reasons than that of learning their opinions about other people's productions. For examples of the man of letters considered primarily as critic, we must then look to our own century, and we find the type best illustrated by such men as Sainte-Beuve, Taine, Brunetière, and the subject of the present sketch. It is indeed a rather remarkable fact that the most conspicuous figure of literary Denmark at the present time should not be a poet or a novelist, but a critic pure and simple, for this is the title which must be given to George Brandes. Not only is his attitude consistently critical throughout the long series of his writings, but his form and matter are also avowedly critical, so much so that hardly one of his score or more of published volumes calls for classification in any other than the critical category. even when he takes us with him upon his travels to France or Russia, with the best intentions in the world as to the avoidance of "shop," he finds himself in the end talking about the literature and politics of those countries. One of his latest books, Udenlandske Egni og Personligheter, Foreign Parts and Personalities, has a preface with the following opening paragraph. Quote, "One gets tired of talking about books all the time. Even the man whose business it is to express himself in black and white has eyes like other people, and with them he perceives and observes the variegated visible world, its landscapes, cities, plain and cultivated men, plastic art. For him, too, does nature exist, the capital N for nature. He, too, is moved at sight of such simple happenings as the fall of the leaves in October. He, too, is stirred as he gazes upon a waterfall, a mountain region, a sunlit glacier, a Dutch lake, and an Italian olive grove. He, too, has been to Arcadia." End quote. Yet half the contents of the volume thus introduced must be described as the work of the critic. Not only are the set papers upon such men as Taine, Renan, Maupassant deliberate critical studies, but the sketches of travel likewise are sure to get around to the art and literature of the countries visited. The life of criticism, in the larger sense, comes from wide observation and a cultivation of the cosmopolitan spirit. It must be said of Brandes that he is a critic in the large sense, that he has taken for his province the modern spirit in all its varied manifestations. The very title of his chief work, Main Currents in the Literature of the 19th Century, shows him to be concerned with the broad movements of thought rather than with matters of narrow technique or the literary activity of any one country, least of all his own. It was peculiarly fortunate for Denmark that a critic of his type should have arisen within her borders a quarter century ago. The Scandinavian countries lie so far apart from the chief centers of European thought that they are always in danger of lapsing into a narrow self-sufficiency, so far as intellectual ideals are concerned. Danish literature has been made what it is chiefly by the mediation of a few powerful minds who have kept it in touch with modern progress, by Holberg, who may almost be said to have brought humanism into Denmark, by Oehlenschläger, who made the Romantic movement as powerful an influence in Denmark as it was in Germany, by Brandes, who beginning his career just after the war in which Denmark lost her provinces, and became as embittered toward Germany as France was to become a few years later, strove to prevent the political breach from extending into the intellectual sphere, and helped his fellow countrymen to understand that thought and progress are one and have a common aim, although nations may be many and antagonistic. There is much significance in the fact that the name of emigrant literature is given to the first section of his greatest work. He thus styles the French literature of a century ago, the work of such writers as Chateaubriand, Senancour, Constant, and Madame de Staël, because it received a vivifying impulse from the emigration, from the contact, forced or voluntary, of the French mind with the ideals of German and English civilization. It has been the chief function of Brandes during the whole of his brilliant career to supply points of contact between the intellectual life of Denmark and that of the rest of Europe, to bring his own country into the Federal Republic of letters. A glance at the course of his life and at the subjects of his books will serve to outline the nature of the work to which his energies have been devoted. A Jew by race, George Morris Cohen Brandes was born February 4th, 1842. He went through his academic training with brilliant success, studied law for a brief period, and then drifted into journalism and literature. A long visit to Paris, 1866-7, gave him breadth of view, and the materials for his first books, Esthétique Studier, Aesthetic Studies, then Fransk Aesthetique, French Aesthetics, and a volume of Kritiker og Portrætter, Criticisms and Portraits. A later visit to foreign parts, 1870-1, brought him into contact with Taine, Renan, and Mill, all of whom influenced him profoundly. In 1871 he began to lecture on literary subjects, chiefly in Copenhagen, and out of these lectures grew his Hovedstrømninger I det 19. Århundredes litteratur, main currents in the literature of the 19th century, a work that in the course of about 10 years extended to 6 volumes, and must be considered not only the author's capital critical achievement, but also one of the greatest works of literary history and criticism that the 19th century has produced. The division of the subject is as follows: 1. Emigrant literature. 2. The Romantic School in Germany. 3. The reaction in France. 4. Naturalism in England. 5. The Romantic School in France. 6. Young Germany. In spite of the growing fame that came to him from these masterly studies, Brandes felt the need of a larger audience than the Scandinavian countries could offer him, and in 1877 changed his residence from Copenhagen to Berlin, a step to which he was in part urged by violent antagonism engendered at home by the radical and uncompromising character of many of his utterances. It was not until 1883 that he again took up residence in his own country, upon a guarantee of 4,000 kroner, about $1,000 annually, for 10 years, secured by some of his friends, the condition being that he should give courses of public lectures in Copenhagen during that period. Among the works not yet named, mention should be made of his volumes upon Holberg, Tegner, Kierkegaard, Ferdinand Lassalle, and the Earl of Beaconsfield. These brilliant monographs are remarkable for their insight into the diverse types of character with which they deal, for their breadth of view, felicity of phrase, and originality of treatment. There are also several collections of miscellaneous essays with such titles as Dansk Digter, Danish Poets, Dansk Personligheder, Danish Personalities, Det Moderne Gennembruds Made, Men of the Modern Awakening, and Udenlandske Egne og Personligheder, Foreign Parts and Personalities. The latest publication of Brandes is a careful study of Shakespeare, a work of remarkable vigor, freshness, and sympathy. As a critic, Brandes belongs distinctly to the class of those who speak with authority, and has little in common with the writers who are content to explore the recesses of their own subjectivity and record their personal impressions of literature. Criticism is for him a matter of science, not of opinion, and he holds it subject to a definite method and body of principles. A few sentences from the second volume of his Hovedströmninger will illustrate what he conceives that method to be. Quote, "First and foremost, I endeavor everywhere to bring literature back to life. You will already have observed that while the older controversies in our literature, for example, that between Heiberg and Hauck, and even the famous controversy between Baggesen and Oehlenschläger, have been maintained in an exclusively literary domain, and have become disputes about literary principles alone, the controversy aroused by my lectures, not merely by reason of the misapprehension of the opposition, but quite as much by reason of the very nature of my writing, has come to touch upon a swarm of religious, social, and moral problems. It follows from my conception of the relation of literature to life that the history of literature I teach is not a history of literature for the drawing room. I seize hold of actual life with all the strength I may, and show how the feelings that find their expression in literature spring up in the human heart. Now the human heart is no stagnant pool or idyllic woodland lake. It is an ocean with submarine vegetation and frightful inhabitants. The literary history and the poetry of the drawing room see in the life of man a salon, a decorated ballroom, the men and the furnishings polished alike, in which no dark corners escape illumination. Let him who will look at matters from this point of view, but it is no affair of mine." End quote. The boldness and even the ruthlessness which characterize much of the author's work were plainly foreshadowed in this outspoken introduction, and he has grown more rather than less uncompromising during the quarter century that has elapsed since they were spoken. Matthew Arnold would have applauded the envisagement of literature as, quote, "criticism of life," end quote, but would have deplored the sacrifice of sweetness to gain increased intensity of light. Brandes came back from contact with the European world full of enthusiasm for the new men and the new ideas, for Comte and Taine, for Renan and Mill and Spencer, and wanted his recalcitrant fellow countrymen to accept them all at once. They were naturally taken aback by so imperious a demand, and their opposition created the atmosphere of controversy, in which Brandes has ever since for the most part lived, with slight effort to soften its asperities, but, it must be added, with the ever-increasing respect of those not of his own way of thinking. On the whole, his work has been healthful and stimulating. It has stirred the sluggish to a renewed mental activity, and has made its author himself one of the most conspicuous figures of what he calls det moderne Gjennombrud, the modern awakening. William Morton Payne. Björnsson, from Eminent Authors of the 19th Century. Translated by Professor Rasmus B. Anderson. It is only necessary to bestow a single glance upon Björnsson to be convinced how admirably he is equipped by nature for the hot strife a literary career brings with it in most lands, and especially in the combat-loving North. Shoulders as broad as his are not often seen, nor do we often behold so vigorous a form, one that seems as though created to be chiseled in granite. There is perhaps no labor that so completely excites all the vital forces, exhausts the nerves, refines and enervates the feelings as that of literary production. There has never been the slightest danger, however, that the exertions of Björnson's poetic productiveness would affect his lungs, as in the case of Schiller, or his spine, as in the case of Heine. There has been no cause to fear that inimical articles in the public journals would ever give him his death blow, as they did Halvdan, the hero of his drama Redaktören, the editor, or that he would yield, as so many modern poets have yielded, to the temptation of resorting to pernicious stimulants or to dissipation of antidotes for the overwrought or depleted state of the nervous system occasioned by creative activity. Nothing has injured Björnson's spine. His lungs are without blemish. A cough is unknown to him, and his shoulders are fashioned to bear without discomposure the rude thrusts which the world gives, and to return them. He is perhaps the only important writer of our day of whom this may be said. As an author he is never nervous, not when he displays his greatest delicacy, not even when he evinces his most marked sensibility. Strong as the beast of prey whose name, Björn equals bear, occurs twice in his muscular, without the slightest trace of corpulence, of athletic build, he looms up majestically in my mind, with his massive head, his firmly compressed lips, and his sharp, penetrating gaze from behind his spectacles. It would be impossible for literary hostilities to overthrow this man, and for him there never existed that greatest danger to authors, a danger which for a long time menaced his great rival Heinrich Ibsen, namely that of having his name shrouded in silence. Even as a very young author, as a theatrical critic and political writer, he had entered the field of literature with such an eagerness for combat that a rumbling noise arose about him wherever he appeared. Like his own Thorbjorn in Nov Solbakken, he displayed in early youth the combative tendency of the athlete. But like his Sigurd in Sigurd Slumbe, he fought not merely to practice his strength, but from genuine, though often mistaken, love of truth and justice. At all events, he understood thoroughly who to attract attention. An author may possess great and rare gifts, and yet, through lack of harmony between his own personal endowments and the national characteristics or the degree of development of his people, may long be prevented from attaining a brilliant success. Many of the world's greatest minds have suffered from this cause. Many, like Byron, Heine, and Heinrich Ibsen, have left their native land. Many more who have remained at home have felt forsaken by their compatriots. With Björnson, the case is quite different. He has never, it is true, been peacefully recognized by the entire Norwegian people. At first, because the form he used was too new and unfamiliar. Later, because his ideas were of too challenging a nature for the ruling, conservative, and highly orthodox circles of the land. Even at the present time, he is pursued by the press of the Norwegian government and by leading official society with a fury which is as little choice in its selection of means as the bitterness which pursues the champions of thrones and altars in other countries. In spite of all this, Björn Styer Nu, Björnson, has his people behind him and about him as perhaps no other poet has, unless it be Victor Hugo. When his name is mentioned, it is equivalent to hoisting the flag of Norway. In his noble qualities and in his faults, in his genius and in his weak points, he as thoroughly bears the stamp of Norway as Voltaire bore that of France. His boldness and his naivete, his open-heartedness as a man, and the terseness of his style as an artist, the highly wrought and sensitive Norwegian popular sentiment, and the lively consciousness of the one-sidedness and the intellectual needs of his fellow countrymen that has driven him to Scandinavianism, Pan-Teutonism, and cosmopolitanism. All this, in its peculiar combination in him, is so markedly national that his personality may be said to offer a resume of the entire people. None of his contemporaries so fully represent this people's love of home and of freedom, its self-consciousness, rectitude, and fresh energy. Indeed, just now he also exemplifies on a large scale the people's tendency to self-criticism, not that scourging criticism which chastises with scorpions, and whose representative in Norway is Ibsen, in Russia Turgenev, but the sharp, bold expression of opinion begotten of love. He never calls attention to an evil in whose improvement and cure he does not believe, or to a vice which he despairs of seeing rooted out. For he has implicit faith in the good of humanity, and possesses entire and invincible optimism of a large, genial, sanguine nature. As to his character, he is half chieftain, half poet. He unites in his own person the two forms, most prominent in ancient Norway, those of the warrior and of the skald. In his intellectual constitution he is partly a tribune of the people, partly a lay preacher. In other words, he combines in his public demeanor the political and religious pathos of his Norwegian contemporaries. And this became far more apparent after he broke loose from orthodoxy than it was before. Since his so-called apostasy, he has in fact been a missionary and a reformer to a greater degree than ever. He could have been the product of no other land than Norway, and far less than other offers could he thrive in any but his native soil. In the year 1880, when the rumor spread through the German press that Björnson, weary of continual wrangling at home, was about to settle in Germany, he wrote to me, quote, "In Norway will I live, in Norway will I lash and be lashed, in Norway will I sing and die." End quote. To hold such intimate relations with one's fatherland is most fortunate for a person who is sympathetically comprehended by that fatherland, and this is the case with Björnson. It is a matter dependent on conditions deeply rooted in his nature. He who cherishes so profound an enthusiasm for the reserved, solitary Michelangelo, and who feels constrained, as a matter of course, to place him above Raphael, is himself a man of a totally different temperament, one who is never lonely, even when most alone, as he has been since 1873 on his gård in remote Gåsdal, but who is social to the core, or, more strictly speaking, a thoroughly national character. He admires Michelangelo because he reveres and understands the elements of greatness, of profound earnestness, of mighty ruggedness in the human heart and in style, but he has nothing in common with the great Florentine's melancholy sense of isolation. He was born to be the founder of a party, and was therefore early attracted to enthusiastic and popular party leaders, such as the Dane Grundtvig and the Norwegian Wergeland, although wholly unlike either in his plastic, creative power. He is a man who needs to feel himself the center, or rather the focus of sympathy, and insensibly he forms a circle about him, because his own nature is the resume of a social union. Copyright T.Y. Crowell and Company, New York. The historical movement in modern literature. From the introduction to Main Currents in the Literature of the 19th Century. What I shall portray for you is a historical movement, having very completely the form and the character of a drama. The 6 distinct literary groups that I intend to present to you are entirely like the 6 acts of a great play. In the first group, the French emigrant literature inspired by Rousseau. The reaction has already begun, but the reactionary currents are everywhere blended with the revolutionary. In the second group, the half-Catholic Romantic school of Germany. The reaction is growing. It goes further and holds itself more aloof from the contemporary movement towards freedom and progress. The third group, finally formed of such writers as Joseph de Maistre, Lamennais in his Orthodox period, Lamartine and Victor Hugo under the Restoration, when they were still firm supporters of the legitimist and clerical parties, stands for the reaction, impetuous and triumphant. Byron and his associates make up the fourth group. This one man reverses the action of the great drama. The Greek War of Liberation breaks out. A current of fresh air sweeps over Europe. Byron falls as a hero of the Greek cause, and his heroic death makes a deep impression upon all the writers of the continent. Just before the July Revolution, all the great French writers turn about, forming the fifth group, the French Romantic school, and the new liberal movement is marked by the names of Lamennais, Hugo, Lamartine, de Maistre, George Sand, and many others. And when the movement spreads from France into Germany, liberal ideas triumph in that land also, and the sixth and the last group of authors I shall portray become inspired by the ideas of the July Revolution and the War of Liberation, seeing, like the French poets, in Byron's great shade the leader of the movement towards freedom. The most important of these young writers are of Jewish origin, as Heine, Borne, and later Auerbach. I believe that from this great drama we may get a lesson for our own instruction. We are now, as usual, 40 years behind the rest of Europe. In the literatures of those great countries the revolutionary stream, long ago united with its tributaries, burst the dikes that were set to impede its course, and has been distributed into thousands of channels. We are still endeavoring to check it and hold it, dammed up in the swamps of the reaction, but we have succeeded only in checking our literature itself. It would hardly be difficult to secure unanimous consent to the proposition that Danish literature has at no time during the present century found itself languishing as in our own days. Poetical production is almost completely checked, and no problem of a general human or social character awakens interest or evokes any more serious discussion than that of the daily press or other ephemeral publication. Our productivity has never been strongly original, and we now utterly fail to appropriate the spiritual life of other lands, and our spiritual deafness has brought upon us the speechlessness of the deaf mutes. The proof that a literature in our days is alive is to be found in the fact that it brings problems up for debate. Thus George Sand brings marriage up for debate. Voltaire, Byron, and Feuerbach religion. Proudhon, property. Alexandre Dumas feels the relations of the sexes. And Émile Augier, social relations in general. For a literature to bring nothing up for debate is the same thing as to lose all its significance. The people that produce such a literature may believe as firmly as they please that the salvation of the world will come from it, but their expectations will be doomed to disappointment. Such a people can no more influence the development of civilization in the direction of progress than did the fly who thought he was urging the carriage onward by now and then giving the 4 horses an insignificant prick. Many virtues, as for example warlike courage, may be preserved in such a society, but these virtues cannot sustain literature when intellectual courage has sunk and disappeared. All stagnant reaction is tyrannical, and when a community has by degrees so developed itself that it wears the features of tyranny beneath the mask of freedom, when every outspoken utterance that gives uncompromising expression to free thought is frowned upon by society, by the respectable part of the press, and by many officials of the state, very unusual conditions will be needed to call forth characters and talents of the sort upon which progress in any society depends. Should such a community develop a kind of poetry, we need not wonder overmuch if its essential tendency be to scorn the age and put it to shame. Such poetry will again and again describe the men of the time as wretches, and it may well happen that the books which are the most famous and the most sought after (Ibsen's Brand, for example) will be those in which the reader is made to feel, at first with a sort of horror, and afterwards with a sort of satisfaction, what a worm he is, how miserable and how cowardly. It may happen, too, that for such a people the word will becomes a sort of catchword, that it may cry aloud with dramas of the will and philosophies of the will. Men demand that which they do not possess. They call for that of which they most bitterly feel the lack. They call for that which there is the keenest inquiry for. Yet one would be mistaken were he pessimistically to assume that in such a people there is less courage, resolution, enthusiasm, and will than in the average of others. There is quite as much courage and freedom of thought, but still more is needed. For when the reaction in a literature forces the new ideas into the background, and when a community has daily heard itself blamed, derided, and even cursed for its hypocrisy and its conventionality, yet has remained convinced of its openness of mind, daily swinging censers before its own nostrils in the praise thereof, it requires unusual ability and unusual force of will to bring new blood into its literature. A soldier needs no uncommon courage to fire upon the enemy from the shelter of an earthwork. But if he has been led so ill that he finds no shelter at hand, we need not wonder if his courage forsakes him. Various causes have contributed to the result that our literature has accomplished less than the great ones in the service of progress. The very circumstances that have favored the development of our poetry have stood in our way. I may in the first place mention a certain childishness in the character of our people. We owe to this quality the almost unique naivete of our poetry. Naivete is an eminently poetical quality, and we find it in nearly all of our poets, from Oehlenschläger through Ingemann and Andersen to Holstrup. But naivete does not imply the revolutionary propensity. I may further mention the abstract idealism so strongly marked in our literature. It deals with our dreams, not with our life. It sometimes happens to the Dane on his travels that a foreigner, after some desultory talk about Denmark, asks him this question: "How may one learn what are the aspirations of your country? Has your contemporary literature developed any type that is palpable and easily grasped?" The Dane is embarrassed in his reply. They all know of what class were the types that the 18th century bequeathed to the 19th. Let us name one or two representative types in the case of a single country, Germany. There is Nathan the Wise, the ideal of the period of enlightenment, that is, the period of tolerance, noble humanity, and thoroughgoing rationalism. We can hardly say that we have held fast to this ideal or carried it on to further development, as it was carried on by Schleiermacher and many others in Germany. Münster was our Schleiermacher, and we know how far his orthodoxy stands removed from Schleiermacher's liberalism. Instead of adopting rationalism and carrying it on, we have stepped farther and farther away from it. Clausen was once its advocate, but he is so no more. Heiberg is followed by Martensen, and Martensen's speculative dogmatic is succeeded by his Christian dogmatic. In Oehlenschläger's poetry there is still the breath of rationalism, but the generation of Oehlenschläger and Ørsted is followed by that of Kierkegaard and Podlin Müller. The German literature of the 18th century bequeathed to us many other poetic ideals. There is Werther, the ideal of the "storm and stress" period, of the struggle of nature and passion with the customary order of society. Then there is Faust, the very spirit of the new age with its new knowledge, who, still unsatisfied with what the period of enlightenment has won, foresees a higher truth, a higher happiness, and a thousandfold higher power. And there is Wilhelm Meister, the type of humanized culture, who goes through the school of life and from apprenticeship becomes master, who begins with the pursuit of ideals that soar above life, and who ends by discerning the ideal in the real, for whom these two expressions finally melt into one. There is Goethe's Prometheus, who, chained to his rock, gives utterance to the philosophy of Spinoza in the sublime rhythms of enthusiasm. Last of all, there is the Marquis von Posa, the true incarnation of the Revolution, the apostle and prophet of liberty, the type of a generation that would, by means of the uprising against all condemned traditions, make progress possible and bring happiness to mankind. With such types in the past our Danish literature begins. Does it develop them further? We may not say that it does, for what is the test of progress? It is what happens afterward. It has not been printed in this shape, but I will tell you about it. One fine day, when Werther was going about as usual, dreaming despairingly of Lotte, it occurred to him that the bond between her and Albert was of slight consequence, and he won her from Albert. One fine day the Marquis von Posa, wearied of preaching freedom to the deaf ears at the court of Philip II, and drove a sword through the king's body, and Prometheus rose from his rock and overthrew Olympus, and Faust, who had knelt abjectly before the earth spirit, took possession of his earth, and subdued it by means of steam and electricity and methodical investigation. Translated by W. M. Payne. End of section 44.
Section 45 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5. Section 45. Sebastian Brandt, 1458 to 1521. In 1494, shortly after the invention of printing, there appeared in Basle a book entitled Das Narrenschiff, the Ship of Fools. Its success was most extraordinary. It was immediately translated into various languages, and remained a favourite with the reading world throughout the 16th century. The secret of its popularity lay in its mixture of satire and allegory, which was exactly in accord with the spirit of the age. The Ship of Fools was not only read by the cultivated classes, who could appreciate the subtle flavour of the work, but, especially in Germany, it was a book for the people, relished by burgher and artisan as well as by courtier and scholar. Contemporary works contain many allusions to it. It was in fact so familiar to everyone that monks preached upon texts drawn from it. This unique and powerful book carried the spirit of the Reformation, where the words of Luther would have been unheeded, and it is supposed to have suggested to Erasmus his famous Praise of Folly. In its way, it was as important a production as Bunyan's Pilgrim's Progress. The Narrenschiff was like a glass in which every man saw the reflection of his neighbour. For the old weather-beaten vessel was filled with a crew of fools, who impersonate the universal weaknesses of human nature. In his prologue, Brandt says, "We well may call it folly's mirror, since every fool where sees his error. His proper worth would each man know, the glass of fools the truth will show. Who meets his image on the page may learn to deem himself no sage, nor shrink his nothingness to see, since naught that lives from fault is free. And who in conscience dare be sworn that cap and bells he ne'er hath worn? He who his foolishness decries alone deserves to rank as wise. He who doth wisdom's airs rehearse may stand godfather to my verse. For jest and earnest, use and sport, here fools abound of every sort. The sage may here find wisdom's rules, and folly learn the ways of fools. Dolts, rich and poor, my verse doth strike. The bad finds badness, like finds like. A cap on many a one I fit, who fain to wear it would omit. Were I to mention it by name, I know you not, he would exclaim." Sebastian Brandt represented all that was best in mediaeval Germany. He was a man of affairs, a diplomat, a scholar, an artist, and a citizen highly esteemed and reverenced for his judgment and knowledge. Naturally enough, he held important civic offices in Basle as well as in Strasbourg, where he was born in 1458. His father, a wealthy burgher, sent him to the University of Basle to study philosophy and jurisprudence, and to become filled with the political ideals of the day. He took his degree in law in 1484 at Basle, and practised his profession, gaining in reputation every day. In early youth he dedicated a number of works in prose and verse to the Emperor Maximilian, who made him Chancellor of the Empire, and frequently summoned him to his camp to take part in the negotiations regarding the Holy See. He was universally admired, and Erasmus, who saw him in Strasbourg, spoke of him as the incomparable Brandt. His portrait represents the polished Italian rather than the sturdy middle-class German citizen. His features are delicately cut, his nose long and thin, his face smooth, and his fur-bordered cap and brocade robes suggest aristocratic surroundings. No doubt he graced, by his appearance and bearing, as well as by his richly stored mind, the dignity of Count Palatine, to which rank the Emperor raised him. He died in Strasbourg in 1521, and lies in the great cathedral. In addition to the pictures in the Ship of Fools, some of which he drew, while others he designed and superintended, he illustrated Terence, 1496, the Quadragesimale, or Sermons on the Prodigal Son, 1495, Boetius, 1501, and Virgil, 1502, all of which are interesting to the artist and engraver. In the original edition of the Ship of Fools, written in the Swabian dialect, every folly is accompanied with marginal notes, giving the classical or biblical prototype of the person satirized. Brandt's satires, says Max Müller in his Chips from a German Workshop, are not very powerful, nor pungent, nor original, but his style is free and easy. He writes in short chapters, and mixes his fools in such a manner that we always meet with a variety of new faces. To account for his popularity, we must remember the time in which he wrote. What had the poor people of Germany to read toward the end of the 15th century? Printing had been invented, and books were published and sold with great rapidity. People were not only fond but proud of reading. This entertainment was fashionable, and the first fool who enters Brandt's ship is the man who buys books. But what were the wares that were offered for sale? We find among the early prints of the 15th century religious, theological, and classical works in great abundance, and we know that the respectable and wealthy burghers of Augsburg and Strasbourg were proud to fill their shelves with these portly volumes. But then German aldermen had wives and daughters and sons, and what were they to read during the long winter evenings? There was room, therefore, at that time, for a work like the Ship of Fools. It was the first printed book that treated of contemporary events and living persons, instead of old German battles and French knights. People are always fond of reading the history of their own times. If the good qualities of the age are brought out, they think of themselves or their friends. If the dark features of their contemporaries are exhibited, they think of their neighbours and enemies. The Ship of Fools is the sort of satire which ordinary people would read, and read with pleasure. They might feel a slight twinge now and then, but they would put down the book at the end, and thank God that they were not like other men. There is a chapter on misers, and who would not gladly give a penny to a beggar? There is a chapter on gluttony, and who was ever more than a little exhilarated after dinner? There is a chapter on church goers, and who ever went to church for respectability's sake, or to show off a gaudy dress, or a fine dog, or a new hawk? There is a chapter on dancing, and who ever danced except for the sake of exercise? We sometimes wish that Brandt's satire had been a little more searching, and that instead of the many allusions to classical fools, he had given us a little more of the scandalous gossip of his own time. But he was too good a man to do this, and his contemporaries no doubt were grateful to him for his forbearance. From a line in his poem saying that the Narrenschiff was to be found in the neighbourhood of Aix, it is supposed that Brandt received his idea from an old chronicle, which describes a ship built near Aix-la-Chapelle in the 12th century, and which was borne through the country as the centrepiece for a carnival, and followed by a suite of men and women dressed in gay costume, singing and dancing to the sound of instruments. The old monk calls it pagan worship, and denounces it severely, but Brandt saw great possibilities in it for pointing a moral, according to the fashion of his time. The illustrations contributed not a little to the popularity of the book, for he put all his humour into the pictures, and all his sermons and exhortations into his text. Just as Brandt in his literary qualities has been compared to Rabelais, so his satirical pencil has been likened to Hogarth's. Boldness, drollery, dramatic spirit, force and spontaneous satire characterize both artists. He does not mount a pulpit and speak to the erring masses with sanctimonious self-righteousness, but he enters the ship himself to lead the babbling folk in motley to the land of wisdom. His own folly is that of the student, and he therefore begins caricaturing himself. To open The Ship of Fools is to witness a masquerade of the 15th century. The frontispiece shows a large galley with high poop and prow and disordered rigging. Confusion reigns. Everyone wears the livery of folly, the fantastic hood with two peaks like asses' ears, and decorated with tiny jingling bells. One man on the prow gesticulates wildly to a little boat and cries to the passengers, Zu Schiff, Brüder, es geht, es geht. On board, brothers, it goes, it goes. In these pages every type of society is seen, from beardless youth to crooked age, as the author asserts. Men and women of all classes and conditions, high and low, rich and poor, learned and unlearned, ladies in long trains and furred gowns, knights with long peaked shoes carrying falcons upon their wrists, cooks and butlers busy in the kitchen, women gazing into mirrors, monks preaching in pulpits, merchants selling goods, gluttons at the table, drunkards in the tavern, alchemists in their laboratories, gamesters playing cards and rattling dice, lovers in shady groves, all and each wear folly's cap and bells. Another class of fools is seen engaged in ridiculous occupations, such as pouring water into wells, bearing the world on their shoulders, measuring the globe, or weighing heaven and earth in the balance. Still others despoil their fellows, wine merchants introducing saltpetre, bones, mustard, and sulphur into barrels, the horse dealer padding the foot of a lame horse, men selling inferior skins for good fur, and other cheats with false weights, short measure, and light money, prove that the vices of the modern age are not novelties. Other allegorical pictures and verses describe the mutability of fortune, where a wheel, guided by a gigantic hand outstretched from the sky, is adorned with 3 asses, wearing, of course, the cap and bells. The best German editions of this book are by Zarnecke, Leipzig, 1854, and Gödecke, 1872. It was translated into Latin by Locker in 1497, into English by Henry Watson as The Great Ship of Fools of the World, 1517, and by Alexander Barclay in 1509. The best edition of Barclay's adaptation, from which the extracts below are drawn, was published by T. H. Jameson, Edinburgh, 1874. The Universal Ship. Come to, companions, ren, time it is to row, o'er Carrack flats. The sea is large and wide and deep enough, a pleasant wind doth blow. Prolong no time, o'er Carrack doth you bide. Our fellows tarry for you on every side. Haste hither, I say, ye fools natural. How oft shall I you unto me navy call? Ye have own comfort, ye shall not be alone. Your company almost is infinite. For now alive are men but few are known, that of me ship can read himself out quite. A fool in fellows hath pleasure and delight, here can none want, for our proclamation extendeth far, and to many a strange nation. Both young and old, poor man and estate, the foolish mother, her daughter by her side, ran to our navy, fearing to come too late. No manner of degrees in the world wide, but that for all their stateliness and pride, as many as from the way of wisdom trip, shall have a room and place within me ship. Me foolish fellows, therefore you exhort, haste to our navy, for time it is to row. Now must we leave each simple haven and port, and sail to that land where fools abound and flow. For whether we arrive at London or Bristol, or any other haven within this our land, we fools enow shall find all way at hand. Our frail bodies wandereth in care and pain, and like to boats troubled with tempest sore, from rock to rock cast in this sea mundane. Before our een behold we evermore the death of them that passed are before. Alas! Misfortune us causeth oft to rue, when to vain thoughts our bodies we subdue. We wander in more doot than mortal man can think, and oft be our folly and wilful negligence, our ship is in great peril for to sink. So sore are we o'ercharged with offence, we see the danger before our own presence, of straits, rocks, and banks of sand full high. Yet we proceed to wilful jeopardy. We divers monsters within the sea behold, ready to abuse or to devour mankind, as dolphins, whales, and wonders manifold. And oft the mermaid's song dulleth our mind, that to all goodness we are made dull and blind. The wolves of these oft do us much care, yet we of them can never well beware. About we wander in tempest and torment. What place is sure where fools may remain, and fix their dwelling sure and permanent? None, certainly. The cause thereof is plain. We wander in the sea for pleasure, biding pain, and though the haven of health be in our sight, Alas, we flee from it with all our might. Of him that together will serve twa meisters. A fool he's, and void of reason, which with own hund tendeth to take twa hares in own instant and season. Right so is he that would undertake him to twa lords a servant to make, for whether that he be lief or loth, the own he shall displease, or else both. A fool also he is, withouten doubt, and in his purpose soothly blinded sore, which doth intend a labour or go about to serve God, and also his wretched store of worldly riches. For as I said before, he that together will twa meisters serve, shall own displease, and not his love deserve. For he that with own hund will take also twa hares together in one instant, for the most part doth the both twa forgo, and if he own have, hard it is and scant. And that blind fool, mad and ignorant, that draweth 3 bolts at once in one bow at one mark, shall shoot to high or to low. He that his mind setteth God truly to serve, and his saints, this world setting at naught, shall for a word everlasting joy deserve. But in this world he that setteth his thought all men to please, and in favour to be brought, must lute and lurk, flatter, laud and lie, and cloak in knave's counsel, though it false be. If any do him wrong or injury, he must it suffer, and patiently endure a double tongue, with words like honey. And of his offices, if he will be sure, he must be sober and cold of his language, more to a knave than to one of high lineage. Oft must he stoop, his bonnet in his hand, his maister's back he must oft shrap and claw, his breast anointing, his mind to understand. But be it good or bad, thereafter must he draw. With who he can jest, he is not worth a straw. But in the meantime, beware that he none check, for then lieth malice a millstone in his neck. He that in court will love and favour have, a fool must him fine, if he were known afore, and be as fellow to every boy and knave. And to please his lord he must still labour sore. His manifold charge maketh him covet more, that he had lever serve a man in misery, than serve his Maker in tranquillity. But yet, when he hath done his diligence, his Lord to serve, as I before have said, for own small fault or negligent offence, such a displeasure against him may be laid, that out is he cast, bar and unpervide, whether he be gentil, yeoman, groom, or page. Thus worldly service is no sure heritage. Wherefore I may prove by these examples plain, that it is better, more godly and pleasant, to leave this mundane casualty and pain, and to thy Maker own God to be servant, which while thou livest shall not let thee want that thou desirest justly for this service, and then after give thee the joys of Paradise. Of too much speaking or babbling. He that his tongue can temper and refrain, and assuage the folly of hasty langage, shall keep his mind from trouble, sadness, and pain, and find there be great ease and avantage. Whereas a hasty speaker falleth in great domage, peril and loss, in like wise as the pie betrays her birds by her chattering and cry. Is it not better for one his tongue to keep, whereas he might, perchance, with honesty, than words to speak which make him after weep for great loss, following woe and adversity? A word unspoken revoked cannot be. Therefore the finger lie before the lips, for a wise man's tongue without advisement trips. He that will answer of his own foolish brain, before that any requireth his counsel, sheweth himself and his hasty folly plain, whereby men know his words of none avail. Some have delighted in mad blabbering and frail, which after have supped bitter punishment for their words spoken without advisement. Many have been which should have been counted wise, sad and discreet, and reached well seen in science, but all they have defiled with this own vice of much speaking. O cursed sin and offence! Right it is that so great inconvenience, so great shame, contempt, rebuke, and villainy should by one small member come to the whole body. Let such take example be the chattering pie, which doth her nest and birds also betray, be her great chattering, clamour, din, and cry. Richt so these fools their own folly beray. But touching women, of them he will naught say. They cannot speak, but are as coy and still as the horn of wind or clapper of a mill. End of section 45. End of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5.